There are some stories that, when we listen to them, allow us not only to witness the life of a character, but also to begin to hear that familiar voice within ourselves that we have long silenced. J.D. Salinger's immortal work, The Catcher in the Rye, is precisely such a story. We have Holden Caulfield before us, a young man angry at the artificiality of the world, suspicious of people, weary of the hypocrisy of adults, and struggling to find his place amidst all this chaos. But Holden's anger is not only directed at the outside world. The real battle is fought in the trenches of his own mind. Caught between the pure innocence of childhood and the cold realities of adulthood, Holden, while escaping the falseness around him, is actually escaping his own fears, his profound loneliness, and most of all, the pain of having to grow up. At the heart of the story is that striking image, seemingly simple at first glance, but carrying the entire spirit of the novel: the children playing in the rye field. Holden imagines himself as a guard standing at the edge of the cliff at the end of that field, catching the children before they fall, before they lose their innocence. Perhaps his only desire in life isn't to save the world, it's to prevent the destruction of that pure age of childhood. But can one truly escape growing up? Can innocence be preserved forever in a glass dome? And sometimes, while trying to save others from the edge of the abyss, do we realize that we ourselves are the ones who truly need saving? Now I invite you on that unsettling journey where loneliness, alienation, anger, and an unending search for innocence intertwine. This is not only the story of Holden Caulfield, but perhaps the story of the child we all once were.
The Catcher in the Rye by J.D. Salinger. If you truly wish to hear of these matters, the initial detail you will likely desire to know is the place of my birth, the tribulations of my early youth, the occupations of my parents before my arrival, and all of those conventional autobiographical details reminiscent of a Victorian novel. Yet, to speak candidly, I have no desire to delve into such subjects. In the first instance, these details weary me, and in the second, my parents would be deeply distressed were I to disclose anything of an intimate nature regarding their lives. They are exceptionally sensitive in this regard, particularly my father. They are decent people, of course, I do not mean to suggest otherwise, but they are also remarkably thin-skinned. Furthermore, I have no intention of presenting my entire life history. Instead, I shall confine my account to the singular, chaotic events that transpired around the previous Christmas, just before I became physically and emotionally depleted, necessitating my arrival at this sanitarium to recuperate. This is the very account I shared with my brother, D.B., who resides in Hollywood. His residence is not far from this dreary institution, and he visits me nearly every weekend. He intends to drive me home when I am discharged next month. He has recently acquired an expensive English sports car, a Jaguar capable of reaching astonishing speeds, which cost him nearly $4,000. He possesses considerable wealth now, though this was not always the case. When he lived at home, he was a dedicated writer of serious fiction. He authored a magnificent collection of short stories entitled The Secret Goldfish, the title story of which concerned a young child who refused to allow anyone to look at his goldfish because he had purchased it with his own savings. It was an incredibly moving piece of literature. Now, however, D.B. resides in Hollywood, compromising his artistic integrity for the commercial film industry. If there is one thing I despise, it is the cinema. I prefer not to have it mentioned in my presence. My narrative properly begins on the day of my departure from Pensy Prep, an academy situated in Agerstown, Pennsylvania. You are likely familiar with it, or have at least seen its advertisements in numerous periodicals. These advertisements invariably depict a handsome, athletic young man on horseback, leaping over a fence, suggesting that life at Pensy is an endless series of polo matches. In truth, I never once observed a horse in the vicinity of the campus. Beneath this equestrian illustration, the caption proudly proclaims, "Since 1888, we have been moulding boys into splendid, clear-thinking young men." This assertion is entirely deceptive. The institution does no more to shape character than any other school, and I encountered very few individuals there who could be described as splendid or clear-thinking. Perhaps 2 classmates at most met that description, and they had likely arrived at the school with those qualities already intact. The day in question was the Saturday of the annual football game against our rivals, Saxon Hall. This contest was regarded as an event of monumental importance at Pensy. It was the final athletic event of the academic year, and students were expected to display an almost fanatical devotion to the prospect of victory. Around 3 o'clock that afternoon, I was standing atop Thompson Hill, adjacent to a historic Revolutionary War cannon. From this vantage point, I could observe the entire playing field, where the 2 teams were clashing with great vigor. Although the grandstands were not clearly visible, the thunderous cheers of the Pensy supporters echoed loudly, as nearly the entire student body had gathered there. In contrast, the support for Saxon Hall was sparse and feeble, as the visiting team rarely attracted a large contingent of spectators. Very few young women attended these athletic contests, as only the seniors were permitted to invite guests. It was, in many respects, a dismal institution. I prefer environments where one might occasionally observe young women, even if they are merely engaged in mundane activities, such as conversing, laughing, or tending to themselves. Selma Thurmer, the daughter of the headmaster, frequently attended these games, though she was not the sort of young woman who inspired romantic longing. She was, however, a very pleasant person. I had once sat beside her on a bus from Argylstown, and we had engaged in an agreeable conversation. I found myself liking her. Despite her prominent features, her bitten fingernails, and her somewhat awkward appearance, she possessed a genuine quality. What I appreciated most about her was that she did not offer pretentious praise regarding her father, likely recognizing his insincere nature. My presence on Thompson Hill, rather than at the game, was due to my recent return from New York with the fencing team. I held the position of team manager, which was treated as a responsibility of some significance. We had travelled to the city that morning for a competition with the McBurney School, but the event was cancelled because I had inadvertently left the foils and other athletic equipment on the subway. The mishap was not entirely my fault, as I was constantly rising to consult the transit map to ensure we did not miss our station. Consequently, we returned to Pensy in the early afternoon instead of the evening. The entire team chose to ignore me during the return train journey, a circumstance that was, in a quiet way, rather amusing. The other reason I had avoided the game was my intention to bid farewell to Mr. Spencer, my history instructor. He was suffering from influenza, and I realized I would not see him again before the winter recess. He had sent me a note requesting a meeting before my departure, as he was aware that I would not be returning to Pensy. I had neglected to mention that I had been expelled. My dismissal was the result of academic failure in 4 of my 5 subjects, and a persistent lack of diligence. Despite receiving numerous warnings to apply myself, particularly during the midterm examinations, when my parents visited for a conference with Headmaster Thurmer, I failed to improve my performance. Consequently, I was dismissed. Pensy frequently dismisses students, as it prides itself on maintaining a rigorous academic standard. It was mid-December, and the weather was bitterly cold, particularly on that exposed hilltop. I wore only my lightweight reversible jacket, having no gloves or heavier attire. The previous week, someone had stolen my camel's hair coat from my dormitory room, along with the fur-lined gloves I had left in the pockets. Pensy was populated by many dishonest individuals, despite the affluent backgrounds of the student body. Indeed, it has been my observation that the more expensive an institution is, the more dishonesty one encounters. I remained by the historic cannon, shivering in the wind and looking down at the playing field, though my mind was not on the game. I was lingering in an attempt to experience a sense of departure. I have left several schools and residences in my life without realizing I was doing so, and I find such abrupt transitions deeply unsettling. Whether a farewell is sorrowful or unpleasant, I prefer to be conscious of my departure. Without that awareness, the transition feels incomplete and distressing. Fortunately, a memory came to mind that provided the closure I sought. I recalled an afternoon in October when I, along with my classmates Robert Titchener and Paul Campbell, had been throwing a football in front of the academic building. They were pleasant companions, particularly Titchener. As evening approached and the light faded, we continued to throw the ball, reluctant to cease our play, even when the darkness made it nearly impossible to see. Eventually, we were forced to stop when Mr. Zambezi, the biology instructor, called out from a classroom window and instructed us to return to our dormitory to prepare for dinner. Recalling that moment of youthful camaraderie allowed me to feel the reality of my departure. Satisfied, I turned and ran down the opposite side of the hill toward Mr. Spencer's residence, which lay beyond the campus boundaries on Anthony Wayne Avenue. I ran until I reached the main gate, pausing briefly to regain my breath. I possessed very little physical stamina, largely due to my heavy smoking habits, a practice I have since been forced to abandon. Additionally, I had grown more than 6 inches during the preceding year, a rapid development that had compromised my health and led to my current medical confinement. Nevertheless, I considered myself generally healthy. Once I recovered my breath, I crossed the icy highway, narrowly avoiding a fall. I was uncertain of my reasons for running. It was simply an impulse. As I crossed the road, a strange sensation of vanishing came over me. It was a bleak, overcast afternoon, devoid of sunlight, and the extreme cold created an unsettling atmosphere in which one felt invisible while traversing the empty streets. Upon reaching Mr. Spencer's house, I rang the doorbell with urgency, seeking relief from the freezing air. My ears were aching, and my fingers had grown stiff with cold. Eventually, Mrs. Spencer opened the door. The couple did not employ domestic help and managed their household independently, as their financial resources were modest. "Holden," Mrs. Spencer exclaimed warmly, "how wonderful to see you! Please, come inside. You must be freezing." Her greeting was genuinely affectionate, and I believed she was pleased by my visit. I entered the warmth of the house quickly, inquiring after her well-being and that of Mr. Spencer. She did not immediately respond to my inquiries regarding her husband, as she suffered from a degree of hearing loss. She took my jacket and placed it in the hallway closet, while I attempted to make myself presentable. I wore my hair in a short style that required little grooming. I repeated my inquiry more loudly so that she might hear me. "I am quite well, Holden," she replied, closing the closet door. Her tone suggested she was already aware of my academic dismissal. "Mr. Spencer is in his room, dear. You may go right in." The Spencers maintained separate bedrooms, a practice common among couples of their advanced years. Both were over 70, yet they retained a quiet appreciation for life, even if their activities were limited. I often reflected on Mr. Spencer's circumstances, and while it was easy to view his physical decline with a degree of pity, his stooped posture and his inability to retrieve dropped items in class without assistance, he nevertheless found genuine satisfaction in simple things. For instance, during a previous visit, when several students had gathered for hot chocolate, he had proudly shown us an old Navajo blanket he and his wife had purchased in Yellowstone Park. His enthusiasm for this simple possession demonstrated a capacity for joy that bypassed his physical limitations. His bedroom door was open, but I knocked politely before entering. I observed him seated in a large leather armchair, wrapped in the very Navajo blanket he had previously shown us, Upon hearing my knock, he looked up and called out, "Who is that? Caulfield? Come in, boy." He possessed a habit of speaking loudly outside of the classroom, which could occasionally be grating. Upon entering the room, I immediately regretted my decision to visit. The space was filled with various medications and smelled strongly of nasal drops, creating a depressing atmosphere. I have always felt uncomfortable in the presence of illness. Furthermore, Mr. Spencer was dressed in a worn, unattractive bathrobe that emphasized his physical frailty. I find the sight of elderly men in their nightwear somewhat disquieting, as it reveals their vulnerability. "Hello, sir," I said. "I received your note and wanted to say goodbye before the holidays. You did not need to write. I would have visited regardless." "Have a seat, boy," Mr. Spencer replied, gesturing toward his bed. I sat upon the mattress, which proved to be exceptionally firm. "How is your recovery progressing, sir?" "My boy, if I felt any better, I should have to summon a physician," he responded, laughing heartily at his own humor. Once he composed himself, he inquired, "Why are you not attending the football game? I understood this was the day of the major contest." "It is, sir. I was there briefly, but I have only recently returned from New York with the fencing team," I explained. His expression grew solemn, and I anticipated the serious conversation that was about to unfold. "So, you are leaving us, are you?" he asked. "Yes, sir. It appears that I am." He began to nod his head repeatedly, a characteristic gesture that left one uncertain whether he was engaged in deep reflection or simply showing the physical signs of his advanced age. "What did Dr. Thurmer say to you during your discussion, boy? I understand you had an extensive conversation." "Yes, we did. I spent nearly 2 hours in his office," I replied. "And what did he communicate to you?" "He spoke primarily about life being a game, sir, and the necessity of playing it according to the established rules. He was quite civil about the matter and did not lose his temper. He simply emphasized that metaphor." "Life is indeed a game, boy. It is a game that one must play according to the rules," Mr. Spencer affirmed. "Yes, sir, I understand," I replied. In truth, I found this metaphor highly unsatisfactory. If one is positioned on the side of the privileged and successful, then life may indeed resemble a game. However, if one is relegated to the opposing side, devoid of such advantages, there is no element of a game to be found.
Holden's objection here isn't simply a student defying his teacher. In fact, Salinger, through Holden's words, poses a much bigger question. Is life truly a game played with the same rules for everyone? In Mr. Spencer's world, success is achieved by following the rules. You work hard, you accept the rules, you win, and eventually you find your place within the order that life offers you. But Holden doesn't believe this order is fair. In his eyes, some people start the game with an advantage, others are at a disadvantage from the very beginning. Therefore, for Holden, life isn't as simple and orderly as adults describe it. There's a deeper point to consider here. Holden isn't yet strong enough to reject life's rules, but he hasn't surrendered to them enough to believe they are right either. This is where his real conflict begins. On one hand, he is expected to grow, succeed, and conform to the rules set by society. On the other hand, the artificiality and insincerity he sees behind all this is increasingly isolating him. Therefore, Holden's anger should not be read merely as the rebellion of an adolescent. Beneath his anger lies the disillusionment of a child searching for a just world, but no longer trusting that such a world exists. And perhaps this is precisely the key to understanding Holden throughout the novel. He is less a young man who doesn't want to grow up, and more a young man who fears that the world he will encounter when he grows up will be fake.
Has Dr. Thurmer communicated with your parents yet? Mr. Spencer inquired. He indicated he would write to them on Monday. Have you informed them yourself? No, sir, I have not, as I expect to see them on Wednesday evening when I arrive home. And how do you anticipate they will receive this news? They will be extremely displeased, I admitted. This is the 4th academic institution I have attended. I shook my head, a habit of mine, and expressed my frustration. I often speak and act in a manner younger than my years. Although I was 16 at the time, and am now 17, and stand over 6 feet tall with a premature streak of grey hair, my behaviour often resembles that of a much younger child. This inconsistency is frequently pointed out by my father. While there is truth in the observation, it does not represent the entirety of my character. People often make absolute judgments, which I find tedious. Occasionally, I act with a maturity beyond my years, though this goes unnoticed. Mr. Spencer resumed his nodding and began to attend to his nose, apparently unconcerned by my presence. While I found the habit rather unpleasant to witness, I chose to ignore it. I had the pleasure of meeting your parents during their visit with Dr. Thurmer some weeks ago, he remarked. They are exceptional people. Yes, they are very pleasant, I agreed, though I disliked the superficial language often used to describe such encounters. Suddenly, Mr. Spencer appeared to have a significant point to make. He sat forward and attempted to toss his copy of the Atlantic Monthly onto the bed beside me. He missed the target, and I rose to retrieve the magazine and place it on the mattress. At that moment, I felt a strong urge to leave the room. I anticipated a lengthy lecture, and I had no desire to receive such instruction while surrounded by the scent of illness and the sight of my aging teacher in his nightwear. "What is the difficulty, boy?" Mr. Spencer asked with unusual firmness. "How many courses did you enroll in this term?" 5, sir. "And in how many did you fail to achieve a passing grade?" 4, I replied, shifting uncomfortably on the hard bed. "I passed English, as I had already studied much of the material, such as Beowulf and traditional ballads, at my previous school."
Holden's self-description reveals one of his character's most significant contradictions. He acts like a child, while simultaneously relentlessly questioning the adult world. In fact, this is precisely the tension Salinger establishes through Holden. His body is growing, his mind is questioning, yet a part of his emotional world still resists leaving the safe haven of childhood. Therefore, viewing Holden simply as a rebellious teenager oversimplifies the character. Beneath his behavior lies a deep resistance to the losses that growing up brings.
Consequently, I was not required to exert much effort, other than composing occasional essays. He did not appear to be listening to my explanation, a common trait among instructors. "I failed you in history because you demonstrated no knowledge of the subject whatsoever," he stated. "I am aware of that, sir. You had no alternative." "Absolutely no knowledge," he repeated, a repetition that I found particularly irritating. "I doubt you opened your textbook even once during the term. Is that correct?" "I scanned the material occasionally," I replied, wishing to spare his feelings, as he was deeply devoted to the subject. "You scanned it?" he asked sarcastically. "Your examination paper is on my chest of drawers. Please bring it to me." I complied with his request, though I did so with reluctance, increasingly regretting my decision to visit him. He handled the paper with apparent distaste. "We studied the ancient Egyptians from early November until December," he noted. You chose to address them in your optional essay. Would you care to hear your response? Not particularly, sir, I replied. Nevertheless, he proceeded to read my composition aloud, as instructors are often inclined to do. The Egyptians were an ancient Caucasian race residing in northern Africa, which is the largest continent in the Eastern Hemisphere, he read. I was forced to sit and listen to my own poorly constructed sentences, which felt like an unnecessary punishment. The Egyptians remain interesting to us today for various reasons. Modern science would still like to know what secret ingredients they used when wrapping up dead bodies so that their feces would not decay for centuries. This riddle remains a challenge to modern science in the 20th century. He paused and set the paper down, and I began to feel a resentment toward him. Your essay concludes there, he remarked dryly. However, you appended a personal note at the bottom of the page. Yes, I did, I said quickly, hoping to prevent him from reading it aloud, but he was determined to do so. Dear Mr. Spencer, he read, that is all I know about the Egyptians. I cannot seem to generate much interest in them, though your lectures are very interesting. It is acceptable if you fail me, as I am failing everything else except English. Respectfully yours, Holden Caulfield. He set the paper down and looked at me with an expression of triumph. I found it difficult to forgive him for reading my private note aloud. I had only written those words to assure him that I did not harbor any resentment regarding my failure, and to ease his conscience. "Do you blame me for your mark, boy?" he asked. "No, sir, certainly not," I replied, wishing he would refrain from addressing me as boy. He attempted to toss the paper back onto the bed and missed once more, requiring me to rise and retrieve it again. This repetitive cycle was becoming tedious. "What would you have done in my position?" he inquired. Recognizing his underlying discomfort with the situation, I attempted to reassure him. I spoke self-deprecatingly, calling myself a fool and agreeing that his decision was entirely justified. I spoke of the difficulties of the teaching profession, offering the expected platitudes. While I was speaking, however, my thoughts drifted to New York, specifically to the lagoon in Central Park. I wondered if the water would be frozen upon my return, and where the ducks went when the ice formed. I speculated whether they were transported to a zoo or if they simply flew to warmer regions. It is a peculiar ability of mine to engage in polite conversation while my mind is occupied with entirely unrelated matters. Suddenly, Mr. Spencer interrupted my thoughts. "How do you feel about all of this, boy? I am genuinely interested to know." "You mean regarding my departure from Pensy?" I asked, wishing he would cover his chest, as the sight was unappealing. "If I am not mistaken, you also experienced difficulties at the Wharton School and at Elkton Hills," he remarked, his tone carrying a hint of severity. "My departure from Elkton Hills was not due to academic failure. I chose to leave that institution." "For what reason?" "It is a complex matter, sir," I replied, unwilling to engage in a detailed explanation he would likely fail to comprehend. The primary reason for my departure was the pervasive insincerity of the environment. The headmaster, Mr. Haas, was particularly superficial. On Sundays he would greet visiting parents with great charm, unless the parents appeared eccentric or of modest means. I observed him shake hands briefly with my roommates' parents, who were simple people, before spending a significant amount of time conversing with wealthier, more fashionable visitors. This display of superficiality was deeply discouraging to me. Mr. Spencer asked another question, but my mind was occupied with thoughts of Mr. Haas, and I missed his words. "Pardon me, sir," I said. "Do you have any regrets about leaving Pensy?" "A few, perhaps, but not many," I replied. "I suppose the reality of the situation has not yet fully registered. I am primarily focused on returning home on Wednesday. Do you feel no apprehension regarding your future, boy? I suppose I feel some concern, I admitted, after a moment's reflection, but perhaps not as much as I should. You will, Mr. Spencer warned. You will care when it is too late. His words had a depressing effect, sounding almost like an epitaph. I suppose so, sir, I murmured. I wish to assist you, boy, if it is within my power, he said, with genuine sincerity. I recognized his good intentions, but we were simply too far apart in our perspectives to find common ground. I appreciate your concern, sir, truly, I said, rising from the bed. I felt unable to remain in the room any longer. However, I must depart now. I have athletic equipment at the gymnasium that I must collect before leaving. He looked up at me, nodding solemnly. I felt a sudden wave of pity for him, but the depressing atmosphere of the room, the scent of medicine, and his physical frailty made my departure necessary. Please do not worry about my prospects, sir, I added. I am simply transitioning through a difficult phase. It is a common experience, is it not? I cannot say, boy. I do not know. I disliked his uncertain response. Certainly it is, I insisted, placing a hand briefly on his shoulder. Please do not concern yourself. Would you care for a cup of hot chocolate before you leave? Mrs. Spencer will be pleased to prepare it, he offered. I would enjoy that, sir, but I must attend to my tasks at the gymnasium. Thank you for the offer. We shook hands, a gesture that filled me with a sense of melancholy. I shall write to you, sir. I hope your recovery is swift. Goodbye, boy, he called out. As I closed the door and walked toward the living room, he called out another phrase, though his voice was muffled. I believed he wished me good luck, an expression I find deeply discouraging. It is a phrase that, upon reflection, carries a sense of finality and doubt, and I prefer not to use it. I must confess that I am an extraordinary liar. It is a distressing habit, really. If I was simply walking to the local shop to purchase a periodical and someone were to inquire about my destination, I would be entirely capable of claiming that I was on my way to the opera. It is quite dreadful. Therefore, when I informed my former history teacher, old Mr. Spencer, that I was required to visit the gymnasium to retrieve my athletic equipment, it was a complete fabrication. In truth, I did not even keep my gear in the gymnasium. At Pensy Prep, my quarters were located in the Ossenberger Memorial Wing of the new dormitory building. This particular wing was reserved exclusively for juniors and seniors. I was a junior at the time, while my roommate was a senior. The building was named in honor of an alumnus named Ossenberger, who had amassed a vast fortune in the undertaking business after graduating from the school. His enterprise consisted of establishing low-cost funeral parlors across the country, where one could have a family member interred for a remarkably modest sum. To look at Ossenberger, one might suspect he simply disposed of the deceased in a highly unceremonious fashion, but regardless of his methods, he had donated a substantial sum of money to Pensy, and the school authorities duly named our dormitory wing after him. During the first football match of the autumn term, Ossenberger arrived at the academy in an enormous, gleaming luxury automobile, and the student body was required to stand in the grandstands and deliver a coordinated cheer in his honor. The following morning, during the mandatory chapel service, he delivered an address that seemed to endure for an eternity. He commenced his speech with a series of incredibly trite jokes, clearly intended to demonstrate that he was an ordinary, approachable fellow. It was a rather tiresome display. He then proceeded to explain that he was never embarrassed, when confronted with hardship, to fall to his knees and offer prayers to the Almighty. He urged us to do the same, suggesting we should converse with the Creator wherever we might find ourselves. He even proposed that we view the Saviour as a companion, claiming that he spoke to him constantly, even whilst operating his motorcar. That particular detail struck me as highly amusing and somewhat hypocritical. I could easily envision this wealthy businessman shifting gears while silently petitioning for an increase in his clientele of the deceased. The sole redeeming moment of his lengthy discourse occurred precisely in the middle of his self-congratulatory remarks. While he was expounding upon his own virtues and success, a student seated directly in front of me, Edgar Masala, released an incredibly loud and disruptive flatulence. It was, admittedly, a highly vulgar gesture to perform in a chapel, yet it was undeniably amusing. Masala nearly shook the rafters with the noise. While very few of us dared to laugh aloud, and Ossenberger himself feigned ignorance of the disturbance, the headmaster, Dr. Firmer, who was seated beside the speaker on the platform, was visibly incensed. Though he refrained from speaking at that moment, the following evening he instituted a compulsory study hall in the academic hall and delivered a stern lecture. He declared that the individual responsible for the disruption in the chapel was unworthy of the privilege of attending Pensy. We tried to persuade Masala to repeat his performance during the headmaster's speech, but he was not in the proper disposition to do so. In any event, that dormitory wing was where I resided. It was a distinct relief to return to my room after my departure from Mr. Spencer's residence. The majority of the student body was still attending the football game, and for once the radiator in our room was functioning, creating a wonderfully warm and comfortable atmosphere. I removed my overcoat and necktie, unbuttoned my collar, and donned a rather unusual hat I had purchased in New York City earlier that morning. It was a red hunting hat with an exceptionally long brim. I had spotted it in the window of an athletic goods shop just after exiting the subway, shortly after realizing I had accidentally left our fencing team's foils on the train. The hat had cost me a mere $1. I chose to wear it with the peak turned toward the back, an admittedly eccentric style, but one that I found quite appealing. I then retrieved a volume I had been reading and settled into my armchair. Each room was furnished with 2 such chairs. Though the armrests were somewhat dilapidated from frequent use, they remained exceedingly comfortable. The book in question was Isaac Dineson's Out of Africa, which I had taken from the school library entirely by mistake. The librarian had handed me the incorrect volume, and I did not discover the error until I returned to my quarters. I had initially assumed it would be dreadfully dry, but it proved to be an exceptional piece of literature. Though I often characterize myself as somewhat uncultivated, I read quite extensively. My favorite author is my brother, D.B., who writes professional screenplays in Hollywood, followed closely by Ring Lardner. My brother had gifted me a collection of Lardner's works for my birthday prior to my arrival at Pensy. The volume contained several highly eccentric plays, alongside a poignant short story concerning a traffic officer who falls in love with a beautiful young woman who is habitually guilty of speeding. Because the officer is already married, he cannot pursue a relationship with her, and ultimately the young woman perishes in a motorcar accident resulting from her reckless driving. That narrative affected me deeply. In general, I prefer literature that offers occasional humor. I read many classical works, such as Thomas Hardy's The Return of the Native, which I appreciate, as well as various accounts of warfare and mystery novels, though they rarely move me profoundly. My definition of a truly magnificent book is one that, upon completion, leaves the reader wishing the author were a close personal friend whom one could simply telephone whenever the fancy struck. Such occurrences are rare, of course. I should certainly enjoy conversing with Isaac Dineson or with Ring Lardner, though my brother informed me that the latter has passed away. Conversely, while I read Somerset Maugham Of Human Bondage during the previous summer and found it to be a competent novel, I felt no desire whatsoever to contact the author. He simply did not strike me as the sort of individual with whom I would care to converse. I would much prefer to speak with Thomas Hardy, as I quite admired his character Eustacia Vi. I adjusted my new red hat and began to reread certain passages of Out of Africa. I had progressed only a few pages when I detected someone entering through the shower curtains. Even without looking up, I was instantly aware of the intruder's identity. It was Robert Ackley, the student who occupied the room adjacent to mine. A shared bathroom connected our respective quarters, and Ackley made a habit of barging into my room dozens of times a day. He was likely the only other resident of the dormitory who had declined to attend the football game, as he rarely participated in any social activities. He was a highly unusual individual. Although he was a senior and had attended Pensy for 4 years, no one ever addressed him by his given name. He was universally referred to simply as Ackley. Even his own roommate, Herb Gale, never called him Bob. I suspect that if he ever marries, his spouse will address him by his surname. Ackley was an exceptionally tall young man, standing roughly 6 feet and 4 inches, with pronounced rounded shoulders and remarkably poor dental hygiene. Throughout our acquaintance, I never once observed him brushing his teeth, which consistently appeared neglected and discolored. It was a rather unpleasant sight, particularly when one observed him consuming his meals in the dining hall. Furthermore, his face was heavily blemished, and he possessed a thoroughly disagreeable temperament. To be perfectly candid, I was not particularly fond of him. I could sense him standing on the threshold of the shower entrance, peering into the room to ascertain whether my roommate, Ward Stradlater, was present. Ackley harbored a deep resentment toward Stradlater and avoided the room whenever Stradlater was there. In truth, Ackley seemed to harbor a general resentment toward nearly everyone. He stepped down into the room and offered a greeting in a tone that suggested extreme boredom or exhaustion, as though he wished to convey that his presence was entirely accidental rather than a deliberate visit. "Hello," I replied, keeping my gaze fixed upon my book. With an individual like Ackley, acknowledging him too readily was a tactical error. One was bound to be interrupted regardless, but delaying eye contact offered a brief reprieve. He began to pace slowly about the room, examining and handling the personal effects on my desk and chest of drawers. This habit of his was incredibly grating. "How did the fencing match proceed?" he inquired, solely to disrupt my reading. He possessed no genuine interest in the sport. "Did we emerge victorious?" "No one won," I answered, without looking up. "Pardon?" he asked, as was his custom, requiring me to repeat myself. "No one won," I reiterated. I glanced up briefly to see what he was disturbing, and observed him examining a photograph of Sally Hayes, a girl I had occasionally accompanied in New York. He had handled that photograph countless times, and he invariably returned it to the incorrect position on my chest of drawers, quite deliberately, I suspect. "How is it that no one won?" he persisted. "I left the equipment on the subway train," I admitted, still pretending to read. "On the subway? Do you mean to say you lost it?" "We boarded the incorrect train, and I was preoccupied with studying the transit map on the wall." He walked over and stood directly between myself and the light source. "I have read this identical sentence approximately 20 times since your arrival," I remarked. Any other individual would have understood the implication and moved aside, but Ackley remained stationary. "Do you suppose the Academy will require you to reimburse them for the lost items?" he asked. "I am uncertain, and frankly, I do not care. Would you mind seating yourself, Ackley? You are obstructing my light." He took offense at being addressed familiarly, as he frequently reminded me of his seniority, given that he was 18 and I was 16. He continued to stand in my light, taking his time to comply with my request. "What is the nature of your reading material?" he inquired. "A book," I replied dryly. He reached out and pushed the cover back to read the title. "Is it of any merit?" "This particular sentence is marvelous," I said sarcastically, though the humor was entirely lost on him. He resumed his pacing, handling various items belonging to both Stradlater and myself. Realizing that quiet study was impossible in his presence, I finally placed the volume on the floor. I slumped down in my chair, feeling fatigued from my journey to the city, and began to yawn. To alleviate my boredom, I began to amuse myself by pulling the long peak of my hunting hat down over my eyes, completely obscuring my vision. "I believe I am losing my sight," I announced in a dramatic, raspy voice. "Dearest mother, the world is growing exceedingly dark." "You are entirely mad," Ackley remarked. "Dearest mother, pray reach for my hand. Why do you withhold your hand from me?" "For heaven's sake, behave with some maturity," he muttered. I continued to grope about blindly from the comfort of my chair, repeating my dramatic appeals. I occasionally enjoy such theatrical nonsense, particularly because I knew it irritated Ackley. He had a peculiar way of eliciting a mischievous, slightly sadistic streak in my character. Eventually I desisted, adjusted my hat to its original position, and relaxed. "To whom does this belong?" Ackley inquired, holding up an elastic knee support. He was inclined to handle any object, regardless of its personal nature. I informed him that it belonged to Stradlater, whereupon he carelessly tossed it onto Stradlater's bed. He then seated himself on the arm of Stradlater's chair, refusing to sit in the seat itself. "Where did you acquire that headwear?" he asked. "In New York." "What was the cost?" $1. "You were swindled," he declared, beginning to clean his fingernails with the tip of a matchstick. It was a curious paradox that while his teeth and ears were consistently neglected, he was fastidious about his fingernails, evidently believing this rendered him a gentleman of neat habits. He glanced at my hat once more. "In my home region, such attire is reserved for deer hunting." "It is nothing of the sort," I replied, removing the hat to examine it. I squinted as though aiming a weapon. "This is a hat for hunting people. I hunt people in this hat." "Have your parents been notified of your dismissal from the academy?" he asked. "They have not." "Where is Stradlater at present?" "He is attending the game. He has a social engagement this evening." I yawned again, finding the excessive heat of the room increasingly soporific. At Pensy, the indoor climate was invariably either freezing or stifling. "The illustrious Stradlater," Ackley sneered. "Could you perhaps lend me your scissors? I have a troublesome hangnail I wish to remove." "I have already packed them," I replied. "They are located at the very bottom of my trunk in the closet." "Could you retrieve them nonetheless?" he requested, showing no regard for the inconvenience. I complied, though the endeavor proved hazardous. Upon opening the closet door, Stradlater's tennis racket, enclosed in its heavy wooden press, fell directly onto my head with a loud crash. It was quite painful, yet Ackley found the incident immensely entertaining, laughing in a high-pitched falsetto voice while I retrieved the scissors from my luggage. Physical mishaps of that nature always delighted him. "You possess a marvelous sense of humor, Ackley," I remarked as I handed him the instrument. "Perhaps I should act as your representative and secure you a position in radio comedy." I returned to my seat while he began to trim his nails. "Would you mind performing that task over the table?" I requested. "I have no desire to tread upon your nail clippings in my bare feet later this evening." He ignored my request and continued to let the clippings fall to the floor. His lack of manners was truly remarkable. "Who is Stradlater's companion for the evening?" he asked, always eager to obtain information regarding Stradlater's social life, despite his professed dislike for him. "I am not entirely certain. Why do you ask?" "No particular reason. I simply cannot tolerate that fellow. He is thoroughly objectionable." "He speaks highly of you," I lied, enjoying the fabrication. "He informed me that he considers you a prince among men." I frequently employ such terms of endearment when I am amusing myself. "He possesses an insufferable attitude of superiority," Ackley grumbled. "I cannot tolerate him. He behaves as though—" "Would you please utilize the table for your nails?" I interrupted. "I have requested this of you repeatedly." "He is incredibly conceited," Ackley continued, finally moving closer to the table. "I seriously doubt his intelligence, though he certainly fancies himself intellectual. Ackley, I implore you, use the table. I have asked you multiple times." He finally complied, though it seemed he only responded to direct commands delivered with some force. I watched him for a moment before speaking. Your resentment towards Stradlater stems from his suggestion that you pay more attention to your dental hygiene. He did not intend to offend you. His delivery may have been lacking in tact, but his intentions were not malicious. He merely suggested that you would feel more comfortable if you brushed your teeth occasionally. I do brush my teeth, Ackley retorted defensively. In truth, you do not. I have observed your habits, I said, keeping my tone gentle rather than confrontational, as I felt a certain pity for him. It is undoubtedly unpleasant to be confronted with such personal shortcomings. Stradlater is a decent fellow. You simply do not know him well. I maintain that he is an insufferable, conceited individual, Ackley insisted. He may possess some conceit, but he is also remarkably generous, I countered. For instance, if you were to admire a necktie he was wearing, he would likely remove it and present it to you, or leave it upon your bed. Most fellows would not exhibit such kindness. If I possessed his financial resources, I would do the same, Ackley muttered. I doubt that very much, I said, shaking my head. If you possessed his wealth, you would likely be far more miserly. Cease addressing me in that patronizing manner, he snapped. I am senior to you. That may be true, but you do not behave as such, I replied. He never missed an opportunity to emphasize our 2-year age difference, which I found highly tedious. Furthermore, I should certainly not welcome you into my family. Just refrain from using that tone. Our conversation was interrupted as the door swung open and Stradlater entered in his usual hurried manner, treating every moment as an event of great consequence. He approached me and playfully tapped my cheeks, a gesture I find particularly irritating. Are you planning to go out this evening? He inquired. I am undecided. What is the weather like? Is it snowing? I asked, noting the flakes upon his coat. Indeed it is. If you have no pressing plans, would you allow me to borrow your houndstooth jacket? I have unfortunately soiled my grey flannels. Who won the football match? I asked. It is only half-time, but we chose to depart, Stradlater replied. Will you permit me to use the jacket? I must change. You may, I agreed, provided you do not stretch the shoulders. Although we were of similar height, Stradlater possessed a far more athletic and broad-shouldered build. I shall be careful, he promised, moving quickly toward the wardrobe. Hello, Ackley, he added in a friendly manner. Stradlater was, to his credit, generally polite, even if his friendliness carried a hint of superficiality. Ackley offered only a low grunt in response, lacking the courage to ignore the greeting entirely, but refusing to be genuinely polite. He then turned to me. I believe I shall depart. I will see you later. Very well, I replied, feeling no great sorrow at his departure. Stradlater began to remove his outer garments. I must secure a quick shave, he remarked, possessing a rather heavy beard that required frequent attention. Where is your companion waiting? I asked. She is waiting in the academic annex, he replied, retrieving his grooming kit and a towel before departing for the communal washroom, displaying his athletic physique, of which he was quite proud. I had to admit he was in excellent physical condition. The atmosphere in the school bathroom was stifling, thick with heat and the humid haze of condensation clinging to the windows. I found myself there with Stradlater, who was busy preparing for his evening. He was whistling a complex, discordant melody, a habit that grated on my nerves, while he shaved. Stradlater was a man who cultivated a polished exterior, yet beneath that surface he was a secret slob. His razor was perpetually encrusted with grime, hair, and dried lather, a testament to his lack of genuine discipline. He was deeply enamored with his own reflection, possessing that specific, manufactured handsomeness often found in school yearbooks, the kind that parents might admire, though I knew others at Pensy who were far more naturally striking. I sat on the edge of a washbowl, eagerly turning the faucet on and off, my red hunting hat perched on my head with the brim facing backward. I found a strange grounding comfort in that hat. Hey, Stradlater said, breaking his rhythm, want to do me a favor? I was wary. He was the type of person who believed his own charm made everyone around him eager to serve his needs. He explained that he needed a descriptive composition for his English class by Monday. He was desperate, fearing the consequences of failing to submit it. It struck me as deeply ironic. I was the one currently facing expulsion from the school, yet he was asking for my academic help. "What should I write about?" I asked, though I was already annoyed by his casual dismissal of the task. "Anything," he replied, yawning, a gesture that for some reason I found profoundly irritating. "A room, a house, something you've seen. Just make it descriptive, and don't make it too good, all right? Hartzell thinks you're a genius, and he knows we're roommates. Don't go overboard with the punctuation." That request bothered me. Stradlater always tried to frame his academic struggles as a mere matter of misplaced commas rather than a lack of substance. It reminded me of Ackley, another boy I knew, who would obsess over the trivial mechanics of basketball players' bills while ignoring the actual game. To shake off the boredom, I began to tap dance on the stone floor, mimicking the exaggerated, theatrical movements of a musical performer. I played along with my own internal narrative, declaring myself the son of a governor who was destined for the stage rather than the halls of Oxford. Stradlater watched me through the mirror, offering a laugh. He had a decent sense of humor, at least. "Where'd you get that hat?" he asked, noting the unusual headgear. "New York," I said. "Cost $1. You like it?" He muttered a compliment, though it felt hollow, merely a tactic to ensure I would write his essay. I pressed him on his plans for the evening. When he mentioned his date, I grew curious. He had been seeing a girl named Fitzgerald, but he claimed he was finished with her. When he finally revealed the name of his current date, I felt a physical shock. "Jane Gallagher," he said. The name hit me like a blow. I knew her well. We had been neighbors the summer before last. I remembered her clearly, particularly the way she used to play checkers. She had a habit of keeping her kings in the back row, never moving them, simply content to let them sit there in formation. I recalled her mother, a poor golfer, and her stepfather, a man who spent his days drinking and listening to radio mysteries, often wandering the house in a state of undress. It had been a difficult, unstable home life for her. I was suddenly flooded with memories of her, the ballet practice, the quiet afternoons, the sense of connection we had shared. I felt a desperate, irrational need to see her, to say hello. Yet when I suggested it to Stradlater, I found myself paralyzed by a strange social inertia. I wasn't in the right mood, or perhaps I was simply afraid of how the interaction might go. "Give her my regards," I said, though I suspected he would never bother to pass them on. Stradlater continued his grooming process, an act he treated with the gravity of a religious ritual. He borrowed my vitalis, combed his hair for what felt like an hour, and eventually donned my houndstooth jacket. I warned him not to stretch the fabric, feeling a protective, nervous energy. I was on edge, my mind swirling with thoughts of Jane, and the unsettling realization that Stradlater, a man I knew to be as sexy and self-centered, would be spending the evening with her. "Where are you taking her?" I asked, my voice tight. "New York, if there's time," he said. "She only signed out until 9:30. I couldn't help but jab at him. "Maybe she just doesn't know what a charming fellow you are yet. If she did, she'd stay out all night." Stradlater, ever the narcissist, took the remark as a simple truth. He urged me one last time to write the composition, then left the room with a heavy thud of the door. I remained in the chair for half an hour, staring into the silence. The thought of them together created a knot of anxiety in my chest that bordered on madness. I knew exactly how Stradlater operated, and the prospect of Jane being subjected to his shallow charms left me feeling sick. The silence was eventually broken by the intrusion of Ackley, who barged through the shower curtains. Normally his presence was a source of frustration, but in that moment I was almost relieved to see him. He sat there until dinner, filling the air with his usual petty grievances about other students, and picking at a blemish on his chin with a total lack of hygiene. For once, however, his mindless, repetitive chatter served its purpose. It pulled me, however briefly, away from the haunting, nervous thoughts of Jane Gallagher and the man who was currently walking out into the night with her. At Pensy Prep, Saturday nights always adhered to a strict, unvarying culinary ritual. The administration made a considerable display of this particular meal, presenting it as a grand gesture of hospitality, because they served steak. However, I would have willingly wagered a substantial sum that this weekly luxury was entirely calculated. Our headmaster, old Mr. Thurmer, was a shrewd coordinator of public relations. He was undoubtedly aware that many parents visited the academy on Sundays, and he likely reasoned that every doting mother would ask her son what he had eaten for dinner the previous evening. The boy would naturally reply that he had been served steak, thereby elevating the school's reputation in the parents' estimation. It was quite a clever scheme, though the reality of the meal fell far short of the promise. The steaks themselves were small, dry, and incredibly tough, resisting almost any attempt to cut them with the standard-issue dining hall utensils. Accompanying these meagre portions were invariably lumpy mashed potatoes, and for dessert we were served a bread pudding known as Brown Betty. Virtually no one touched the dessert, save for the youngest boys in the lower school who lacked culinary discernment, and individuals like my neighbour Ackley, whose appetite was entirely indiscriminate. Despite the shortcomings of the dinner, there was a pleasant sense of liberation when we finally exited the dining hall. A fresh blanket of snow, about 3 inches deep, covered the campus grounds, and the flakes were still falling with immense vigour. The landscape possessed a striking, pristine beauty, which immediately prompted the student body to abandon their usual decorum. We began tossing snowballs and engaging in boisterous horseplay across the quadrangle. It was an undeniably juvenile display, yet there was a genuine light-hearted enjoyment shared by everyone involved. Because I did not have a date that evening, my friend Mal Brossard, a member of the varsity wrestling team, and I decided to take a bus into the neighbouring town of Agerstown. Our plan was simple. We would purchase a couple of hamburgers and perhaps pass the time by watching a mediocre motion picture. Neither of us had any desire to spend the entire evening idling in our dormitory rooms. Before we departed, I asked Mal if he would object to Robert Ackley joining us. My motivation was largely compassionate. Ackley never seemed to have any engagements on Saturday nights, typically spending his weekend evenings confined to his room, attending to his complexion or brooding in isolation. Mal conceded to the invitation, though he did so with visible reluctance, as he harboured no great affection for Ackley. With the plan established, we returned to our respective quarters to prepare for the outing. While I was putting on my heavy winter footwear and gathering my belongings, I called out through the shared bathroom partition to ask Ackley if he wished to accompany us to the theatre. Although he could easily hear my voice through the shower curtains, he deliberately delayed his response. He was the sort of individual who took a peculiar satisfaction in making others wait for an answer. Eventually, he parted the curtains, stepped onto the edge of the shower basin, and demanded to know the identity of our companions. He possessed an insatiable need to verify every detail of an excursion before committing to it. I often thought that if Ackley was stranded at sea and a rescue vessel arrived, he would insist on knowing the pedigree of the oarsman before consenting to board. When I informed him that Mal Brossard was going, he expressed his disdain for Mal, but ultimately agreed to join us, presenting his consent as though he were doing us an extraordinary favour. Ackley's preparations were agonizingly slow, consuming what felt like hours. While I waited for him to ready himself, I stepped over to my window, opened it to the cold air, and began shaping a snowball with my bare hands. The snow was of an ideal consistency for packing, firm and highly cooperative. Initially, I intended to throw it at a vehicle parked across the street, but I hesitated. The car looked so serene, draped in its untouched shroud of white. I then aimed toward a nearby fire hydrant, but it too appeared remarkably beautiful in its snowy mantle. Ultimately, I found myself unable to disrupt the pristine landscape. I closed the window and simply paced the floor of my room, continuing to compress the snowball until it was incredibly hard. I still held it in my hand when Mal, Ackley, and I finally boarded the bus. The driver, however, refused to let me bring it aboard. He insisted that I discard it before entering, remaining entirely unmoved by my assurances that I had no intention of throwing it at anyone. People, I have observed, are rarely inclined to believe in one's harmless intentions. As it turned out, both Mal and Ackley had already seen the feature film playing at the local theatre. Consequently, our excursion was brief. We contented ourselves with eating a couple of hamburgers and playing the pinball machine for a short while before taking the return bus to Pensy. The cancellation of our movie plans did not trouble me in the least. The film was reputed to be a light-hearted comedy starring Cary Grant, a genre of entertainment for which I had little patience. Furthermore, I had accompanied Mal and Ackley to the cinema on previous occasions, and they invariably laughed uproariously at moments that were not remotely humorous. Sitting beside them in a theatre was rarely an enjoyable experience. By the time we returned to the dormitory, it was only 9:15. Mal, who was an avid enthusiast of bridge, immediately set off through the corridors in search of a card game. Ackley, lacking any other occupation, decided to station himself in my room. Instead of occupying the arm of Stradlater's comfortable chair, as he usually did, he stretched himself out across my bed, resting his face directly upon my pillow. He began to speak in a flat, monotonous drone, while absent-mindedly picking at his face. Despite my numerous and increasingly transparent hints that I wished to be alone, he remained unmoved. His conversation consisted of a repetitive, highly embellished narrative regarding an intimate encounter he claimed to have had during the previous summer. It was a tale I had already endured countless times, and with each telling the details shifted dramatically. On one occasion, the event occurred in his cousin's automobile, while on another it took place beneath a coastal boardwalk. It was quite obviously a complete fabrication. Ackley possessed all the hallmarks of absolute inexperience in such matters, and I seriously doubted he had ever achieved even the slightest physical intimacy with anyone. Eventually, my patience expired, and I was forced to state plainly that I had to compose an essay for Stradlater and required absolute quiet to concentrate. He finally departed, though he retreated with his characteristic agonizing slowness. Once the room was quiet, I changed into my pajamas and bathrobe, placed my red winter hunting hat upon my head, and sat down to write the assignment. The primary difficulty was that I could not summon any inspiration regarding the description of a room or a house, which were the specific subjects Stradlater had requested. Architectural descriptions have never appealed to me. Instead, I decided to write about my late brother Ali's baseball glove. It was an extraordinarily unique and descriptive object. Ali was left-handed, and his fielder's glove was covered in poems written in green ink across the fingers, the palm, and every available space. He had transcribed them there so that he would have something literary to read while standing in the outfield when the opposing batters were not hitting in his direction. Ali is no longer with us. He succumbed to leukemia on July the 18th, 1946, while our family was staying in Maine. He was a remarkable person, 2 years my junior, yet possessing an intelligence that vastly exceeded my own. He was exceptionally bright, and his teachers frequently wrote to our mother to express what a privilege it was to instruct him. These were not mere polite formalities, they were genuine expressions of admiration. Yet his intellect was not his most defining characteristic. He was also the gentlest and most amiable member of our family. Although individuals with red hair are stereotypically associated with a quick temper, Ali never displayed anger. I recall a particular summer when I was 12 and had recently taken up golf. I was teeing off on the course when I experienced a sudden, distinct intuition that if I turned around, I would find Ali watching me. Sure enough, when I looked back, he was sitting on his bicycle just beyond the boundary fence, some 150 yards behind me, quietly observing my play. That memory perfectly captures his supportive, quiet presence. He possessed a wonderful sense of humor, and would sometimes laugh so heartily at a passing thought during dinner that he would nearly slide from his chair. His passing was a devastating blow. I was only 13 at the time, and my family seriously considered having me psychoanalyzed because of my violent reaction to his death. I broke every window in our garage with my bare fists on the night he died, an act of sheer, unguided grief. I even attempted to destroy the windows of our family station wagon, but my hand was already severely fractured, preventing me from doing further damage. It was, I admit, a wild and irrational reaction, but at the moment I was barely conscious of my actions, and those who did not know Ali could scarcely comprehend the depth of the loss. Even now, my hand aches occasionally when the weather turns damp, and I am no longer able to form a tight fist. However, I do not dwell on this limitation, as I have no aspirations of becoming a surgeon or a classical violinist. This glove was the subject I chose for Stradlater's composition. I happened to have the mitt with me in my suitcase, so I retrieved it and carefully transcribed the green-inked verses. To protect my brother's memory, I altered the names so that the instructor would assume the glove belonged to Stradlater. I felt a slight reluctance to share something so personal, but I could conceive of no other descriptive subject, and in truth, I found a certain comfort in writing about Ali. The task required about an hour, largely because I was using Stradlater's poorly maintained typewriter, which jammed repeatedly. I would have preferred my own machine, but I had previously lent it.
In this section, Holden Caulfield initially appears as a young man who has failed his studies, cannot conform to rules, and constantly criticizes those around him. However, a deeper analysis reveals a far more complex character. Holden's fundamental characteristic is his inability to accept the world as it is. The order established by adults seems artificial, insincere, and often unjust to him. Therefore, he constantly maintains a distance from those around him. But this distance stems not from arrogance, but from a need for protection. His rejection of the idea that life is a game is particularly important for understanding Holden's inner world, because Holden feels that not everyone lives by the same rules. He believes that some people start life with an advantage, while others lose from the very beginning. This perspective forms the basis of his distrust of the world. The striking point here is, Holden doesn't want to belong to the world of adults, yet he no longer fully belongs to the world of childhood either. This is where the character's tragedy begins. On one hand, there is the desire to preserve the innocence and honesty of childhood. On the other hand, there is the inevitability of growing up. Therefore, Holden's anger is not an ordinary adolescent rebellion. His anger is the reaction of a sensitive soul who realizes that the things he values will disappear with time. Salinger does not portray Holden as a perfect hero. On the contrary, he creates a character with contradictions, indecisiveness, fragility, and at times even struggles with himself. This is what makes Holden unforgettable, because he is not just a character in a novel. He is the representation of the human soul, trapped between childhood and adulthood. And perhaps Holden's greatest fear is not failure. His real fear is becoming a part of that false world he himself criticizes when he grows up.
it to a student residing down the hall. By the time I completed the essay, it was approximately 10:30. Feeling quite alert, I stood by the window and looked out into the night. The snowfall had ceased, though the occasional sound of a struggling car engine echoed from the streets below. Through the partition, I could also hear Ackley snoring heavily. Due to a chronic sinus condition, his breathing was labored and loud, even in sleep. He was a fellow burdened with an unfortunate array of physical ailments: sinus trouble, poor skin, dental issues, and general neglect of personal hygiene. Despite his abrasive personality, it was difficult not to feel a profound sense of pity for him. Eventually, I heard the sound of Stradlater's footsteps echoing down the linoleum-floored corridor. My memory of the exact moments preceding his arrival is somewhat hazy, likely because I was consumed by an intense, paralyzing anxiety regarding his date with Jane Gallagher. When I am deeply worried, it affects me physically, and I find myself unable to focus on anything else. Knowing Stradlater's character, my concern was entirely justified. I had accompanied him on double dates in the past, and I was well aware of his aggressive and manipulative behavior toward young women. He was entirely devoid of scruples in such matters. When he entered the room, he immediately began complaining about the freezing temperature outside, remarking that the dormitory felt like a morgue. I offered no response to his complaints. He began to undress, yet he did not utter a single word regarding Jane. I watched him in silence as he carefully hung up my houndstooth jacket, which I had permitted him to borrow, and placed it in the closet. As he untied his necktie, he inquired if I had completed his composition. I indicated that the pages were resting on his bed. He walked over, unbuttoning his shirt, and began to read the essay while standing there, self-indulgently stroking his bare chest. He was immensely vain, and took great pleasure in his own physical appearance. Suddenly, his expression soured. He looked at me with irritation and demanded to know why I had written about a baseball glove. I responded coldly, asking what difference it made. He argued angrily that he had explicitly instructed me to describe a room or a house. I countered that the assignment merely required a descriptive piece, and that a baseball glove was perfectly suited to the task. This explanation only infuriated him further. He accused me of always doing things incorrectly, and remarked, with considerable malice, that it was no wonder I was being dismissed from the academy. He claimed I was incapable of following simple instructions. Stung by his harsh words, I walked over, snatched the pages from his hand, and tore them into pieces, discarding them in the wastebasket. Stradlater was startled by this sudden action, and demanded to know why I had destroyed the work. I refused to answer him, opting instead to lie down on my bed in silence. The tension in the room was palpable. Stradlater finished undressing, and I lit a cigarette. Although smoking in the dormitory rooms was strictly forbidden, I did so partly to soothe my nerves, and partly to irritate Stradlater, who was highly conventional and disliked any violation of school regulations. He remained silent regarding Jane, which only heightened my agitation. Finally, unable to contain myself, I pointed out that he had returned quite late, given that her curfew was set for 9:30. I asked if he had caused her to miss her sign-in deadline. Sitting on the edge of his bed and attending to his grooming, he casually replied that they had been only a few minutes late. He dismissed my concern, questioning who would strictly observe an early curfew on a Saturday night. My resentment toward him grew more intense by the moment. I asked if they had traveled to New York, to which he replied that such a trip was impossible given the time constraints. When he complained about my smoking and suggested I take it to the restroom, I ignored him completely, continuing to smoke while watching him. I then asked if he had conveyed my regards to Jane. He claimed that he had, though I was entirely certain he was lying. When I pressed him for her reaction, and asked if he had inquired whether she still kept her chess kings in the back row, he scoffed, asking if I truly believed they had spent their evening playing board games. His evasive and suggestive tone made my voice tremble with apprehension. I asked where they had gone, if they had not left the campus area. Stradlater rose from his bed, now dressed only in his undergarments, and began to behave in a playfully aggressive manner. He approached my bed, leaning over me and delivering light mock punches to my shoulder. I demanded that he stop and repeat where they had spent the evening. He replied that they had simply remained in the car, delivering another playful tap to my shoulder. When I asked whose vehicle they had used, he revealed it belonged to Ed Banky, the varsity basketball coach. Stradlater was one of the coach's favored athletes, and Banky frequently permitted him to borrow his personal automobile. It was a violation of school policy for students to use faculty vehicles, but the athletic elite at Pensy always enjoyed special privileges. Stradlater continued his shadowboxing, now with his toothbrush in his mouth. In a voice shaking with anger and dread, I asked him point-blank if he had taken advantage of Jane in the vehicle. He reacted with mock offense, suggesting my mouth should be washed with soap, and refused to give a straight answer, calling it a professional secret. At that moment, my self-control vanished. I cannot recall the transition precisely, but I rose from my bed and attempted to strike him with all my strength, aiming directly for his face. My intention was to inflict serious harm, but my blow missed its mark, nearly grazing the side of his head. My hand was still weak from my past injury, preventing me from striking with any real force. Almost instantly, Stradlater overpowered me. He pinned me to the floor, sitting on my chest with his full weight and securing my wrists so that I could not strike him again. His face was flushed with anger and confusion, and he repeatedly demanded to know what was wrong with me. I was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by frustration and anger. I demanded that he release me, calling him every insulting name I could summon. I accused him of having no respect for anyone and of being entirely indifferent to Jane's character or feelings. I called him a mindless moron, knowing how deeply he detested the term. He warned me repeatedly to be quiet, threatening to strike me if I did not cease my insults. I refused to comply, continuing to shout that he did not even know Jane's proper name. He offered to let me up on the condition that I remain silent. I gave no promise, but when he finally released his grip, I stood up and immediately renewed my insults, calling him a dishonest and stupid individual. This pushed him beyond his limit. He shook his finger in my face, issuing one final warning. I yelled back, asserting that his refusal to engage in any intelligent discussion was the ultimate proof of his ignorance. Before I could finish my sentence, he delivered a powerful blow to my face. The force of the impact sent me to the floor once more. I do not believe I lost consciousness, but my nose began to bleed profusely, splattering onto the floorboards. Stradlater stood over me, holding his toiletries under his arm, looking visibly shaken and nervous. He complained that I had brought the violence upon myself by refusing to remain quiet. He was clearly worried that he had inflicted a severe injury. I remained on the floor, refusing to rise, and continued to voice my anger. He urged me to go to the restroom and wash the blood from my face. I retorted with a childish insult, suggesting he go perform a service for the elderly janitor's wife, Mrs. Schmidt. I waited until I heard the door close and his footsteps fade down the hallway before I finally stood up. I searched for my red hunting hat, eventually locating it beneath my bed. I placed it on my head, adjusting the brim to the back as I preferred, and looked at my reflection in the mirror. My face was covered in blood, which had smeared across my chin and stained my pajamas and robe. The sight was both unsettling and strangely fascinating. The gore gave me a rugged, battle-worn appearance. In truth, I was far from tough, having participated in only 2 physical altercations in my life, and losing both. I was by nature a pacifist. Realizing that the commotion had likely awakened Ackley, I decided to step through the partition into his room to see if he was awake, seeking any distraction from the anger and loneliness that consumed me. A faint sliver of light filtered through the shower curtains from the adjacent bathroom, casting just enough illumination to discern Robert Ackley's form in bed. I knew with absolute certainty that he was awake, his restless movements betraying his consciousness. Calling out his name, I received a brief, muttered confirmation. Stepping forward into the unfamiliar room, my foot caught on a stray shoe, causing me to stumble and nearly fall headlong. Ackley shifted, propping himself up on one elbow. In the dim light, his face was covered in a thick, white medicinal ointment meant to treat his blemishes, giving him a ghostly, spectral appearance. He immediately demanded to know what I was doing, complaining that he had been attempting to sleep before the loud disturbance next door interrupted him, and eagerly inquired about the physical alteration he had overheard. Fumbling along the wall, my hand slid across the cold plaster as I searched for the light switch. Ackley, irritated by my clumsiness, pointed out its location right beside my hand. When I flicked the switch, the sudden glare flooded the room, causing Ackley to shield his eyes. Looking at me clearly, he gasped in astonishment, asking what had transpired to cause such a state, referring to the blood smeared across my face from my encounter with Stradlater. I downplayed the severity of the incident, describing it as a minor disagreement, before sinking down onto the floor. The room was entirely devoid of chairs, a baffling circumstance that made me wonder what they had done with their furniture. Desperate for any distraction to quiet my racing mind, I asked Ackley if he wished to play canasta, knowing he was an avid enthusiast of the game. Ackley, however, remained focused on my physical condition, insisting that I was still bleeding and needed to tend to my wounds. I brushed his concerns aside, urging him to decide whether he wanted to play or not. Ackley reacted with incredulity, questioning whether I had any conception of the late hour, though I insisted it was barely past 11. He scoffed at this, pointing out that he was obligated to rise early the following morning to attend Mass. He complained bitterly about the disruption, reiterating his demand to know the origins of the conflict. Unwilling to share my personal life with someone I considered intellectually dull, I declined to explain. In my estimation, Stradlater, despite his superficiality, possessed a cleverness that far exceeded Ackley's limited understanding. Instead, I inquired if I might occupy the vacant bed belonging to his roommate, Ely, who was away for the weekend. Ackley's response was characteristically evasive and unhelpful. He claimed he could not predict when Ely would return, an assertion that annoyed me greatly, as Ely routinely remained away until Sunday evening. When Ackley protested that he could not simply permit a guest to use his roommate's bed without permission, his rigid adherence to minor rules struck me as absurd. I reached up and patted his shoulder with mock affection, calling him a true gentleman, though my praise was entirely insincere. When he confirmed he had no cigarettes and pressed me yet again about the conflict, I chose to ignore the question. Instead, I stood up and walked to the window, gazing out into the dark, quiet night. A profound sense of isolation washed over me, so intense that I felt a fleeting desire to cease existing. Ackley, persistent to a fault, asked about the fight for what seemed like the 50th time. In a moment of mischievous frustration, I claimed the dispute had been in defense of his own honor, alleging that Stradlater had insulted his personality. This revelation briefly excited Ackley, but I quickly admitted I was merely jesting. I lay down on Eli's bed, feeling utterly miserable and profoundly lonely. The room possessed an unpleasant odour, which I attributed to Ackley's unwashed socks. When I pointed this out, he responded with a dry, defensive retort, demanding that I extinguish the light. I delayed doing so, remaining on Eli's bed as my thoughts drifted back to Jane Gallagher. The mere mental image of Jane, parked in a secluded spot with Stradlater in their benefactor's car, filled me with an unbearable, agonizing anxiety. The difficulty lay in my intimate knowledge of Stradlater's character. While most boys at our school merely boasted of romantic conquests, Stradlater was genuinely experienced and manipulative. I was personally aware of several young women whom he had treated with a calculated, superficial charm to achieve his desires. I complied, turning off the light and returning to the darkness of Ely's bed. Ackley continued to fret about Ely's potential return, prompting me to assure him, with heavy sarcasm, that I would not abuse his hospitality. Within minutes, Ackley was snoring heavily, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I struggled in vain to banish the vivid mental images of Stradlater's deceptive courtship techniques. I recalled a double date we had shared, during which Stradlater, seated in the back of the vehicle, employed a quiet, seemingly sincere tone that masked his predatory intent. His companion's soft pleas to stop were met only with his practiced, solemn persuasion, culminating in a tense silence that made me feel physically ill. As I lay there, I heard Stradlater return to our shared quarters next door. The familiar sounds of him organizing his toiletries and opening the window filtered through the wall, followed by the click of his light switch. He did not bother to search for me. The quietness of the street outside only heightened my sense of desolation. Desperate for human connection, I attempted to wake Ackley, whispering his name so as not to alert Stradlater. After several attempts, Ackley awoke, highly irritated by the interruption. I asked him about the process of entering a monastery, wondering if adherence to the Catholic faith was a strict requirement. Ackley confirmed that it was, expressing anger that I had disturbed his sleep for such an unusual inquiry. I told him to return to sleep, remarking pessimistically that my luck would undoubtedly lead me to an institution filled with unpleasant companions. This comment offended Ackley's religious sensibilities, and he warned me against making disparaging remarks about his faith. Recognizing the futility of remaining in such an unproductive environment, I rose from Ely's bed. Before departing, I seized Ackley's hand in an exaggerated, insincere handshake, thanking him profusely for his supposed kindness. He pulled his hand away, muttering a threat, but I paid him no mind as I stepped out into the silent corridor. The hallway was utterly deserted, reflecting the quiet melancholy of a weekend night. I walked past the closed doors, idly kicking the discarded toothpaste carton with my slipper. Suddenly, a new resolution overtook me. I decided to depart from Pensy Prep immediately, rather than waiting for the official Wednesday dismissal. The environment had become entirely intolerable, compounding my loneliness. My plan was to secure a modest hotel room in New York City, where I could rest undisturbed until midweek. By then, my parents would have received and digested the official notification of my expulsion, sparing me from the initial wave of my mother's predictable distress. My nerves were thoroughly frayed, and I desperately required a period of solitude. Returning to my room, I illuminated the space and began packing my belongings. Stradlater remained asleep, undisturbed by my movements. I dressed, lit a cigarette, and efficiently packed my 2 suitcases. During this process, I encountered a pair of brand-new ice skates my mother had recently sent. The sight of them filled me with a profound sadness, as I imagined her purchasing them with care, unaware that I was once again facing academic failure. This reaction was typical for me. Acts of generosity often evoked a deep, inexplicable melancholy. Needing additional funds, I visited the room of a wealthy classmate, Frederick Woodruff, to whom I had previously lent my typewriter. I offered to sell it to him, and though he was resentful of being awakened, he eventually purchased the expensive machine for a fraction of its value, offering a mere $20 for an item that had cost $90. With my preparations complete, I stood at the threshold of the dormitory stairs, looking back down the long, empty hallway. Tears began to fall, though I could not fully articulate the source of my grief. I adjusted my red hunting hat, turning the peak to the back in my preferred fashion. In a final, desperate burst of defiance, I shouted a loud, mocking farewell to my sleeping peers before descending the stairs, nearly slipping on discarded peanut shells as I made my final exit into the night. It was far too late to secure a taxicab, leaving me with no choice but to walk the entire distance to the station. Though the journey was not exceptionally long, the biting winter cold made the trek arduous. The freshly fallen snow impeded my progress, and my heavy Gladstone bags repeatedly struck my legs with painful force. Despite these discomforts, there was a certain solace in the crisp night air. My only real grievance was the sharp ache in my nose and the tender area beneath my upper lip where Stradlater had struck me earlier, driving my lip hard against my teeth. Fortunately, my ears remained warm, shielded by the practical ear flaps of my newly acquired red hunting hat. At that hour, with the streets entirely deserted, I cared very little about how foolish I might look. Upon reaching the station, my luck took a turn for the better. I had to wait a mere 10 minutes for the train. While waiting on the platform, I scooped up some clean snow to wash the lingering traces of blood from my face, though my skin still felt raw and tender from the altercation. Under normal circumstances, I found a peculiar comfort in train rides, particularly late at night. There was something soothing about the warm, artificial glow of the carriage interior, contrasting with the deep, impenetrable blackness outside. I usually enjoyed the quiet routine of the journey, the porter walking down the aisle offering coffee, sandwiches, and a selection of magazines. On such nights, I would typically purchase a ham sandwich and several periodicals. Cocooned in the warmth of the carriage, I could even tolerate those predictable, formulaic stories that usually repulsed me, tales populated by handsome, hollow men and elegant, superficial women who seemed to exist solely to light the men's pipes. Tonight, however, a heavy apathy hung over me. I lacked the energy for even the simplest distractions. I merely sat in my seat, removed my hunting hat, and slipped it quietly into my overcoat pocket, content to stare blankly into the dark. My solitude was interrupted at Trenton, where a middle-aged woman boarded the train and chose the seat directly adjacent to mine. The carriage was nearly empty, yet she bypassed the vacant rows, likely drawn to the spacious front seat where I sat, because of her large suitcase, which she placed directly in the center of the aisle. She wore a corsage of orchids, suggesting she had just departed from a formal social gathering. I estimated her age to be around 40 or 45, and she possessed a striking, refined beauty. Women have always exerted a powerful, bewildering influence over me. I do not mean to imply that I am driven by base impulses, but rather that I find their presence deeply captivating. Even their minor, inconsiderate habits, like leaving their luggage in the middle of a walkway, seemed somehow charming. As we sat in silence, she suddenly turned to me and inquired, "Excuse me, but is that a Pensy Prep sticker?" She was gesturing toward my luggage on the overhead rack. I admitted that it was, realizing she had spotted the school emblem. When she asked if I attended the school, noting her pleasant, melodic voice, I confirmed that I did. She then excitedly asked if I knew her son, Ernest Morrow, who was also a student there. I replied that he was indeed in my class, though in truth Ernest was easily one of the most obnoxious and cruel individuals to ever walk the halls of Pensy Prep. His primary amusement consisted of roaming the dormitory corridors after his shower, viciously snapping a damp towel at his classmates. Yet, looking at his mother, who appeared sweet and earnest, I could not bring myself to shatter her illusions. When she asked for my name, I told her I was Rudolf Schmidt, inventing the falsehood without hesitation. Rudolf Schmidt was actually the name of our dormitory's janitor. When she asked if I liked Pensy, I replied that it was tolerable, not heaven on earth, but as respectable as most preparatory schools, and that several of our instructors were quite dedicated. She remarked with a proud smile that Ernest absolutely adored the school. I assured her that he adapted remarkably well to his surroundings, possessing a rare talent for fitting in and making the best of things. She looked highly interested, and as she removed her gloves, I noticed her fingers were adorned with several expensive rings. She mentioned having broken a nail while exiting her cab, offering a warm and incredibly genuine smile. It was a rare, beautiful expression. So many people possess smiles that feel forced or empty, but hers was truly lovely. She then confessed that she and her husband occasionally worried about Ernest, fearing he struggled to socialize effectively with his peers, and took life much more seriously than a young man of his age should. The description of Ernest as sensitive struck me as absurd, for he possessed all the sensitivity of a stone wall. Yet, looking closely at Mrs. Morrow, I realized she was no fool. She may well have suspected her son's difficult nature, but mothers have a natural, almost desperate tendency to see the best in their children. Despite her blindness to Ernest's faults, I found myself genuinely liking her. She possessed an undeniable grace. I offered her a cigarette, and though she noted we were not in a smoking compartment, I assured her we could enjoy them until someone objected. She accepted, and I struck a match for her. She looked incredibly elegant as she smoked, inhaling with a quiet sophistication, quite unlike the hurried, aggressive manner of many women her age. Suddenly, she observed me with a look of concern, noting that my nose appeared to be bleeding. I touched my face and nodded, retrieving my handkerchief. I claimed I had been struck by an icy snowball, wanting to avoid a lengthy and embarrassing explanation about the fight. I was beginning to regret using a false name, as I genuinely enjoyed her company. To keep her spirits high, I told her that Ernest was actually one of the most popular boys at Pensy. I explained that it had taken some time for the student body to fully appreciate him because of his unique, highly original personality, which required patience to truly understand. Mrs. Morrow remained silent, utterly captivated by my words. Encouraged by her rapt attention, I decided to take my fabrications even further. I asked if he had mentioned the recent class elections, and when she shook her head, I spun an elaborate fiction. I claimed that a significant group of us desperately wanted Ernie to run for class president, as he was our unanimous choice and the only student with the leadership qualities necessary for the role. However, another boy named Harry Fencer was ultimately elected, solely because Ernie flatly refused to let us nominate him due to his deep humility. I told her he was remarkably shy, and that his only real flaw was that he was far too humble to accept recognition. Fortunately, the conductor arrived to collect her ticket, sparing me from having to invent further falsehoods. I felt a strange satisfaction, however, in having spun such a tale. A bully like Ernest Morrow does not simply outgrow his malice. He will likely remain an unpleasant person for the rest of his life. Yet, because of my elaborate lies, his mother would now carry the comforting belief that her son was a modest, highly respected leader who simply chose to avoid the spotlight. Feeling a sudden desire for companionship, I asked if she would care to join me for a cocktail in the club car, claiming I could easily secure drinks due to my height and my premature grey hair. She declined gently, noting that the club car was likely closed because of the late hour. Her expression then shifted to one of quiet anxiety, as she asked if I was travelling home early due to an illness in my family. I reassured her that everyone at home was in perfect health. But then, in a moment of reckless fabrication, I told her that I had to undergo an operation for a small, harmless brain tumor. She gasped in genuine distress, and I immediately regretted the lie, though I tried to comfort her by insisting the procedure was minor and would take only a few minutes. To prevent myself from spinning any more outrageous falsehoods, I pulled a train timetable from my pocket and began studying it intently. Once I begin fabricating stories, I find it incredibly difficult to stop. I can go on for hours when the urge takes me. We spoke very little after that. She turned her attention to a fashion magazine she had brought along, while I spent the remainder of the journey gazing out into the dark landscape. When the train reached Newark, she prepared to depart. She warmly wished me the best of luck with my upcoming surgery, still addressing me as Rudolph. Before leaving, she graciously invited me to visit Ernest during the summer at their coastal home in Gloucester, Massachusetts, mentioning their private beach and tennis court. I thanked her politely, but declined, claiming that I was scheduled to travel to South America with my grandmother. It was a highly amusing lie, given that my grandmother rarely left her house except for an occasional afternoon theatre performance. In truth, I would not have visited the insufferable Ernest Morrow under any circumstances, but I was glad to have brought some comfort to his mother. Upon disembarking at Pennsylvania Station, my immediate impulse was to seek out a public telephone booth. I felt an overwhelming, almost desperate urge to speak with someone, to establish some form of human connection in the midst of the bustling, indifferent terminal. I deposited my heavy suitcases just outside the folding glass doors of the booth so that I might keep a watchful eye on them. But once I was enclosed within the cramped, musty space, a sudden paralysis overtook me. I found myself utterly unable to decide whom to call. My older brother, D.B., was far away in Hollywood, pursuing a career in screenwriting, a profession I felt was a tragic waste of his genuine literary talent. My younger sister, Phoebe, whom I loved dearly, and who understood me better than anyone else, would surely be asleep by now, as she typically retired around 9 o'clock. While I knew she would not have minded the disruption of a late-night call, the practical difficulty lay in the high probability that one of my parents would answer the telephone instead, an outcome I desperately wished to avoid. Next, I considered calling the mother of Jane Gallagher to inquire about the start of Jane's winter vacation, but the late hour made me hesitate, and I found myself lacking the necessary emotional energy to navigate the conversation. My thoughts then drifted to Sally Hayes, a girl with whom I had spent a considerable amount of time. I knew her Christmas holiday had already commenced, as she had recently sent me a long, somewhat superficial letter filled with dramatic underlinings, inviting me to assist her in decorating her family's Christmas tree. However, the fear of her mother answering the phone deterred me. Mrs. Hayes was well acquainted with my own mother, and I could easily envision her rushing to the telephone to report my unexpected presence in New York. Furthermore, I had little desire to converse with Mrs. Hayes, who had once remarked to Sally that I was wild and lacked any clear direction in life. I briefly contemplated contacting Carl Luce, an acquaintance from my days at the Wharton School, though my personal disregard for his intellectual arrogance quickly extinguished that idea. Ultimately, after spending nearly 20 minutes in the quiet, suffocating isolation of the booth, I emerged without having dialed a single number. I retrieved my luggage, navigated the terminal to the taxi stand, and secured a cab. In a state of characteristic absent-mindedness, I automatically provided the taxi driver with my family's home address, completely forgetting my plan to lodge at a hotel for a few days to avoid my parents until school officially recessed. It was not until we were traversing the dark, chilly expanse of Central Park that the realization of my mistake struck me. I asked the driver if he would mind turning the vehicle around, explaining that I had mistakenly given him the wrong destination.
What Holden describes as insincerity is actually an outward expression of his fundamental distrust of the adult world. He quickly notices the difference between what people say and what they do. The difference between the school administrator's attention to wealthy families and his approach to more ordinary people is not just rudeness for Holden. In his eyes, it is proof that the adult world is morally unreliable. However, it is also necessary to see Holden's own contradiction here. While Holden mercilessly criticizes the artificiality of others, he himself constantly hides his true feelings. When he says, "I'm fine," he is not fine. When he says, "I'm not too worried about my future," he actually doesn't know what to do with his future. He appreciates Spencer's desire to help, but he cannot bear to stay in the same room for a few more minutes. This is where Holden's true loneliness emerges. While complaining about people being fake, he himself does not allow himself to establish genuine intimacy. Therefore, Holden's problem is not only the insincerity of the people around him. His deeper problem is that he can't find an adult world he can trust. Spencer genuinely wants to help him. Holden sees this, but the distance between the two generations is so great that even good intentions aren't enough to facilitate communication. In this scene, Holden's departure from the room is not merely a physical movement. It is a withdrawal from the world of adults. And Salinger reveals a very subtle psychological detail here. Holden suddenly feels pity for Spencer, because what he sees in his old teacher is perhaps a vision of the future Holden fears. Growing old, becoming weak, losing his connection with the world, and ultimately needing the pity of others. That's why Holden both feels sorry for Spencer and distances himself from him, because Spencer is not just an old teacher. In Holden's eyes, Spencer is one of the future faces of the adulthood he is trying to escape. Therefore, the strongest subtext of this scene is this. Holden doesn't distance himself from adults because he hates them. He distances himself because he is afraid of losing himself in their world. And perhaps beneath all his rebellion lies a single fear. Will I become one of them when I grow up?
And wished to head back downtown. The driver, a rather cynical and abrasive man, informed me that the road was a one-way thoroughfare and that he would have to proceed all the way to 90th Street before he could alter our course. Unwilling to engage in an unnecessary argument, I acquiesced and settled back into the seat. During the ensuing silence, a persistent question that had been lingering in my mind for some time suddenly surfaced. I leaned forward and asked him if he knew what became of the ducks in the Central Park Lagoon when the water froze over during the winter months. I wondered if someone came to transport them to a warmer climate, or if they managed to survive on their own in the frozen environment. The driver turned to look at me with profound skepticism, as though doubting my sanity, and asked if I was attempting to make a fool of him. I assured him that my inquiry was genuine, born of simple curiosity, but he offered no further response, and we rode in silence until we exited the park at 90th Street. When he asked for my destination, I explained that I wished to avoid any hotels on the east side where I might encounter familiar faces, as I preferred to remain anonymous. I asked if he knew which musical acts were currently performing at the Taft or the New Yorker hotels, but he claimed ignorance. I finally instructed him to take me to the Edmond Hotel, offering to buy him a drink along the way, an invitation he curtly declined, exhibiting little interest in my companionship. Upon arriving at the Edmond, I checked in. During the cab ride, I had donned my red hunting cap for my own amusement, but I removed it before entering the lobby to avoid appearing eccentric to the hotel staff. This precaution proved highly ironic, as the hotel itself was populated by an assortment of unusual and peculiar characters. The room assigned to me was dismal and neglected, offering no view other than the windows of the opposite wing of the building. My spirits were already so low that the lack of a pleasant vista mattered very little to me. The bellboy who escorted me to my room was an elderly man of approximately 65 years, whose appearance only deepened my melancholy. He possessed a bald head, across which he had meticulously combed a few sparse strands of hair in a futile attempt at concealment. It struck me as deeply tragic that a man of his advanced years was still subjected to the menial labor of carrying heavy luggage and waiting expectantly for meagre tips. Though he may not have possessed great intellectual ambition, the sheer indignity of his circumstances felt profoundly disheartening, and I found myself saddened by the reality of his daily existence. Left alone in my room, I stood by the window with my overcoat still on, gazing out at the opposite side of the hotel. The lack of drawn shades allowed me to witness several bizarre scenes. In one room, a distinguished-looking, grey-haired man dressed himself entirely in women's apparel, silken stockings, high heels, and a tight evening gown, before pacing the floor and admiring his reflection in the mirror. In a room just above his, a man and a woman were playfully squirting beverages at one another from their mouths, dissolving into fits of laughter, as though it were the most entertaining game imaginable. While these spectacles were somewhat unsettling, they also possessed a strange hypnotic fascination. They prompted me to reflect on my own complicated relationship with sexuality and intimacy. I often found myself preoccupied with romantic and physical desires, yet the actual mechanics of these encounters left me deeply confused. I struggled with the conflict between physical impulse and emotional respect. It seemed to me that if one truly cared for someone, one should treat them with gentleness and dignity, rather than engaging in degrading or superficial behavior. Yet I frequently found myself breaking my own moral resolutions, engaging in empty physical encounters with individuals I did not truly respect, such as a girl named Anne Louise Sherman, simply out of a desperate need for connection. This hypocrisy within myself was a constant source of frustration and bewilderment, and I felt increasingly alienated by the complexity of adult relationships. As I stood there, the desire for companionship grew more acute. I briefly considered calling Jane Gallagher at her college dormitories, formulating an elaborate plan to impersonate her uncle and claim a family emergency to bypass the late-night telephone restrictions. However, I ultimately abandoned the scheme, realizing I lacked the necessary confidence to execute it successfully. Instead, I retrieved my wallet and searched for a slip of paper containing the contact information of a woman named Faith Cavendish. A Princeton student I had met at a party during the summer had given it to me, implying that she was open to late-night engagements. I dialed her number at the Stanford Arms Hotel, consciously deepening my voice to project an aura of maturity and sophistication. When she finally answered, her tone was understandably hostile given the late hour. I adopted a highly polite and suave demeanor, apologizing for the intrusion and introducing myself as a friend of Eddie Birdsell. Upon hearing the mention of Princeton, her demeanor shifted from hostility to curiosity. I seized the opportunity to invite her for a drink, but she demurred, citing the late hour and her need for rest, as well as a sick roommate who required quiet. She suggested we meet the following afternoon instead. In my impatience and desperation for immediate contact, I foolishly insisted that tonight was my only available opportunity. Sensing my rigidity, she politely declined, wishing me a pleasant stay in New York. I hung up the telephone, instantly regretting my lack of flexibility and my failure to secure an engagement for the following day. I was left once again with my own solitude in the quiet, depressing room, staring out into the dark city. The night was still relatively young, though the exact hour escaped me. One of my greatest aversions is being forced to retire to bed when sleep is the furthest thing from my mind. Seeking a distraction, I unzipped my luggage, retrieved a fresh, clean shirt, and retreated to the bathroom to wash up and change. My plan was simple. I would descend to the hotel lobby and investigate the activity in the Lavender Room, the nightclub situated within the hotel. While buttoning my collar, I felt an overwhelming urge to call my younger sister, Phoebe. I desperately craved a conversation with someone possessing genuine intelligence and sensibility. However, the risk was far too great. She was merely a child, and at this late hour she would undoubtedly be fast asleep, far from the telephone. I briefly entertained the notion of calling anyway and simply hanging up if my parents answered, but I knew that plan was flawed. My mother has an almost supernatural intuition. She always recognizes my voice instantly. It was a pity, for I would have given anything to spend an hour sharing stories with dear old Phoebe. Phoebe is the sort of child who commands admiration. It is rare to encounter a young person so remarkably beautiful and intellectually gifted. She has excelled academically, earning top marks consistently since her very first day of school. In truth, I am the sole intellectual disappointment in our family. My brother, D.B., is a highly accomplished writer, and my late brother, Ali, the one whose tragic passing I mentioned earlier, was an absolute prodigy. I am the only one who lacks that spark. Yet Phoebe is a wonder to behold. She possesses short, vibrant red hair, reminiscent of Ali's, which she tucks neatly behind her ears during the warm summer months. She has the most delicate, lovely ears. In the winter, she allows her hair to grow long, sometimes wearing it in neat braids fashioned by my mother, and other times letting it fall naturally. At 10 years old, she is remarkably slender, not in an unhealthy way, but with a light, agile grace that I can only describe as roller skate skinny. I once watched her from a window as she crossed Fifth Avenue on her way to the park, and that image of effortless, youthful agility has stayed with me ever since. To converse with Phoebe is a rare pleasure. She understands precisely what you mean, without any need for tedious explanation. You can take her anywhere. If you accompany her to a mediocre film, she recognizes its flaws immediately. If the film is of high quality, she appreciates it fully. My brother D.B. and I once took her to see a French film, The Baker's Wife, starring the great actor Raimou, and she was absolutely enchanted by it. Her absolute favorite, however, remains Alfred Hitchcock's The 39 Steps, featuring Robert Donat. She has memorized the entire production, having accompanied me to view it at least 10 times. During the scenes where Robert Donat's character seeks refuge at a rustic Scottish farmhouse while evading the authorities, Phoebe will eagerly recite the dialogue aloud in the darkened theatre. Right when the Scottish farmer speaks, she chimes in with perfect timing. "Can you eat the herring?" She knows every line of dialogue by heart. Later in the film, when the professor, who is secretly a foreign operative, raises his hand to reveal a partially missing middle joint on his pinky finger, Phoebe invariably anticipates the gesture. She will hold her own small finger up in front of my face in the darkness of the theatre, smiling triumphantly. She is an extraordinary child, though perhaps a bit too affectionate and deeply emotional for her age. She also possesses a creative spirit, constantly embarking on the writing of adventure novels. Unfortunately, she rarely brings them to completion. They invariably chronicle the exploits of a young orphan girl detective named Hazel Weatherfield, though Phoebe consistently spells the name Hazel. Interestingly, despite being an orphan, Hazel's father frequently makes unexpected appearances in the narrative, always described by Phoebe as a tall, attractive gentleman of approximately 20 years of age. That detail never fails to amuse me. Even in her earliest childhood, Phoebe was exceptionally bright. I recall when she was very small, Allie and I would take her to the park on Sunday afternoons. Allie had a toy sailboat that he loved to navigate on the pond, and Phoebe would join us, wearing pristine white gloves and walking primly between the two of us like a young lady. As Allie and I engaged in deep discussions about life and the world, Phoebe would listen with rapt attention. Because she was so small, we would occasionally forget she was there, but she would quickly remind us of her presence by tugging at our sleeve and demanding to know who had spoken. Once we clarified the details, she would nod solemnly and return to her quiet observation. She brought immense joy to Allie, just as she does to everyone who possesses the sensitivity to appreciate her. The desire to speak with her was strong, but the fear of my parents discovering my premature departure from Pensy Prep kept me from reaching for the telephone. After finishing my preparations, I took the elevator down to the lobby to see what entertainment the hotel might offer. The lobby was largely deserted, save for a few disreputable-looking men and flashily dressed women who seemed to be loitering near the entrance. However, the faint, brassy strains of a live band drifted from the lavender room, prompting me to enter. The venue was sparsely populated, yet the host saw fit to seat me at an undesirable table located far in the back. I realized too late that I should have offered a gratuity to the head waiter. In a city like New York, financial influence is paramount. The musical ensemble, led by a gentleman named Buddy Singer, was quite dreadful. Their style was excessively brassy and lacked any real sophistication. Furthermore, the clientele consisted entirely of older, ostentatious couples, with no one near my own age in sight. The only exception was the table immediately adjacent to mine, where 3 women in their late 20s or early 30s were seated. They were rather plain in appearance, and wore elaborate old-fashioned hats that clearly marked them as tourists rather than residents of the city. However, the blonde among them possessed a certain charm, and I began to glance in her direction, hoping to catch her eye. Before I could establish any meaningful connection, the waiter arrived to take my order. I requested a scotch and soda, speaking rapidly in an attempt to project an air of confidence and maturity, knowing that any hesitation would betray my underage status. My efforts were in vain. The waiter politely but firmly requested identification, such as a driver's license, to verify my age. I attempted to deflect his suspicion with a cold, offended stare, asking if I truly appeared to be under 21. He remained unmoved, citing hotel policy. Recognizing the futility of the argument, I relented and ordered a Coca-Cola. As he turned to leave, I quietly asked if he might discreetly add a splash of rum to the beverage, explaining that navigating such a dull establishment required some form of stimulation. He refused, with a polite apology, and departed. I harbored no ill will toward him. After all, establishments face severe penalties for serving minors, and I was, in the eyes of the law, still a minor. With my options limited, I redirected my attention to the blonde woman at the neighboring table. Her 2 companions were entirely unappealing, but she had a pleasant quality. I offered a sophisticated, casual glance in their direction, but my efforts were met with collective giggling. They undoubtedly perceived me as far too young to be showing interest in them, an assumption that irritated me immensely. I should have ignored them entirely, but I felt a sudden strong desire to dance. I have always enjoyed dancing, and this seemed like the perfect opportunity. Leaning toward their table, I inquired politely if any of them would care to join me on the dance floor. My approach was entirely gentlemanly, yet they found the invitation highly amusing and began to giggle once more. Desperate to dance, I persisted, offering to dance with each of them in turn. Finally, the blonde woman, recognizing my sincere interest, stood up and accompanied me to the floor, leaving her two companions in a state of near hysterics. My persistence was amply rewarded. The blonde, whose name I later learned was Bernice, was an extraordinary dancer. It is fascinating how some individuals, despite a lack of intellectual depth, can possess such sublime physical grace on a dance floor. Often, when dancing with a highly intelligent woman, one finds her attempting to direct the movements, or else she lacks rhythm entirely, making it far more agreeable to remain at the table and drink. "You dance beautifully," I remarked to Bernice. "You possess the talent of a professional. I once danced with a professional performer, and your skill far surpasses hers." She paid no attention to my compliment, her gaze wandering aimlessly around the room. I repeated my question, asking if she had ever heard of the famous dance duo Marco and Miranda. "I don't believe so," she replied indifferently, her mind clearly elsewhere. I attempted to engage her further, explaining my theory of what constitutes a truly great dance partner, the feeling of absolute weightlessness beneath one's hand, as though one is guiding a spirit rather than a physical body. My words went entirely unheeded. Realizing the futility of conversation, I fell silent and simply allowed myself to enjoy the dance. The band was performing just one of those things, a beautiful composition that even their uninspired playing could not entirely ruin. I refrained from any ostentatious displays, preferring a smooth, continuous movement, and Bernice followed my lead effortlessly. For a brief moment, I imagined she was enjoying the experience as much as I was, until she abruptly shattered the illusion with a vapid remark. "My friends and I saw the actor Peter Lorre yesterday evening," she announced. "In person. He was purchasing a newspaper. He is quite charming." "How incredibly fortunate for you," I replied sarcastically, realizing once again how shallow her interests were. Yet her dancing was so magnificent that I felt a sudden, affectionate urge to kiss the crown of her head. When I did so, she reacted with immediate annoyance. "What is the meaning of that?" she demanded. "It was merely a gesture of appreciation," I explained. "You are a truly wonderful dancer. I have a young sister who is only in the 4th grade, and you dance nearly as well as she does, and she is perhaps the finest dancer in existence." "I must ask you to mind your language," she retorted primly, behaving as though she were a member of high society. I inquired where they were from, but she ignored my question, presumably still searching the room for a glimpse of Peter Lorre. When I repeated the question, adding a touch of sarcasm about not wanting her to strain herself, she finally revealed that they were visiting from Seattle, Washington. I remarked on her conversational prowess, but the sarcasm was entirely lost on her. I let the matter drop. As the band transitioned to a faster tempo, I asked if she would care to jitterbug, not in a wild, chaotic fashion, but with a smooth, controlled rhythm. "It makes no difference to me," she replied. "By the way, how old are you?" The question irritated me. "I am 12 years old," I replied dryly. "I am simply quite tall for my age." "I warned you about your language," she said sharply. "If you continue to speak in that manner, I shall return to my friends." I offered a sincere apology, desperate not to lose my partner just as the music quickened. She agreed to continue, and we began to jitterbug. She was spectacular. The slightest touch was enough to guide her, and her movements were incredibly graceful. By the time the song ended and we prepared to sit down, I found myself half in love with her. That is the peculiar effect women can have when they exhibit some form of beauty or grace, regardless of their intellect or character. One cannot help but feel a profound attraction, leaving one entirely disarmed. Although they did not formally invite me to join them, I sat down at their table anyway. I learned that the other two women were named Marty and Laverne, and I introduced myself under the pseudonym Jim Steele. I attempted to initiate an intelligent conversation, but it was an arduous task. They were remarkably dull, and their attention was constantly divided as they scanned the room, evidently expecting a parade of famous cinema stars to appear. They seemed to labor under the impression that celebrities frequented the Lavender Room, rather than the more exclusive establishments like the Stork Club or El Morocco. After much effort, I managed to learn that all three of them were employed in the same insurance office in Seattle. When I inquired if they enjoyed their work, I received only vague, uninspired responses. At one point, I mistakenly assumed Marty and Laverne were sisters, a suggestion that seemed to offend them deeply, as neither wished to be compared to the other, a sentiment that was quite amusing given their mutual lack of distinction. I danced with each of them in turn. Laverne possessed a passable sense of rhythm, but dancing with Marty was an exhausting endeavor, akin to navigating a heavy stone monument around the floor. To amuse myself during our struggle, I decided to play a small prank, claiming that I had just spotted the actor Gary Cooper on the opposite side of the room. "Where?" she asked, suddenly filled with intense excitement. "Where is he?" "You just missed him," I lied. "He has just departed. Why did you not look when I first mentioned it?" She practically ceased dancing altogether, straining her neck to peer over the heads of the crowd. "Oh, how disappointing!" she exclaimed, her disappointment so genuine that I immediately regretted the deception. It is a cruel thing to tease someone who is so earnest and easily misled, even if their behavior is somewhat foolish. The situation became even more absurd when we returned to the table. Marty eagerly informed her companions that Gary Cooper had just been in the room. Bernice and Laverne were utterly devastated to have missed him, questioning Marty intensely about the encounter. Marty claimed she had caught a brief glimpse of him, a fabrication that I found both amusing and deeply pathetic. As the bar prepared to close for the night, I quickly ordered 2 rounds of drinks for the women and 2 more Coca-Colas for myself, cluttering the table with glassware. Laverne teased me gently for my lack of alcohol consumption, displaying what she clearly believed was a sharp wit. She and Marty were drinking Tom Collins's, an unusual choice for the middle of December, which only highlighted their lack of sophistication. Bernice was consuming bourbon and water at a rapid pace. Throughout the evening, they remained largely silent, their attention fixed on the room in their perpetual quest for celebrities. Marty spoke the most, though her conversation was filled with trite expressions, such as referring to the restroom as the little girl's room, and describing the clarinet as a licorice stick. She was also immensely impressed by the band's mediocre clarinet player during his solo. Laverne attempted to be humorous by repeatedly suggesting that I call my father to ask if he was available for a date, a joke she repeated 4 times without receiving much appreciation. Bernice remained almost entirely silent, offering only a repetitive "what" to any question I posed, which quickly became quite grating. Suddenly, upon finishing their drinks, the 3 women stood up and announced that they must retire for the evening. They explained that they intended to rise early to attend the first morning screening at the Radio City Music Hall. I attempted to persuade them to stay a while longer, but they were resolute. We exchanged polite farewells, and I offered a polite but empty promise to visit them should I ever find myself in Seattle. The bill, including cigarettes, amounted to approximately $13. While I would not have permitted them to pay, I felt they might have at least offered to contribute to the cost of the drinks they had consumed prior to my arrival. However, their lack of social grace was easily forgiven. They seemed so simple and wore such tragically earnest, unfashionable hats. The thought of their plans for the following morning filled me with a profound sense of melancholy. It felt deeply depressing that these women had traveled all the way from Seattle to New York, only to spend their limited time rushing to an early morning movie screening. Had they not mentioned that detail, I would have gladly purchased 100 drinks for them. Shortly after their departure, I left the Lavender Room. The establishment was closing, and the music had long since ceased. It is the sort of venue that becomes unbearable without a pleasant companion to dance with, or the ability to consume alcohol. There is little joy to be found in sitting alone in a quiet nightclub, sober and disconnected from the world. On my way out toward the hotel lobby, quite suddenly and without any warning, Jane Gallagher returned to my thoughts. Once she was there, I found it impossible to dismiss her. I sat down in a shabby, unsettlingly stained armchair in the lobby, my mind entirely consumed by her, and the unsettling image of her sitting in Ed Bankey's borrowed car with Stradlater. Although I felt reasonably certain that Stradlater had not taken advantage of her, for I knew Jane remarkably well, the thought of them together continued to trouble me. I knew her thoroughly. We had spent almost every day of a summer together, playing tennis in the mornings and golf in the afternoons. Our connection was not a physical one, but we were constantly in each other's company. It is a mistake to think that intimacy with a girl requires physical relations. Sometimes the quietest associations are the deepest. Our introduction had been somewhat chaotic. Her Doberman Pinscher had a habit of wandering onto our lawn to relieve himself, which irritated my mother immensely. My mother, who is capable of creating a massive fuss over such matters, called Jane's mother to complain. A few days later, I saw Jane sunbathing by the swimming pool at the club and decided to introduce myself. Although she lived next door, we had never actually spoken. Initially, she received me with a cold shoulder, and it took a considerable amount of effort to convince her that I did not care in the least where her dog chose to relieve himself. After that misunderstanding was cleared up, we became fast friends. We played golf that very afternoon, during which she lost 8 balls. I had a difficult time persuading her to keep her eyes open when swinging at the ball, but I managed to improve her game significantly. I am quite a proficient golfer myself, though if I revealed my typical score, it might sound like an exaggeration. I was once even asked to appear in a short film about the sport, but I declined at the last moment. It occurred to me that, given my intense dislike for the film industry, participating would make me a hypocrite. Jane was an unusual girl. While she might not have been considered conventionally beautiful, she completely captivated me. She had a charmingly uneven mouth. When she became excited during a conversation, her lips seemed to move in several directions at once, a trait I found utterly endearing. She rarely closed her mouth entirely, leaving it slightly parted when she was reading or preparing to swing a golf club. She was an avid reader of excellent literature, particularly poetry. In fact, she was the only person outside of my immediate family to whom I ever showed my late brother Ali's baseball glove, which was covered in handwritten poems. Although she had never met Ali, that being her first summer in Maine after years of vacationing in Cape Cod, she listened with genuine interest whenever I spoke of him. My mother was not particularly fond of Jane. She often felt that Jane and her mother were snubbing her when they failed to greet her in town, where they were frequently seen driving a stylish LaSalle convertible. My mother did not even consider Jane attractive, whereas I found her appearance deeply appealing. I simply liked the way she looked. I recall one particular Saturday afternoon when Jane and I came closest to a moment of romantic intimacy. It was raining torrentially outside, and we were sitting on her family's large, screened-in porch, playing checkers. I occasionally teased her about her habit of keeping her kings in the back row, though I rarely did so excessively. Jane was not the sort of person you wanted to tease too much. It is a curious thing. While I generally enjoy light-hearted banter with girls, the ones I care for most are those I feel least inclined to tease. Once a relationship is established on serious terms, it is difficult to introduce that kind of playfulness. As we were playing, her stepfather, a man with a severe drinking problem named Mr. Cudhigh, came out onto the porch and asked Jane if there were any cigarettes in the house. He was a disagreeable man who rarely spoke to anyone unless he required something. Jane completely ignored his question, continuing to stare at the checkerboard. He repeated his inquiry, but she remained silent and refused to look up, Eventually, he went back inside. When he had gone, I asked Jane what was troubling her. She did not answer me at first, pretending to concentrate deeply on her next move. Then, suddenly, a single tear fell onto one of the red squares of the checkerboard. She quickly smudged it into the wood with her finger. The sight of her distress troubled me deeply. I moved over to the glider where she was sitting, crowding close to comfort her. At that, she began to cry in earnest, and I found myself kissing her face, her eyes, her forehead, her cheeks, everywhere except her mouth, which she gently turned away from me. It was the closest we ever came to a romantic embrace. Afterward, she went inside, put on a distinctive red and white sweater that I found incredibly becoming, and we went to the cinema. On the way, I asked her if her stepfather had ever behaved inappropriately toward her. Despite her youth, she had a remarkably mature figure, and I would not have put such behavior past a man of his character. She insisted he had not, and I never did discover the source of her deep unhappiness. With some people, the truth remains entirely out of reach. I would not want anyone to think she was cold or unfeeling, simply because we did not engage in physical intimacy. On the contrary, she was wonderful to hold hands with. Most girls either let their hands go completely limp, or move them constantly, as if anxious about boring you. Jane was different. We would hold hands in the theatre and remain that way until the film ended, without any awkwardness or self-consciousness. With Jane, you never worried about whether your hands were warm or damp. You were simply happy. I also recall another moment in a theatre, when, during a newsreel, I suddenly felt her hand rest gently on the back of my neck. It was an unusual gesture for someone her age. Typically, you only see older women perform such a gesture toward their husbands or children. When a young girl does something so naturally affectionate, it is incredibly moving. These were the thoughts that occupied my mind as I sat in that unpleasant lobby chair. The memory of Jane out with Stradlater in Ed Banky's car was agonizing. Even though I was confident she would not allow him to take liberties with her, the mere thought of it made me feel quite ill. It is not something I care to dwell upon. By then, the lobby had emptied almost entirely. The provocatively dressed women who had been lingering earlier had departed, and a sudden wave of depression made me want to leave the hotel immediately. I was not tired, so I returned to my room, put on my overcoat, and took a brief look out the window. The unusual activities in the opposite building had ceased, and the lights were out. I took the elevator down, hailed a taxi, and directed the driver to Ernie's, a nightclub in Greenwich Village. My brother D.B. used to frequent the place before he went to Hollywood and began writing commercial films instead of serious literature. Ernie, the owner, is a large African-American man who plays the piano beautifully, though he is an immense snob who rarely acknowledges anyone who isn't a celebrity. Despite his arrogance, his talent is undeniable, though his performances can sometimes feel overly theatrical and self-important. The taxi I hailed was old and smelled strongly of someone's recent illness, a common occurrence when travelling late at night in the city. The streets were quiet and desolate, despite it being a Saturday night. Occasionally I saw a couple walking with their arms around each other, or a group of boisterous young men laughing loudly at something that surely was not amusing. There is something incredibly lonely about hearing laughter on a deserted city street late at night. It seems to echo for miles, and only deepens one's sense of isolation. I found myself wishing I could go home and converse with my younger sister, Phoebe. Eventually, I struck up a conversation with the driver, a man named Horowitz, who seemed far more agreeable than my previous driver. I decided to ask him about the docks in Central Park. "Tell me, Horowitz," I said, "do you ever drive past the lagoon in Central Park? Near Central Park South?" "The what?" he asked. "The lagoon. The small lake where the ducks swim." "Yes, I know it. What about it?" I was wondering about the ducks that swim there in the spring. Do you happen to know where they go when the water freezes over in the winter? Does someone transport them in a truck, or do they fly south on their own?" Horowitz turned around in his seat to look at me. He was an impatient man, though not unkind. "How should I know a thing like that?" he replied. "There's no need to be upset," I said, sensing his irritation. "I'm not upset," he muttered. I decided to drop the subject, but after a moment of silence he turned around again. "The fish don't go anywhere," he said. "They remain right there in the lake." "The fish are different," I argued. "I was asking about the ducks." "There is no difference," Horwitz insisted, his voice rising with agitation. "It is far more difficult for the fish in the winter than it is for the ducks. Use your head. What do you think happens to them when the lake freezes solid and people are skating on it?" "That is exactly my point," I said. "They cannot simply ignore the ice." "Nobody is ignoring it," Horwitz shouted, turning so far around that I feared he might collide with a lamppost. "They live right in the ice. It is their nature. They are frozen in place for the entire winter." "But what do they eat if they cannot move?" I asked. "Their bodies absorb nutrients directly from the seaweed and organic matter preserved in the ice," he explained vehemently. "Their pores remain open. That is how nature designed them. Do you understand?" "I see," I replied, deciding it was best to end the discussion before we had an accident. He was far too excitable to argue with. "Would you care to stop and have a drink with me?" I offered. He did not answer immediately, seemingly lost in thought. When I repeated the invitation, he declined. "I don't have time for drinking, young man," he said. "How old are you anyway? You should be home in bed." "I'm not tired," I replied. When we arrived at Ernie's, I paid the fare, and Horowitz brought up the fish one last time. "Listen," he said, "if you were a fish, Mother Nature would look after you, wouldn't she? They don't simply perish when winter arrives." "No, but of course they don't," he interrupted, before driving away at high speed. He was certainly one of the most sensitive men I had ever encountered. Nearly everything I said seemed to offend him. Despite the lateness of the hour, Ernie's was incredibly crowded, mostly with students from various prep schools and colleges. It seemed that every school in the country had commenced its winter vacation earlier than mine. The coat check was overwhelmed, but the crowd was relatively quiet because Ernie was performing. The audience treated his playing as if it were a sacred experience, which I found absurd. No performer is that remarkable. Several couples were waiting for tables, standing on their toes to catch a glimpse of Ernie's face in the large mirror suspended above his piano, illuminated by a bright spotlight. You could not see his hands, only his expressions of intense concentration. I did not recognize the piece he was playing, but his performance felt incredibly self-indulgent. He added unnecessary, showy flourishes to the high notes, the sort of technical display that I find thoroughly unappealing. Yet when he finished, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. They reminded me of the people who laugh at unfunny jokes in movie theaters. I felt that if I were a musician or an actor, and such uncritical people praised my work, I would find it disheartening. I would prefer to play in private, where no one could offer hollow praise. When Ernie finished, he turned to the audience and gave a highly theatrical, mock-humble bow, which struck me as incredibly insincere, given his notorious snobbery. Even so, I felt a pang of pity for him. I wondered if he was still capable of distinguishing between genuine artistry and mere showmanship. The audience's indiscriminate applause would corrupt anyone's talent. The spectacle made me feel depressed once more, and I considered leaving, but the thought of returning to my empty hotel room kept me there. Eventually, the waiter assigned me a tiny, poorly situated table behind a pillar, where my view was completely obstructed. The tables were placed so close together that it was nearly impossible to sit down without asking the neighbouring patrons to move, which they rarely did willingly. I ordered a scotch and soda, my preferred beverage after a frozen daiquiri. The establishment was so dark and indifferent that they would have served alcohol to a child without a second thought. I found myself surrounded by rather tedious people. To my left, a young couple around my age was carefully pacing their drinks to avoid exceeding their budget. I listened to their conversation out of boredom. The young man was recounting a football game he had attended, describing every single play in excruciating detail. He was extraordinarily dull, and it was obvious his companion had no interest in the sport. She was rather plain, and perhaps felt she had no choice but to listen. I often feel a great deal of sympathy for girls who are neglected or forced to endure such tedious company. To my right, the conversation was even more disagreeable. A young man who looked like a typical Ivy League student, wearing a grey flannel suit and a fashionable vest, was accompanied by an exceptionally beautiful girl. Both had clearly consumed a fair amount of alcohol. The young man was making unwelcome physical advances under the table, while simultaneously telling her about a student in his dormitory who had attempted suicide. His companion kept pleading with him to stop, expressing her distress at the subject and his behaviour. It seemed incredibly tasteless to behave in such a manner while discussing a tragedy. Sitting alone in that environment, I began to feel increasingly foolish. With nothing else to do, I smoked and drank, and eventually asked the waiter to invite Ernie to join me for a glass of wine, mentioning that I was DB's brother. I doubt the waiter ever delivered the message. Such requests are usually ignored. Suddenly, a voice called out my name. I looked up to see Lillian Simmons, a girl my brother DB had dated for a short time. She possessed a very striking, voluptuous figure. "Hello," I said, attempting to stand, which was a difficult task in such a cramped space. She was accompanied by a naval officer who stood with an incredibly rigid, humourless posture. "How wonderful to see you!" Lillian exclaimed, her enthusiasm striking me as entirely artificial. "How is your brother?" That, of course, was her primary interest. "He is well. He is currently in Hollywood," I replied, wishing to avoid a lengthy discussion. She clearly found his presence in Hollywood highly impressive.
Underlying all the relationships Holden tries to build with people is a single common need: not to be alone. His question to the taxi driver about the ducks might seem meaningless and childish at first glance. However, this question symbolizes a much larger fear in Holden's mind. Where do the ducks go when winter comes? In other words, Holden's real question is, when the world changes and the order I know disappears, will I have somewhere to go? His insistence on what the ducks do when the lake freezes reflects Holden's unconscious anxiety about his own life. He has left school, become estranged from his family, doesn't feel like he belongs in the adult world, and can no longer return to the safe world of childhood. Therefore, in every conversation Holden has with people, we see that he is actually searching for the same thing: a connection. But the more he tries to get close to people, the more he is disappointed. He seeks out Faith, but he cannot form a real bond with her. He dances with Bernice. There is physical closeness, but not emotional closeness. He observes the people in the nightclub, but he can't find a place for himself among them. And in the end, his mind keeps returning to Phoebe and Jane. This is where the true core of the character emerges. Holden cannot find the intimacy he seeks in the adult world, because in this world, people often relate to each other through self-interest, showmanship, sex, status, or entertainment. Holden, however, seeks something else beneath all this. Genuine intimacy. Phoebe is the answer to this. Holden's lengthy conversations about Phoebe are not merely an expression of brotherly love. In Holden's eyes, Phoebe represents the unspoiled, honest, and natural world. The reason he wants to talk to her is because he believes Phoebe can truly understand him. Jane, however, carries a different meaning. Holden's bond with Jane is more emotional than physical. The most important things he remembers of Jane are not kisses or romantic intimacy. They are ordinary moments spent together. Tennis, golf, movies, holding hands, and quietly being side by side. This detail is very important because for Holden, true intimacy comes before sexuality. That's why the scene where Jane's tears fall onto the chessboard is so powerful in terms of character. Holden can't solve Jane's pain here, but he sees it. He can't save her, but he wants to be there for her. This reveals Holden's fundamental character trait. He criticizes people, but in reality, he understands their pain more than anyone else. This is where Holden's irony begins. He constantly finds people fake, boring, or superficial, but he himself sometimes lies, pretends, tries to appear older than his age, and falls into his own contradictions in his relationships with people. In other words, Holden has begun to imitate some of the behaviors of the adult world he criticizes. Therefore, reading Holden only as a rebellious teenager is incomplete. He is a character who doesn't want to lose his childhood, but also realizes that he cannot remain a child. The episode's strongest subtext emerges right here. Holden isn't actually running away from people. He's searching for a place of his own, a place of intimacy and safety among them. But when he encounters artificiality instead of sincerity in every relationship he finds, he returns to his loneliness. That's why even the laughter he hears on the crowded streets of New York at the end of the night doesn't make him happy. On the contrary, it makes his loneliness in the crowd even more visible. And it's no coincidence that Holden's mind keeps returning to Phoebe, Jane, and childhood memories, because for him, home isn't just a place to return to, but the sight of someone who understands him. This is the fundamental question underlying this episode. In a world where I had to grow up, can I still find a place where I truly am understood?
As many people do, particularly those who have never read his actual literature. "How exciting!" she remarked, before introducing her companion, a commander whose handshake was aggressively firm, as if he feared appearing unmanly. I have always disliked such posturing. "Are you here alone?" Lillian asked, standing in the middle of the narrow aisle and blocking the path of a waiter who was waiting patiently for her to move. She seemed entirely oblivious to the inconvenience she was causing. It was clear that neither the waiter nor her companion was particularly pleased with her behavior, and I shared their sentiment. "Don't you have a companion tonight?" she continued, keeping me standing. "Isn't he handsome?" she remarked to the officer, referring to me. "Holden, you are becoming more handsome by the day." Her companion gently urged her to move, noting that they were obstructing the aisle. "Holden, you must join us," Lillian insisted. "Bring your drink over to our table." "I was actually just about to leave," I lied. "I have an appointment to meet someone." I knew she was only showing interest in me in the hope that I would mention the encounter to DB. "Well, how disappointing," she said. "Give your brother my regards, and tell him I am furious with him." With that she departed. The naval officer and I exchanged polite falsehoods, expressing pleasure at having met one another. It is a curious necessity of social life that one must often express pleasure at meetings that are entirely tedious, simply to remain polite. Having claimed I had an appointment, I had no choice but to leave the establishment. I was unable to stay and listen to Ernie play anything of merit, but I certainly had no desire to sit with Lillian Simmons and her companion. I retrieved my coat, feeling a familiar sense of frustration. It seemed that other people were constantly disrupting my plans and ruining my quiet moments. The journey back to the hotel was a long, solitary walk spanning 41 blocks. I did not undertake this trek because I was particularly fond of walking. Rather, it was born of a sudden, overwhelming reluctance to climb into another taxicab. There are moments when the confinement of vehicles, much like the repetitive ascent and descent of elevators, becomes utterly exhausting. Quite suddenly, a person finds themselves needing to travel on foot, regardless of the distance or the height of the destination. When I was a child, I frequently bypassed the elevator entirely and walked all the way up to our family apartment, a climb of 12 full stories. Outside, the winter air was bitterly cold, though the sidewalks bore almost no trace of the recent snowfall. The freezing temperature prompted me to retrieve my red hunting hat from my pocket. I pulled it over my head and lowered the ear flaps, completely indifferent to how ridiculous I might look to any onlookers. My hands were stiffening in the frost, and I found myself wishing I knew who had taken my gloves back at Pensy Prep. Yet, even if I had known the culprit's identity, it is unlikely I would have taken any decisive action. I have always been plagued by a certain lack of courage, a quiet cowardice that I try to conceal, though it remains a fundamental part of my character. Had I discovered the identity of the person who took my gloves, my imagination easily constructed the futile confrontation that would have followed. I would have marched down to the thief's room and demanded their return. The culprit, adopting an air of injured innocence, would have feigned ignorance. I would then have searched his closet, eventually discovering the gloves hidden inside a pair of winter overshoes. Upon presenting the evidence, the thief would have offered a false, dismissive look, claiming he had never seen them before, and telling me to take them if they were mine. At that point, I would have stood there in silence for several minutes, holding the gloves but feeling a profound inability to deliver the physical blow the situation demanded. Lacking the fortitude for a physical altercation, I would have resorted to sharp, sarcastic remarks designed to provoke him. The thief would then step closer, challenging me to clarify if I was calling him a liar. Instead of asserting myself with a strong, defiant response, I would have merely repeated that my gloves had been found in his footwear. The argument would have spun in circles for hours, ending with my quiet departure without a single blow being struck. Afterward, I would have retreated to the restroom to sneak a cigarette and study my reflection in the mirror, trying to project an image of toughness I did not possess. It is a miserable feeling to recognize this lack of resolve in oneself. Perhaps it is not entirely cowardice. Perhaps it is partially a fundamental indifference to material possessions. I have never cared deeply when I lose things, a trait that used to cause my mother immense frustration when I was younger. Some people will spend days searching for a lost item, but I have never owned anything whose loss would truly devastate me. Still, this indifference is no excuse. One should possess the courage of their convictions. If a situation calls for physical defense, one should be capable of executing it. I simply find myself entirely unsuited for physical violence. It is not the pain of being struck that deters me, though I certainly do not enjoy it. Rather, it is the human face of the opponent that terrifies me. I cannot bear to look at another person's face during a conflict. Perhaps if opponents could be blindfolded, physical confrontation would be more tolerable. It is a peculiar form of apprehension, but it is a genuine weakness nonetheless. As these thoughts of my missing gloves and my own passivity continued to weigh on me, my spirits sank further. I decided to find a place to have a drink to ease my mind. I had only consumed 3 beverages at the jazz club earlier, and I had not even finished the last one. I have always possessed a remarkable tolerance for alcohol. I can drink for hours without showing any outward signs of intoxication, provided I am in the right frame of mind. Once, during my time at the Holden School, a classmate named Raymond Goldfarb and I sneaked a bottle of spirits into the chapel on a Saturday night. While he became visibly inebriated, I remained entirely composed and clear-headed, though I later forced myself to be sick before going to sleep, simply to clear my system. Before reaching my hotel, I approached a rather run-down tavern, but my plans were derailed when two heavily intoxicated men stumbled out the door. One of them, breathing heavily and speaking too closely to my face, demanded directions to the nearest subway station. The unpleasant encounter dampened my desire to enter the establishment, and I decided to return directly to the hotel instead. The hotel lobby was completely deserted when I entered, filled only with the stale, heavy scent of old cigar smoke. Although I was not tired, a profound sense of melancholy settled over me. I felt deeply depressed, to the point of wishing my existence could simply cease. It was in this vulnerable state of mind that I found myself entangled in an unexpected situation. Upon entering the elevator, the operator, a young man named Maurice, looked at me and asked if I was interested in some late-night companionship. "How do you mean?" I asked, initially failing to grasp his implication. He clarified his offer, asking if I wanted a young woman sent up to my room for the night. The directness of the question caught me off guard, and I stammered a rather foolish response, asking if he meant me. It is incredibly disorienting to be confronted with such a proposition so abruptly. Maurice asked for my age, and I lied, claiming to be 22. He then explained the financial terms, $5 for a brief visit, or $15 for the entire night until noon. "All right," I replied. Under normal circumstances, such an arrangement went against my personal principles, but my overwhelming depression had clouded my judgment. When one is feeling exceptionally low, the capacity for rational thought seems to vanish entirely. Maurice pressed for a specific choice, and I opted for the brief visit. After checking my room key, I informed him I was in room 1222. Even as the words left my mouth, I felt a wave of regret for allowing the situation to progress, but it felt too late to halt the momentum of the decision. I asked if the young woman was attractive, expressing a desire to avoid anyone overly worn by the years, and Maurice assured me she would be suitable. He instructed me to pay her directly, before closing the elevator doors in front of me. Returning to my room, I attempted to tidy my appearance. I splashed water on my short crew cut, though such a hairstyle is nearly impossible to style. I checked my breath for any lingering traces of cigarettes and alcohol, and despite finding it acceptable, I brushed my teeth and changed into a fresh shirt. While I knew such preparations were unnecessary for the impending transaction, the routine gave my nervous energy an outlet. I was experiencing a mix of anticipation and intense anxiety. To be entirely candid, I had no prior experience with physical intimacy. Despite several opportunities in the past, something had always intervened to prevent it. Often external circumstances interfered, such as the untimely return of a girl's parents, or the presence of other passengers in a vehicle who showed far too much curiosity about what was happening in the back seat. Furthermore, during past moments of intimacy with girls I knew socially, they would inevitably ask me to stop when things progressed too far. Unlike many young men, I always complied with their wishes. I could never be certain if their protests arose from genuine fear, a desire to avoid responsibility, or a sincere wish to halt the encounter. Regardless of their reasoning, my sympathy for them always took precedence. It often seemed to me that young women, in moments of passion, lost their capacity for rational judgment, and I found myself feeling protective of them. Although I frequently regretted my restraint after returning home, I could never bring myself to act otherwise. As I waited in my room, I tried to convince myself that this was an opportunity to gain some experience in these matters, thinking it might prepare me for future marriage. I recalled a sophisticated character named Monsieur Blanchard from a novel I had read at the Holden School. The book itself was rather poorly written, but the character was depicted as an incredibly smooth and worldly gentleman who lived in a grand villa on the French Riviera. He had compared a woman's body to a violin, suggesting that only a master musician could coax the proper melody from it. While I recognized the sentimentality of the metaphor, it had stayed with me. I entertained the rather foolish notion of becoming adept at such artistry myself, though in reality my limited experiences had been clumsy and fraught with difficulty. My anxious pacing was interrupted by a knock at the door. In my haste to answer, I tripped over my suitcase, nearly injuring my knee, a characteristically clumsy moment. Upon opening the door, I found the young woman standing in the hallway. She wore a heavy winter coat and no hat, her hair a dyed shade of blonde. She was young, certainly not the worn figure I had feared. "Are you the one Maurice sent me to see?" she asked, her tone somewhat cold. "Yes, please come in," I replied, attempting to project an air of sophisticated calm. She entered the room, tossed her coat onto the bed, revealing a simple green dress underneath, and seated herself at the desk. She crossed her legs and began nervously jiggling her foot. Despite her profession, she appeared remarkably anxious, likely due to her youth. She seemed to be roughly my own age. I took a seat nearby and offered her a cigarette, which she declined in a quiet, high-pitched voice. She possessed a certain lack of social grace, failing to offer any polite acknowledgement of the gesture. I introduced myself using the pseudonym Jim Steele, but she showed no interest in my identity, asking instead if I had a watch, and questioning my claimed age of 22 with clear skepticism. "How old are you?" I countered. "Old enough to know better," she replied dryly. She stood up and quickly removed her dress, leaving her in only her undergarments. The suddenness of the gesture left me feeling incredibly uncomfortable. While such a moment is typically expected to arouse desire, I felt only a deepening sense of melancholy. The reality of the situation was far more distressing than enticing. She asked again about a watch and urged me to begin, but I found myself wanting only to talk. It was a childish request under the circumstances, but the discomfort of the situation was becoming unbearable. She looked at me with utter bewilderment, asking what we could possibly have to discuss. "Nothing in particular," I said. "I just thought we might converse for a short while." She reluctantly sat back down, her nervous foot-tapping resuming immediately. I tried to initiate a conversation, asking if she was from New York. She revealed she was from Hollywood, then stood up to request a hanger for her dress, wanting to prevent it from becoming wrinkled. I gladly retrieved a hanger from the closet and hung the green dress for her. As I did so, a profound sadness washed over me. I pictured her purchasing the garment in a department store, with the sales clerk entirely unaware of the life she led. To the clerk, she was simply any ordinary young woman buying a new dress. The thought of her humanity, contrasted with her current circumstances, was deeply depressing. I returned to my seat, attempting to sustain the conversation by asking if she worked every night and how she spent her days. She shrugged, explaining that she slept and went to the cinema. The thought of her spending her daylight hours sitting alone in dark movie theaters only added to my melancholy. I realized then that I could not go through with the encounter. The sadness of her existence, symbolized by the green dress hanging in the closet, had completely extinguished any physical desire. "Look," I said, "I don't feel quite like myself tonight. It has been an incredibly difficult evening. I fully intend to compensate you for your time, but I would prefer if we did not proceed." She stared at me with deep suspicion, asking what was wrong. Nervous and desperate for an excuse, I claimed I was recovering from a recent surgical procedure on my spine, inventing a fictional ailment involving my clavichord. Though she seemed confused by the terminology, she sat on my lap, attempting to coax me. Her physical proximity only heightened my anxiety, and I continued to embellish the lie, insisting I was still in a period of convalescence. She remarked that I resembled a film actor whose name she could not recall, but I told her I rarely attended the movies. When she began to grow more insistent, I asked her to stop, reiterating my excuse about the surgery. She grew angry, complaining that she had been awakened for this visit and questioning why I had requested a companion if I was unable to engage. I assured her I had miscalculated my recovery and promised to pay her immediately. She finally relented, stepping away so I could retrieve my wallet from the dresser. I took out a $5 bill and handed it to her, expressing my gratitude. "This is only $5, she said coldly. "The price is 10. I felt a sudden apprehension, realizing a dispute was imminent. I explained that Maurice had explicitly stated the price was $5 for a brief visit. She insisted on the higher amount, her demeanor turning icy. In a quiet but intimidating voice, she asked me to retrieve her dress. Despite her youth and small stature, there was a chilling quality to her presence that made me uneasy. I fetched her dress from the closet. She dressed quickly, threw her coat over her shoulders, and delivered a parting insult before exiting the room. I let her go without another word, relieved to be left alone in the quiet of my room, even as the heavy weight of my own thoughts settled over me once more. After the young woman, Sunny, had departed, leaving behind an atmosphere of unresolved tension, I remained seated in the armchair, smoking a succession of cigarettes. Outside, the faint, cold light of dawn was beginning to break over the city, casting a grey hue across the unfamiliar hotel room. I felt an overwhelming sense of misery and depression, a heavy, hollow sadness so profound that it is difficult to put into words. In my solitude, I began to speak aloud to my late brother, Ali. This is a habit I frequently fall into when the weight of my grief becomes too difficult to bear. I found myself instructing him to go home, retrieve his bicycle, and meet me in front of Bobby Fallon's house. Bobby used to live quite near us in Maine years ago. My mind drifted back to a specific summer day when Bobby and I had planned a bicycle excursion to Lake Sedabago. We had prepared our lunches and packed our BB guns, expecting to find something to shoot. Ali had overheard our plans and desperately wanted to join us, but I, wrapped up in the self-importance of my slightly older age, refused his request, telling him he was too young. Ali never harbored any resentment toward me for that exclusion. He was a remarkably gentle soul, entirely incapable of anger. Yet the memory of my refusal remains a persistent source of guilt. Now, whenever my spirits sink to their lowest depths, I attempt to rewrite that moment in my mind, urging him to hurry and join us, wishing with all my heart that I could undo that small, selfish act of rejection. Eventually, the morning chill drove me to climb into bed, hoping to find comfort. As I lay there, a sudden impulse to pray came over me, but I was unable to formulate the words. My relationship with faith is conflicted. In truth, I consider myself largely an atheist. While I admire Jesus, I find much of the surrounding biblical narrative difficult to reconcile. The disciples, in particular, have always frustrated me. During Jesus' earthly ministry, they were of remarkably little assistance, repeatedly proving unreliable and ultimately abandoning him in his hours of greatest need. They only seemed to find their strength and purpose after he was no longer with them. If I am to be entirely honest, my favorite figure in the scriptures, second only to Jesus, is the tormented man who lived among the tombs and cut himself with stones. I felt a far greater affinity for his raw, genuine suffering than for the behavior of the disciples. This perspective often led to debates at the Wooten School with Arthur Childs, a devout Quaker who lived down the corridor. Arthur was a devout Quaker who read the Bible constantly. Though I liked him, we could never find common ground. He insisted that my dislike of the disciples was tantamount to a dislike of Jesus, arguing that because Jesus had chosen them, we were obligated to hold them in high regard. My counter-argument was that Jesus had selected them somewhat at random, under the pressure of time, without the opportunity to subject them to rigorous character analysis. We also disagreed sharply on the theological fate of Judas Iscariot. Arthur was convinced that Judas was condemned to eternal damnation for his betrayal and subsequent suicide. I, however, maintained that Jesus, in his infinite capacity for mercy, would never have consigned Judas to perdition, even if the disciples themselves would have done so without a second thought. My skepticism towards organized religion is reinforced by my experiences with school chaplains. The ministers at every academy I attended delivered their sermons in artificial, overly pious tones. I could never comprehend why they could not speak in their natural voices. Their affected solemnity always struck me as deeply insincere. As I lay in the quiet room, unable to pray, my thoughts returned to the unpleasant encounter with Sonny. I sought distraction in another cigarette, though it tasted bitter. I realized I had consumed nearly 2 entire packs since leaving Pensy Prep. Suddenly, a sharp knock sounded at my door. A cold dread washed over me. Though I hoped the visitor was seeking someone else, I knew the knock was intended for me. I have always possessed an intuitive sensitivity to trouble, and such confrontations terrify me. When the knocking was repeated, louder and more insistent, I reluctantly rose from the bed. Clad only in my pajamas, I opened the door to the pale morning light, revealing Sonny and Maurice, the unsavory hotel elevator operator, standing in the hallway. I asked what they wanted, my voice trembling despite my efforts to appear calm. Maurice demanded an additional $5. I protested, explaining that I had already paid Sonny $5. Maurice, however, insisted that the rate was $10 for a brief visit and $15 until noon. I argued that he had quoted the lower price in the elevator, but my heart was hammering. I felt incredibly vulnerable, standing there in nothing but my nightwear, wishing desperately that I had dressed before opening the door. With a rough shove, Maurice pushed past me into the room, nearly knocking me over. He and Sonny entered with an air of insolent ownership. Sonny perched on the windowsill, while Maurice sat in the armchair, loosening his collar. He was still wearing his elevator operator's uniform, beneath which he wore only a detachable collar, exposing his broad, hairy chest. When I repeated that I did not owe them money, Maurice grew impatient, demanding the cash. Despite my terror, pride prevented me from yielding. I accused him of swindling me. Maurice rose and advanced towards me, his expression one of utter boredom. I folded my arms, trying to project a confidence I did not feel, but my pajamas made me feel defenseless. Maurice stood directly over me, pressing me against the door. When I threatened to scream and alert the police, he remained unfazed. He pointed out that a boy from my background would hardly want his parents to discover he had been entertaining a call girl. As I stood trapped, Sonny retrieved my wallet from the table and took a $5 bill, insisting she was only taking what was owed. The injustice and my own helplessness overwhelmed me, and to my mortification I began to cry. I accused them of theft, but Maurice shoved me again. Sonny, satisfied with the money, urged Maurice to leave so they could depart. Maurice was not finished. He lingered, enjoying his power, and painfully snapped his fingers against my pajamas. Angered, I called him a dishonest, ignorant bully. I told him that in a few years he would be reduced to begging on the street, wearing a filthy overcoat. In response to my outburst, Maurice struck me hard in the stomach. The blow was incredibly powerful, knocking the breath from my lungs and sending me collapsing to the floor. I watched from the carpet as the two of them quietly exited the room, shutting the door behind them. I remained on the floor for a long time, struggling to draw breath. The physical pain was intense, but my mind sought refuge in a dramatic, cinematic fantasy. I pretended that Maurice had shot me in the abdomen. I imagined dragging my wounded body to the bathroom to consume a glass of whiskey. I pictured myself emerging from the bathroom, fully dressed, concealing an automatic pistol. I would descend the stairs, leaving a trail of blood, and summon the elevator. When Maurice opened the doors, he would shrink back in terror, but I would shoot him, firing 6 shots right through his fat, hairy belly. Afterward, I would dispose of the weapon, crawl back, and telephone my friend Jane Gallagher. I imagined her coming to my aid, bandaging my wounds while holding a cigarette for me. Realizing how thoroughly my mind had been influenced by Hollywood films, I felt a wave of self-disgust. The movies truly have a way of distorting reality. I eventually managed to get to the bathroom, where I soaked in a warm bath to soothe my body. When I returned to bed, my mind was restless, and a profound despair settled over me. I felt a fleeting urge to end my life by jumping from the window. However, the thought of a crowd of curious onlookers staring at my broken body on the pavement deterred me. I could not bear the thought of my tragedy being turned into a public spectacle. The morning light had barely touched the room when I awoke, a hollow ache of hunger gnawing at me. My last meal, a pair of burgers shared with Brossard and Ackley, felt like a lifetime ago, a distant memory from another era. My gaze drifted to the phone. I considered ordering room service, but the fear that Maurice might be the one to deliver it kept me paralyzed. I preferred to remain in bed, nursing a cigarette and wrestling with the urge to call Jane Gallagher. I lacked the resolve for that, so instead I reached out to Sally Hayes. Sally was someone I had known for years, a girl I had once foolishly mistaken for intelligent simply because she possessed a superficial grasp of literature and theatre. It had taken me years to look past that facade, a process hindered significantly by our frequent bouts of romantic entanglement. I have a pathetic habit of assuming that any girl I am intimate with must be intellectually profound, a delusion that has nothing to do with reality. When I called, her voice was sharp with a practiced, affected charm. She was a phony through and through, yet I found myself arranging a matinee date for 2 o'clock at the Biltmore. She spent the better part of our conversation rattling off the names of various admirers, a Harvard freshman, a West Point cadet, as if their affection were a badge of honor. I hung up, feeling a familiar mixture of annoyance and attraction. I dressed, packed my bags, and checked out of the hotel, successfully avoiding any further encounters with Maurice. I had no destination, no place to call home until midweek, and no desire to retreat to another hotel room. I instructed the driver to take me to Grand Central Station, where I stowed my luggage in a locker. While counting the dwindling remains of my money, I felt a familiar, self-deprecating shame. I am by nature a spendthrift. I lose what I do not squander, a habit that understandably drives my parents to distraction. My father, a successful corporation lawyer, and my mother, still fragile and nervous since the passing of my brother, Ali, were blissfully unaware of my latest academic disaster. I dreaded the day they would find out. At a small sandwich bar in the station, I ordered a substantial breakfast: eggs, bacon, toast, and coffee, far more than my usual light intake. I have always been thin, a condition I jokingly attribute to my lack of discipline in following dietary advice. As I ate, 2 nuns entered and sat beside me. They struggled with their modest, inexpensive suitcases, and I felt a sharp, irrational wave of judgment. I have always hated cheap luggage. It reminds me of a boy I once roomed with at Elkton Hills, named Dick Slagle. Slagle had been a complicated soul. He was deeply insecure about his own meager possessions, often hiding his suitcases under his bed to avoid comparing them to my own high-quality cowhide bags. The dynamic was exhausting. He would mock my belongings as bourgeois, yet he couldn't resist borrowing my things. We eventually requested to be moved, yet I found myself missing his sharp, cynical humor. It is a strange truth that people can rarely look past such material disparities, no matter how much they might otherwise enjoy one another's company. The nuns, oblivious to my internal monologue, struck up a conversation. One of them, a woman with kind eyes and iron-rimmed glasses, carried a collection basket. I offered a $10 contribution, which they accepted with a humility that made me feel both generous and inadequate. They were school teachers, moving to a convent uptown. As we spoke, I found myself curious about their lives, wondering how a nun's sensibilities might react to the literature I was reading, books filled with human passion and tragic romance. We discussed Romeo and Juliet. The nun was delighted, her enthusiasm genuine and refreshing. I confessed my own complicated feelings about the play, noting that I felt more sympathy for the witty doomed Mercutio than for the star-crossed lovers themselves. Romeo, in my estimation, had failed his friend, and that failure overshadowed the romance for me. The nun listened with a patience that reminded me of Ernest Morrow's mother, whom I had met on a train, a woman of unexpected grace. The conversation was pleasant, yet I remained on high alert, waiting for the inevitable moment they might probe my religious background. It is a common occurrence. People, particularly Catholics, often seek to categorize others based on their heritage or name. I remembered a boy named Louis Cheney from the Wooten School, a fellow tennis enthusiast who had been a great companion until he began fishing to see if I was a Catholic. It wasn't that he was prejudiced, but the shift in dynamic was palpable. It turned a genuine connection into a social test, and that, to me, is the death of a good conversation. Fortunately, the nuns never asked. As they rose to leave, I committed a clumsy, mortifying error. I accidentally blew a cloud of cigarette smoke directly into their faces. I apologized profusely, my face burning with shame, but they were remarkably gracious. After they departed, I sat in the quiet of the station, suddenly regretful that I hadn't given them more money. I had held back, saving my funds for the matinee with Sally, a decision that left me feeling hollow. Money, I realized, is a wretched thing. No matter how you spend it, it seems to leave you feeling blue, tethered to a world that feels increasingly out of reach. Following their solitary breakfast, with the afternoon stretching before him until his scheduled meeting with Sally Hayes at 2 o'clock, Holden embarked on a long, contemplative walk. His thoughts remained stubbornly anchored to the 2 nuns he had encountered earlier in the day. He found himself continuously picturing the worn, battered straw basket they carried to collect donations when they were not occupied with their teaching duties. He tried to imagine the women in his own life, his mother, his aunt, or even Sally Hayes's status-conscious mother, standing on a bustling street corner outside some grand department store, soliciting charity with such a humble vessel. It was an image he found nearly impossible to conjure. While his mother might occasionally be imagined in such a role, the others certainly could not. His aunt, though active in charitable endeavors like the Red Cross, was a woman of immense vanity and social grace. Whenever she engaged in philanthropy, she did so meticulously adorned in her finest attire, wearing carefully applied lipstick and carrying herself with an air of fashionable superiority. Holden could not conceive of her performing any charitable act if she was stripped of her cosmetics and forced to wear the plain, austere black garments of a religious order. Sally Hayes's mother was an even more extreme case of social pretense. Holden reasoned that the only way she could ever bring herself to hold a collection basket would be if every donor offered her extravagant praise and sycophantic compliments with their contributions. If passers-by merely dropped their money into her basket and walked away in silence, ignoring her social standing, she would undoubtedly grow bored within an hour. She would quickly surrender her collection basket and retreat to some fashionable, exclusive establishment for an elegant luncheon. This stark contrast was precisely what Holden admired about the nuns. It was abundantly clear that they never frequented expensive, high-society restaurants for their meals. The mere thought of their simple, unadorned lives, devoid of any luxury or indulgence, filled him with a profound, quiet melancholy. Though he recognized that such material details were ultimately trivial, the realization of their self-denial weighed heavily on his spirit. Hoping to distract himself, Holden turned his steps toward Broadway. a vibrant thoroughfare he had not visited in years. His primary objective was to locate a record shop that remained open on Sunday, as he was determined to purchase a rare album for his younger sister, Phoebe. The record, titled Little Shirley Beans, was notoriously difficult to find. It narrated the whimsical story of a young girl who refused to leave her house because she had lost her 2 front teeth and felt deeply embarrassed by her appearance. Holden had first encountered the song at Pensy Prep, where a boy living on the floor above him owned a copy. Recognizing how much the tune would delight Phoebe, Holden had attempted to purchase it from his classmate, but the boy had steadfastly refused to part with it. The track was a vintage, extraordinary recording made nearly 2 decades prior by a talented black vocalist named Estelle Fletcher. Her rendition was steeped in a rich Dixieland style, carrying a sultry, late-night cabaret quality that felt entirely authentic and devoid of sentimentality. Holden mused that if a white singer had recorded the track, it would have been rendered excessively sweet and commercialized. However, Estelle Fletcher performed with a raw, genuine understanding of the music, making it one of the finest records Holden had ever heard. He resolved to purchase the album and carry it to Central Park, where Phoebe frequently spent her Sunday afternoons roller skating. As he walked, Holden noted that while the temperature had risen slightly since the previous day, the sky remained overcast, and the weather was far from pleasant. Yet, amidst the gloom, a sudden moment of grace presented itself. Walking just ahead of him was a working-class family who had presumably just departed from a church service. The group consisted of a father, a mother, and a young boy of about 6 years. They bore the subtle marks of financial hardship. The father wore a pearl-grey hat of a style often favored by men of modest means who wished to present a sharp, respectable appearance. The parents strolled along, lost in their own conversation and paying little heed to their child. The boy, however, was a source of pure delight. Instead of walking on the safe confines of the sidewalk, he balanced carefully along the very edge of the street, right beside the curb. He moved with focused concentration, pretending to walk an invisible, perfectly straight line in the manner unique to children, all the while humming and singing to himself. Curious, Holden closed the distance between them to catch the words of the melody. The child was singing the traditional lyric, "If a body catch a body coming through the rye." He possessed a sweet, delicate voice, and it was clear he sang out of sheer, unprompted happiness. As heavy automobiles sped past and brakes screeched in the chaotic urban landscape, the parents remained oblivious, while the boy continued his serene, rhythmic walk along the curb, singing his simple song. This display of innocent joy had an immediate, therapeutic effect on Holden, lifting his spirits and temporarily dispelling his persistent depression. Upon reaching Broadway, however, Holden's mood darkened once more. The street was congested and chaotic, teeming with crowds despite the early Sunday hour. The throngs of people, dressed in their formal Sunday attire, were making their way toward the grand movie palaces, the Paramount, the Astor, the Strand, and the Capitol. This sight only intensified Holden's aversion to the scene. What distressed him most was the palpable eagerness of the crowd. While he could tolerate the idea of someone attending a motion picture out of sheer boredom, the spectacle of people actively desiring to go, hurrying their pace to arrive sooner, filled him with a deep sense of despair. He found it particularly unbearable to witness thousands of individuals standing in endless, patient lines stretching down the block, waiting meekly for admission. Eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere of Broadway, Holden hurried into the first record store he encountered. To his immense relief, the shop possessed a single copy of Little Shirley Beans. Although the proprietor charged him the premium price of $5 due to its rarity, Holden paid it gladly. The acquisition brought him an immediate surge of happiness, and he felt a sudden, impatient desire to reach Central Park and present the gift to Phoebe. Upon exiting the record shop, Holden passed a drugstore and decided on impulse to place a telephone call to Jane Gallagher, hoping to discover if she had returned home for the winter holiday. He stepped into a wooden phone booth and dialed her number. However, when Jane's mother answered the call, Holden immediately hung up the receiver. He felt entirely unprepared to engage in a lengthy, polite conversation with a parent, a task he found draining under the best of circumstances. Though he later felt a pang of regret, realizing that a simple inquiry would have cost him little effort, he recognized that he simply lacked the emotional fortitude required for such social pleasantries at that moment. With his social obligations still looming, Holden purchased a Sunday newspaper to locate a theatrical production for his upcoming date with Sally Hayes. Due to the day, options were limited, but he managed to secure 2 orchestra seats for a performance of I Know My Love, which was being staged as a benefit. While Holden had no personal desire to see the play, he knew that Sally, whom he regarded as the epitome of superficial sophistication, would be absolutely thrilled by the choice. The production starred the celebrated acting duo The Lunts, whose sophisticated, dry style of performance was highly revered by theatregoers of Sally's social circle. Holden, conversely, harbored a deep-seated dislike for the theatre. He found the medium only slightly more tolerable than motion pictures, but still largely unappealing. His primary grievance lay with the actors themselves, whom he accused of never behaving like genuine human beings. Even the most talented performers, in his estimation, only achieved a superficial imitation of reality, and their very competence was often ruined by a visible self-consciousness of their own talent. He recalled seeing Sir Laurence Olivier's celebrated portrayal of Hamlet, a performance his older brother, D.B., had taken him and Phoebe to see the previous year. D.B. had spoken of the production with such high praise during lunch that Holden had been genuinely eager to witness it. Yet the experience had left him disappointed. He failed to see the extraordinary merit in Olivier's performance. Though the actor possessed a magnificent voice, a handsome countenance, and great physical grace during the dueling scenes, his interpretation of the Danish prince felt far too commanding and military, lacking the vulnerable, tormented complexity that characterized the literary figure. For Holden, the most genuine and enjoyable moment of the entire film occurred during a quiet, domestic scene. As Polonius offered a long-winded sermon of advice to his departing son Laertes, Ophelia playfully trifled with her brother's dagger, teasing him while he attempted to maintain a respectful, attentive expression. This small, unscripted human interaction stood out as a rare beacon of authenticity. Phoebe's favourite moment had been equally simple, a scene where Hamlet gently patted a dog on the head. Holden concluded that he preferred to read plays privately, as watching actors perform only filled him with a constant, distracting anxiety that they would succumb to artificiality and pretense. After securing the theatre tickets, Holden hailed a taxi to transport him to Central Park. Although his financial resources were dwindling, and he ought to have taken the subway, his desperation to escape the suffocating crowds of Broadway overrode his frugality. Upon his arrival, the park presented a bleak and discouraging landscape. The afternoon was damp and overcast, and the ground was littered with the unsightly debris of the city, refuse, discarded cigar butts, and damp, uninviting benches. The atmosphere was devoid of any festive holiday cheer, evoking instead a sense of stagnant, melancholy suspension. Nevertheless, Holden continued walking toward the mall. the designated area where Phoebe typically enjoyed roller skating near the bandstand. The location held a nostalgic significance for him, as it was the very place where he had spent his own childhood afternoons skating. When he reached the bandstand, however, Phoebe was nowhere to be seen. A few children were scattered about, skating or playing catch, but his sister was absent. He noticed a young girl of roughly Phoebe's age sitting alone on a wooden bench, struggling to tighten her roller skates. Hoping she might be an acquaintance of his sister, Holden approached her and inquired if she knew Phoebe Caulfield. The girl, bundled in denim trousers and a succession of lumpy, hand-knitted sweaters, looked up and asked for clarification. When Holden confirmed his identity as Phoebe's older brother, the girl's face brightened with recognition. She identified Phoebe as a classmate in Miss Callan's 4th grade room, and suggested that she might currently be visiting the museum, as their class had made a similar excursion the previous weekend. When Holden pressed her to clarify which museum she meant, the Art Museum or the Museum of Natural History, the girl specified the latter, referring to it simply as the one with the Indians.
This episode powerfully reveals that Holden Caulfield's conflict with the outside world is actually a reflection of the turmoil within himself. The people and events Holden encounters are not merely parts of everyday life. Each one makes visible the tension between sincerity and artificiality, innocence and adulthood, compassion and violence. The incident at the hotel, in particular, reveals how fragile and vulnerable Holden is, while trying to project an image of strength. His fear of physical violence merges with a cinematic revenge scene he constructs in his mind. However, even this fantasy reflects an image of strength learned from films and society, rather than his true personality. The most striking contrast occurs after his encounter with Sunny. Instead of seeing her merely as a stranger or a service provider, Holden begins to see her as a young person with a life and circumstances. This approach unleashes his sense of compassion. Later encounters with the nuns and watching the child singing in the street further highlight the sense of innocence Holden seeks. The child singing, seemingly unaware of anything, becomes a symbol of the innocence Holden feels he has lost in the adult world. Therefore, the episode is not solely about the events, but also about Holden's state of mind, caught between his desire to preserve innocence and the realities of the adult world. As the episode progresses, it becomes clearer that his true quest is not to escape people, but to find a world that can truly understand him and hasn't lost its sincerity.
Holden thanked her, but as he turned to depart, he remembered the day and pointed out that because it was Sunday, the school class would not be there. The girl acknowledged this logic with a quiet, disappointed realization. Observing her continued struggle with her skate, Holden noticed her hands were red and stiff from the cold, as she wore no gloves. He took the metal skate key from her and assisted in securing the clamp. The familiar weight of the key in his hand sparked a deep sense of nostalgia. He realized that even decades into the future, he would recognize the feel of a skate key instantly, even in total darkness. The girl expressed her gratitude with a polite, charming sincerity that deeply touched Holden, who harbored a profound affection for the natural politeness of children. When he kindly offered to purchase a hot chocolate for her to warm her hands, she politely declined, explaining that she was scheduled to meet a friend. Holden found this adult-like commitment highly endearing. Despite knowing that Phoebe would not be there on a Sunday, Holden felt drawn to walk across the park toward the Museum of Natural History. He knew the institution intimately, as it had been a staple of his own childhood education. During his school years, his teacher, Miss Tinga, had escorted his class there almost every Saturday. The memories of those excursions brought him a rare sense of comfort and happiness. He vividly recalled the routine. After examining the Native American artifacts, the class would gather in the vast, grand auditorium to watch educational films about Christopher Columbus. While the historical details of Columbus's voyage and his struggles to secure funding from Ferdinand and Isabella were of little interest to the students, the experience of sitting in the warm, dry theatre with pockets full of candy and chewing gum was deeply comforting. The auditorium possessed a unique, pleasant aroma that suggested a gentle rain falling outside, creating a sense of absolute security, as though they were in the safest, most hospitable sanctuary in the world. To reach the auditorium, the children were required to walk in quiet, orderly pairs through the long Indian room. Holden's assigned partner had frequently been a girl named Gertrude Levine, whose hands were invariably sticky and warm. He remembered the stone floors of the gallery, which would cause any dropped marbles to bounce with a thunderous, echoing racket, prompting Miss Eigletinger to halt the procession to investigate, though she never did so with anger. He recalled the magnificent long war canoe suspended in the gallery, carved from a single tree and populated by painted warriors, including a mysterious masked figure of a witch doctor at the stern, who had filled Holden with a pleasant sort of dread. He remembered the gentle admonitions of the museum guards, who instructed the children not to touch the exhibits, in voices that were kind and devoid of authority. Further along stood a large glass display case depicting a Native American family, featuring a woman weaving a blanket whose partially exposed figure drew the curious, innocent gazes of the young schoolchildren. Near the exit of the gallery, a life-size display depicted an Eskimo fishing through a hole in a frozen lake, with two freshly caught fish resting on the ice beside him. The museum was filled with these elaborate, glass-enclosed dioramas. On the upper floors, displays featured taxidermy deer drinking from quiet forest pools, and flocks of migrating birds suspended on invisible wires against painted backgrounds. If one tilted one's head and viewed the birds upside down, they appeared to be flying with an even greater urgent speed toward their southern destination. The most extraordinary quality of the museum, in Holden's estimation, was its absolute permanence. In a world characterized by chaotic change and instability, the museum remained entirely static. One could return 100,000 times, and the Eskimo would still be fishing, the birds would still be journeying south, the deer would still be poised at the water's edge, and the woman would still be weaving her blanket. Nothing within the glass cases ever altered. The only variable in this equation was the visitor. Each return to the museum marked a change, not necessarily in age, but in personal experience and perspective. A child might return wearing a new winter coat, or perhaps their usual line partner had fallen ill, necessitating a new companion. One might return under the guidance of a substitute teacher, or carrying the quiet burden of having overheard a parental argument at home, or simply having noticed a beautiful iridescent oil slick in a rain puddle on the street. The visitor was inevitably different in some intangible, inexplicable way upon each visit. As he walked, Holden retrieved his red hunting hat from his pocket and placed it on his head, seeking both warmth against the damp air and a sense of personal security. He continued to contemplate Phoebe visiting the very same exhibits he had frequented, reflecting on how she too would be altered by the passage of time and experience with each subsequent visit. The realization did not entirely depress him, but it brought a quiet, wistful solemnity to his thoughts. He found himself wishing that certain beautiful, innocent things in life could be preserved indefinitely, placed securely inside giant glass cases, and left entirely untouched by the corrupting influence of time and change. He recognized the impossibility of this desire, yet the futility of the wish did not lessen its emotional weight. Passing a neighborhood playground, Holden paused to observe two very small children playing on a seesaw. One of the children was somewhat heavier than the other, causing an imbalance, and Holden instinctively stepped forward to place his hand on the lighter end to balance the weight. However, sensing that his presence was viewed with suspicion, and that the children preferred to be left to themselves, he withdrew his hand and continued on his way. Upon finally arriving at the grand entrance of the Museum of Natural History, a sudden, inexplicable shift occurred within him. Despite having walked the entire distance through the park in anticipation of the visit, he found himself utterly unwilling to cross the threshold. The prospect of entering the building suddenly held no appeal for him. He realized that without Phoebe's presence to share the experience, the museum lost its comforting magic. Abandoning his plans, Holden hailed a taxi in front of the steps and directed the driver to take him to the Biltmore Hotel, resigned to fulfill his scheduled engagement with Sally, despite his profound lack of enthusiasm. I arrived at our designated meeting spot far ahead of schedule. Having nothing pressing to occupy my time, I settled onto one of the comfortable leather couches positioned near the grand clock in the hotel lobby, turning my attention to the steady stream of people passing by. The holiday season was in full swing, and a vast number of schools and colleges had already released their students for the winter recess. Consequently, the lobby was populated by what seemed like an endless assembly of young women, all waiting for their respective companions to arrive. I observed them closely as they stood or sat in various states of anticipation. Some sat with their legs crossed elegantly, others adopted more casual postures. There were those possessing truly remarkable grace, and others who seemed to struggle with their presentation. Some appeared to be genuinely kind and agreeable, while others bore expressions that suggested they might prove rather difficult and unpleasant company if one were to know them well. It was an absorbing spectacle, a vivid cross-section of youth and expectation. Yet beneath the pleasant diversion of people watching, a distinct sense of melancholy began to settle over me. I found myself wondering, with a persistent touch of anxiety, what the future held for all of these young women once their academic years drew to a close. It was easy to imagine that the vast majority of them would eventually marry quite dull and unimaginative men. I envisaged them ending up with partners who spent their lives discussing trivialities, such as the fuel efficiency of their automobiles, or men who became childishly resentful and petulant if they happened to lose a simple game of golf or table tennis. I imagined them with men of a cruel disposition, or those who never opened a book, or those who were simply profoundly tedious. However, I felt a sudden need to temper my judgment. It is a delicate matter to label someone a bore, for the nature of boredom is something I do not entirely comprehend. During my brief tenure at Elkton Hills, I shared a room for about 2 months with a boy named Harris Mackim. He was undeniably intelligent, yet he was also one of the most thoroughly tedious companions I have ever encountered. He possessed a remarkably raspy voice and spoke almost continuously, rarely uttering a single phrase that held the slightest interest for anyone else. And yet, Harris possessed a singular, extraordinary talent. He was the most magnificent whistler I have ever heard. He would go about his daily routines, making his bed or meticulously organizing his closet, a habit of his that often tried my patience, and he would whistle as he worked, provided his raspy voice was temporarily silent. His repertoire was vast. He could whistle complex classical compositions, though he seemed to prefer jazz. He could take a lively, intricate jazz standard and whistle it with such effortless grace and tenderness that it was deeply moving to listen to. Naturally, I never openly complimented him on this ability, One does not simply walk up to a roommate and declare them a master of whistling. Nevertheless, I remained his roommate for those 2 months, despite the near constant irritation of his conversation, simply because I was so captivated by his music. This experience left me uncertain about how to judge those we deem tedious. Perhaps one should not feel too much pity for a charming young woman who marries a seemingly dull man. Most of these men are harmless enough, and for all we know, they may possess some hidden, extraordinary grace of their own, entirely invisible to the rest of the world. Eventually, Sally began her ascent up the lobby stairs, and I walked down to meet her. She looked absolutely remarkable. She was wearing an elegant black coat and a matching black beret. She rarely wore hats, but the beret suited her exceptionally well. The strange thing about my reaction was that the very moment I saw her, I felt an overwhelming urge to marry her. It was an entirely irrational impulse. I did not even particularly like her, yet in that brief instant I felt a profound surge of affection, as though I were deeply in love. I must allow that my emotions are often erratic and difficult to justify. "Holden!" she exclaimed, her voice ringing out loudly across the lobby. "It is wonderful to see you. It has been an absolute eternity." She possessed a remarkably carrying voice, which could be rather embarrassing in public spaces. She managed to escape censure because of her striking physical appearance, but her volume always caused me a degree of discomfort. "It is wonderful to see you as well," I replied, and in that moment I spoke with genuine sincerity. "How have you been?" "Absolutely wonderful," she said. "Am I terribly late?" I assured her that she was not, though in truth she was approximately 10 minutes behind schedule. I found that I did not mind in the least. The conventional depictions in popular cartoons, showing men standing on street corners looking utterly furious because their companions are late, seemed entirely false to me. If a companion looks lovely upon arrival, her tardiness becomes entirely inconsequential. "We should probably make haste," I suggested. "The performance is scheduled to begin at 2:40. We made our way down the stairs toward the waiting taxicabs. During the ride to the theatre, she inquired about the performance we were to attend. I admitted that I had secured tickets for a production starring the Lunts, as they were the only seats available. Upon hearing this, she became immensely excited, reacting precisely as I had anticipated she would. During the journey, we shared a few light-hearted, affectionate moments in the back of the cab. Initially, she was somewhat hesitant, concerned about disturbing her makeup, but I was persistent, and she eventually relented. The drive was somewhat chaotic. The cab driver navigated the city streets with a reckless abandon that nearly sent me sliding off the seat on more than one occasion. In the midst of our shared affection, I found myself telling her that I loved her. It was not entirely truthful, yet at the precise moment the words left my mouth, I felt them with absolute conviction. My mind often operates in these contradictory states. "Oh, my dear, I love you too," she murmured in response. Then, without pausing for breath, she added, "You must promise me that you will let your hair grow. Close-cropped hair is becoming rather unfashionable, and your hair is quite lovely." I found her immediate transition to a superficial concern rather disheartening. The theatrical production itself was not the worst I had ever witnessed, though I found it largely unappealing. The narrative spanned an immense period in the lives of an elderly couple, beginning in their youth when they married against the wishes of the bride's parents. As the story progressed, they aged significantly. The husband went off to war, and the wife's brother struggled with alcoholism. I found myself unable to invest any real emotion in their trials. The characters felt less like real people, and more like a collection of actors performing their duties. The elderly couple, portrayed by Alfred Lunt and Lynn Fontaine, were undoubtedly skilled, yet their performance did not entirely please me. Their style was peculiar, They did not resemble ordinary people, nor did they resemble typical actors. It seemed as though they were constantly conscious of their own celebrity. Their dialogue was delivered with an artificial rapidity, designed to mimic the natural interruptions of real conversation, but the effect was overly rehearsed. It reminded me of a highly skilled musician who has become so adept at his craft that his performance begins to feel like mere exhibitionism. When virtuosity is overshadowed by self-consciousness, the art loses its genuine appeal. Nonetheless, I had to concede that they were the only individuals on the stage who conveyed any sense of true intelligence. During the first intermission, we joined the rest of the audience in the lobby. The scene was filled with individuals engaging in ostentatious displays of sophistication, smoking heavily and discussing the play in loud voices to ensure their commentary was overheard. Nearby stood a moderately well-known film actor who typically portrayed characters who succumbed to cowardice in military dramas. He was accompanied by a striking blonde woman, and the two of them went to great lengths to appear entirely indifferent to the attention they were receiving, projecting an air of calculated modesty that I found highly amusing. Sally spent most of the intermission looking around the room, attempting to appear charming and engaged. Suddenly, she recognized someone across the lobby, a young man wearing a dark grey flannel suit and a checkered vest, a style characteristic of the Ivy League institutions. He stood against the wall, smoking and adopting an air of profound boredom. Sally insisted that she knew him from somewhere, a common occurrence whenever we went out. Her persistent speculation began to tire me, and I rather dryly suggested that she go over and greet him with enthusiasm if he was indeed so familiar to her. This remark offended her, but shortly thereafter the young man noticed her and approached. Their greeting was remarkably effusive, characterized by an enthusiasm that suggested a lifelong bond, though it was highly probable they had met only once at some social gathering. Sally introduced us. His name was George, and he was a student at Andover. When Sally asked for his opinion on the play, he responded with a theatrical gesture, stepping backward and inadvertently treading heavily on the foot of a lady standing behind him. He declared that while the play itself was minor, the lead actors were absolute angels, a choice of words that I found intensely grating. He and Sally then embarked on a highly superficial conversation, rapidly listing various acquaintances and locations they had in common. It was a tedious display of social posturing, and by the time we returned to our seats for the next act, I felt a deep sense of exhaustion. This tiresome dialogue resumed during the subsequent intermission. George possessed a drawling, aristocratic voice that carried an air of snobbish indifference. He showed little hesitation in monopolizing Sally's attention. Even after the performance concluded, he walked with us for several blocks, and I feared he might join us in our cab, but he eventually departed to meet his peers for cocktails. I could easily picture them gathered in some fashionable establishment, discussing literature and theatre in their affected, weary voices. By the time we entered our taxicab, my patience had been severely tested by the hours spent in George's company, and I felt a growing resentment towards Sally. My intention was to escort her home directly, but she suddenly announced that she had a wonderful idea. She inquired if I was expected home for dinner, or if my evening was free. I assured her that I had no pressing engagements. "Let us go ice skating at Radio City," she proposed. I was taken aback by the suggestion, pointing out that it was an unusual time for such an activity. She insisted, suggesting it would be a delightful way to spend an hour. She admitted that her enthusiasm was partly driven by the desire to wear one of the short, attractive skating outfits available for rent at the rink. We proceeded to the rink, and once we had obtained our skates, Sally appeared in a small blue dress that indeed suited her remarkably well. She was fully aware of her appearance and walked ahead of me with a confident grace. However, once we stepped onto the ice, it became immediately apparent that we were exceptionally poor skaters. Sally's ankles buckled inward repeatedly, a struggle that appeared both awkward and painful. My own feet were in considerable discomfort, and our clumsy efforts were observed by a large crowd of spectators gathered around the rink. After a short while, seeing her struggle, I suggested that we abandon the ice and find a table inside the adjacent establishment to have a drink. She agreed with immense relief, admitting that the physical exertion was proving too difficult. We removed our skates and entered the warm bar, finding a table where we could look out at the rink. The waiter arrived, and I attempted to order a scotch and soda for myself, and a soft drink for Sally, who did not consume alcohol. However, the waiter refused to serve me liquor, so we both settled for cokes. I began to pass the time by lighting matches and watching them burn down to my fingertips before dropping them into the ashtray, a nervous habit I often fall into when my mind is unsettled. Out of nowhere, Sally asked if I was still planning to help her decorate her Christmas tree on Christmas Eve, her tone still carrying a trace of the irritability brought on by her skating difficulties. I confirmed that I had already written to her promising to do so, and that she had raised the question numerous times. I extinguished my match and leaned closer to her across the table, my mind suddenly flooded with a multitude of pressing thoughts. "Sally," I said quietly. "Yes?" she replied, her gaze drifting toward another patron across the room. "Do you ever feel entirely overwhelmed?" I asked. "Do you ever experience a persistent fear that your life is heading toward disaster unless you take immediate action? I mean to ask, do you truly find any satisfaction in your studies and your current life?" "It is an absolute bore," she admitted. "But do you actually despise it?" I pressed. "I know it is tedious, but do you feel a genuine hatred for it?" "Well, I would not say I hate it entirely," she answered. "One must simply—" "I despise it," I interrupted. "I truly do. And it is not merely school, it is everything. I find life in New York increasingly difficult to bear. The constant noise of taxicabs and buses, the drivers shouting at passengers, the endless introductions to pretentious individuals, the confinement of elevators when one simply wishes to be outdoors, the endless fittings for clothing, the constant social expectations." "Please do not raise your voice," Sally cautioned, though I had not believed I was speaking loudly. "Consider automobiles," I continued, keeping my tone measured. "Most people are utterly obsessed with them. They fret over the slightest blemish on the paintwork, discuss fuel efficiency endlessly, and immediately begin planning to trade in a perfectly new vehicle for an even newer model. I have no interest in them whatsoever. I would far prefer a horse. A horse possesses a genuine living spirit, whereas a machine—" "I cannot follow your train of thought," Sally remarked, looking perplexed. "You are jumping from one topic to another." "The truth is," I said, "you are perhaps the sole reason I remain in New York at all. If not for your presence, I would likely have departed for some remote place, perhaps to live quietly in the woods." "That is a sweet sentiment," she said, though her expression indicated a clear desire to steer the conversation elsewhere. "You ought to experience a boys' academy sometime," I urged. "It is populated almost entirely by individuals striving for superficial success, studying merely to secure a high-paying career and a luxury automobile. One is expected to feign immense concern over athletic competitions, and the conversation rarely rises above gossip, alcohol, and social posturing. The students divide themselves into exclusive, narrow cliques based on athletics, religion, intellect, or even the most trivial shared interests. If one attempts to engage in a meaningful discussion—" "Surely many boys derive great benefit from their education," Sally countered. "I do not dispute that," I agreed. "Some certainly do, but I find no value in it. That is the core of my difficulty. I find myself unable to derive satisfaction from almost anything. I am in a very poor state of mind. You certainly appear to be, she observed. At that moment, a sudden wild idea took hold of me. Listen, I said, my excitement mounting. I have a proposal. What if we were to leave this place immediately? I know a fellow in Greenwich Village from whom we could borrow an automobile for a few weeks. He owes me a small sum of money in any case. Tomorrow morning we could drive north into Massachusetts and Vermont. The countryside is extraordinarily beautiful at this time of year. I have approximately £180 in my bank account, which I can withdraw as soon as the institution opens. We could travel and stay in simple roadside cabins until our funds are depleted. Once the money is gone, I can find honest labor, and we can live quietly near a stream or in some peaceful place. Eventually, we could marry. I would gather our firewood in the winter, and we could live a simple, genuine life. What do you say to this? Please, come with me. You cannot seriously contemplate such a reckless course of action, Sally replied, her tone sharp with anger. Why not? I insisted. What stands in our way? Please stop shouting at me, she said, though I felt my tone was entirely reasonable. Tell me why it is impossible, I urged. Because it is utterly impractical, she explained. We are little more than children. Have you considered how we would survive if you failed to find employment once your savings were gone? We would face starvation. The entire scheme is completely unrealistic. It is not unrealistic, I argued. I am entirely capable of finding work. You need have no worries on that account. Do you simply have no desire to accompany me? If that is the case, speak plainly. It is not a matter of my desire, Sally said, her frustration growing, and I began to feel a distinct coldness toward her. We will have ample opportunity for travel and adventure in the future, after you have completed your university studies, and if we should choose to marry. There will be countless wonderful places for us to visit then. No, there will not, I said, a deep sense of discouragement returning. It would not be the same at all. I cannot understand you, she said. One moment you are shouting, and the next you are muttering. I am telling you that those opportunities will not exist once we have entered that conventional world, I said, speaking clearly. It would be a completely different existence. We would be burdened by the routines of travel, elevators, luggage, sending polite postcards from hotels. I would be confined to an office, earning a substantial income, commuting in cabs and crowded buses, reading the daily papers, playing bridge, and seeking distraction in mindless films and newsreels. The future you describe is one of stultifying conformity. You do not see what I mean at all. Perhaps I do not, Sally retorted, and perhaps you do not either. It was clear that any attempt at meaningful communication had failed entirely, and we had reached a state of mutual hostility. I regretted ever having raised the subject. Let us depart, I said flatly. To be quite frank, you are proving to be a profound irritant. Her reaction to this remark was immediate and severe. I recognized that it was an unkind and ungentlemanly thing to say, and under normal circumstances I would never speak so rudely to a companion, but my spirits were incredibly low. Sally was deeply offended. She began to weep, which alarmed me considerably. I feared she might report my behavior to her father, a reserved and imposing man who already held a rather low opinion of me, having once described me as excessively noisy. I am truly sorry, I offered repeatedly, attempting to pacify her. Your apologies are of little consequence now, she sobbed, refusing to accept my regrets. Come, let me escort you home, I said, hoping to resolve the situation. I am perfectly capable of returning home on my own, she replied coldly. I have no desire for your company. No one has ever spoken to me in such a manner. The absurdity of the entire situation suddenly struck me, and in a moment of poor judgment, I let out a loud, inappropriate laugh. I have a particularly boisterous laugh that can be quite grating to others, and this only served to increase her anger. I remained for a short while longer, continuing to apologize and seeking her forgiveness, but she remained resolute in her refusal to speak to me, repeatedly telling me to leave her alone. Ultimately, seeing that my presence was only prolonging her distress, I went inside, retrieved my shoes, and departed without her. It was an irregrettable end to the afternoon, but I felt entirely drained by the conflict. Reflecting on the event afterwards, I found myself questioning why I had initiated such a wild proposal in the first place. Even if she had agreed to accompany me to New England, she would have been an entirely unsuitable companion for such a journey. The most troubling aspect of the entire affair was that at the precise moment I proposed the escape, I had meant it with all my heart. That is the strange and inconsistent nature of my mind. I am often driven by impulses that are as genuine as they are entirely impossible. After leaving the skating rink, a hollow ache in my stomach led me to a drugstore for a Swiss cheese sandwich and a malted. Seeking company, I retreated to a phone booth to call Jane, hoping to invite her dancing. I had known her for some time, yet we had never danced together, despite my admiration for her grace. I recalled a 4th of July dance where she had been accompanied by Al Pike, a man I found insufferable. He was a quintessential show-off, obsessed with his own physicality and a singular, mediocre high dive. When I once questioned Jane about her interest in such a man, she defended him, citing an inferiority complex. It is a peculiar frustration of mine that women often excuse the behavior of unpleasant men by labeling them as insecure, while simultaneously dismissing genuinely decent men as conceited for the slightest display of confidence. My attempt to reach Jane proved fruitless. There was no answer. With few contacts in my address book, mostly teachers and family, I decided to reach out to Carl Luce. Though I found him pretentious, he possessed a sharp intellect, and I thought a conversation might be stimulating. He agreed to meet me at the Wicker Bar later that night. Having time to spare, I wandered into Radio City for a movie, a decision I immediately regretted. The stage show was a display of hollow precision, the Rockettes performing their synchronized routines, followed by a skater performing tricks that seemed more like a chore than an art. Then came the annual Christmas pageant, a spectacle of religious imagery that struck me as deeply artificial. Thousands of actors paraded with crucifixes, singing hymns with a fervor that felt entirely performative. I found it difficult to reconcile such grand, commercialized displays with genuine spirituality. My brother Ali and I used to ignore these productions, preferring to watch the kettle drummer in the orchestra, a man who played with a quiet, genuine intensity that felt far more sincere than the theatrics on stage. The feature film that followed was equally grating. It told the story of an amnesiac English duke who, through a series of improbable coincidences, falls in love with a noble, homey woman while they bond over Charles Dickens. The plot was a cascade of sentimental tropes: a drunken brother, a miraculous recovery of memory triggered by a cricket ball to the head, and a tidy, saccharine conclusion involving a dog and a litter of puppies. I found the film nauseating, yet I was struck by the woman sitting beside me, who wept throughout the entirety of the performance. She was a woman who displayed no kindness towards her own bored, restless child, yet she poured her emotions into the manufactured plight of the characters on screen. It confirmed my suspicion. Those who are most moved by superficial sentimentality are often the most heartless in their private lives. Walking toward the Wicker Bar, my thoughts drifted to the inevitability of war. These cinematic depictions of conflict always unsettle me. I recall my brother D.B.'s experience in the army, a period he despised, despite his service on D-Day. He spoke of the military with a disdain that rivaled his feelings towards the enemy, describing it as a machine filled with men as disagreeable as those I had encountered in school. D.B. was a writer, and while I once wondered if his service provided him with inspiration, I realized that the dehumanizing nature of the military was something I could never endure. The thought of being reduced to a nameless cog in a machine forced to march in step with people I found insufferable, was intolerable. I found it difficult to understand DB's own contradictions. He held a deep hatred for the military, yet he admired books like A Farewell to Arms, which depicted the war in a way that felt, to me, dishonest. He would often tell me I was too young to appreciate such literature, yet I found myself deeply moved by The Great Gatsby, a book he also cherished. It was a strange dissonance, to despise the reality of war, while romanticizing its literary representations. As I walked, the weight of these thoughts pressed upon me. I concluded that, if another war were to break out, I would rather be the one to volunteer to sit upon the atomic bomb than to be forced to participate in the machinery of conflict. The world felt increasingly filled with phonies, and in such a landscape, the idea of total, immediate finality seemed almost like a mercy. I arrived at the bar, ready to face the evening, yet feeling more alienated than ever from the world around me. The Wicker Bar, located within the Seton Hotel in New York, was a place I once frequented, but have since abandoned. It is the sort of establishment that prides itself on sophistication, yet it is perpetually overrun by people I consider insincere. There was a time when two French performers, Tina and Janine, would entertain the crowd nightly. Janine, who handled the vocals, had a habit of whispering into the microphone before every set, spinning some romantic, manufactured narrative about a young French woman finding love in New York to charm the patrons. The audience would lap it up with such enthusiasm that if you sat there long enough, the sheer falseness of the atmosphere could make you despise the entire world. The bartender was no better, a snobbish man who only extended his charm to celebrities or the wealthy, greeting them with a nauseating, performative warmth that made it clear he was merely playing a role. I arrived early one evening, positioning myself at the bar. I made sure to stand while ordering my scotch and sodas, a small, weary attempt to assert my height and avoid being treated as a minor. As I waited for Carl Luce to arrive, I observed the room. A man nearby was spinning a tall tale to his date about her aristocratic hands, a display of pretension that I found absurd. Near the end of the bar, I noticed a group of men whose mannerisms made their orientation quite clear, though they lacked the flamboyant markers one might expect. Eventually, Carl Luce appeared. Carl had been my student advisor at Houghton, a role he primarily fulfilled by holding late-night sessions where he would lecture us on sexuality. He seemed to possess an encyclopedic knowledge of human behavior, particularly regarding those who deviated from traditional norms. He would speak at length about various people, even prominent actors or married men, whom he claimed were secretly living double lives. He spoke with such absolute certainty that he often terrified us, leaving me to wonder if I might one day wake up and find myself transformed into someone else entirely. Yet, I often suspected Carl himself possessed those very traits he was so obsessed with documenting. He was prone to intrusive physical gestures, and would often leave the bathroom door open while chatting, habits that struck me as contradictory to his self-appointed role as an expert. Despite his arrogance, he was undeniably intelligent. Upon sitting, Carl immediately checked his watch, noting he had a date and could only stay for a few minutes. He ordered a dry martini, specifying no olive. I couldn't help but needle him, pointing out a man at the end of the bar and suggesting he might be interested. Carl, as expected, was unimpressed, dismissing me as the same immature boy I had been at Wooten. I pressed him on his personal life, asking how he was faring at Columbia, and whether he was still seeing the girl he had known at school. He was dismissive, claiming he had no idea where she was now, and suggesting, with a cruel edge, that she had likely become a woman of ill repute. I found his lack of loyalty distasteful, but I held my tongue, fearing he would leave if I pushed too hard. I ordered another drink, feeling a sudden, sharp desire to be intoxicated. When I asked who he was seeing, he revealed he was dating a sculptress from the village who was originally from Shanghai. He mentioned she was in her late 30s. When I asked why he preferred an older woman, he insisted he simply valued maturity. Our conversation turned to his preference for Eastern philosophy, which he claimed offered a more profound integration of the physical and spiritual aspects of intimacy. I tried to engage with this, admitting that I too viewed intimacy as a significant experience, but noting that for me, it required a genuine emotional connection to someone I truly liked. I confessed that my inability to separate physical desire from emotional affection had made my own life difficult. Carl, however, had no patience for my vulnerability. He grew irritated, telling me to keep my voice down and refusing to engage in what he deemed an inane conversation. It was a pattern I remembered well from Wooten. Carl loved to be the one dictating the intellectual climate. He enjoyed being the authority figure, provided he was the one controlling the narrative. He was deeply threatened by the possibility of anyone else appearing more insightful or articulate than he was. I told him, perhaps half-jokingly, that I might move to China since my own romantic life was such a failure. He brushed this off, telling me my mind was immature and reiterating his previous advice. I should seek out a psychoanalyst. His father was one, and he believed a professional could help me recognize the patterns of my own mind. When I pressed him on whether he had ever been analyzed himself, he deflected, claiming he had only received enough guidance to adjust to life's demands, but nothing extensive. As he prepared to leave, I felt a sudden wave of loneliness and begged him to stay for one more drink. He refused, citing his commitment to his date, and departed. I was left alone at the bar. Carl Luce was, without question, a difficult and often insufferable person, yet I couldn't deny that he possessed a remarkable command of language. He had been the most articulate student at Wooten, and in the quiet of the bar, I was left to reflect on the strange, hollow nature of our connection. We had spent the evening dancing around the edges of serious topics, never quite reaching the heart of anything, leaving me exactly where I had started, alone, surrounded by the phonies, and feeling the weight of a world I couldn't quite figure out how to inhabit. The piano player at the club, a man with wavy hair and a somewhat affected manner, finished his set, followed by a new singer named Valencia. She was far from talented, yet her performance was a slight improvement over the previous act, and at least her choice of songs was tolerable. I sat at the bar, nursing a drink and attempting to catch her eye, but she ignored me with practiced indifference. Perhaps my persistence was fueled by the alcohol, but when she vanished from the room immediately after her set, I felt a sting of rejection. I asked the head waiter to invite her for a drink, though I suspected he never bothered to relay the message. People rarely do. I remained at the bar until well past 1 in the morning, becoming increasingly intoxicated. Despite my blurred vision, I remained hyper-aware, careful not to draw unwanted attention or reveal my youth. As the alcohol took hold, I slipped into a familiar, morbid fantasy. I imagined I had been shot in the abdomen. I kept my hand pressed firmly against my stomach beneath my jacket, acting as if I were concealing a grievous bleeding wound from the surrounding patrons. I felt like a wounded man walking among the oblivious. Eventually, the desire to reach out to someone overwhelmed me. I paid my tab and stumbled towards the telephones, my hand still pressed to my wound. My initial impulse was to call Jane, but my drunken state made me hesitate. Instead, I dialed Sally Hayes. It took several attempts to navigate the dial correctly, my coordination failing me. When someone finally answered, I shouted into the receiver. It was Sally's grandmother, who was understandably cold and annoyed by the hour. I demanded to speak to Sally, insisting on the urgency of the call, despite the grandmother's protestations that the girl was asleep. When Sally finally came to the phone, her voice was groggy and irritated. I slurred my words, rambling about coming over on Christmas Eve to decorate her tree. She tried to get me to go to bed, asking where I was and who I was with. I told her I was alone, then returned to my delusion about the mob having wounded me. She eventually hung up on me, leaving me alone in the booth. I felt a wave of regret for the call, picturing Sally among her social circle, the phony types she spent time with, and wishing I had maintained my distance. I lingered in the phone booth to steady myself before staggering into the men's room. I filled a basin with cold water and submerged my head, letting the water soak my clothes and drip onto the floor. Shivering uncontrollably, I retreated to a radiator by the window. I sat there, counting the floor tiles and feeling the dampness seep through my collar. The piano player entered to groom his hair. We exchanged a few words, but he was dismissive and impatient, clearly wanting nothing to do with a drunk stranger. I tried to flatter him, suggesting he needed a manager, but he simply told me to go home. He left as abruptly as he had arrived, his vanity mirroring that of others I had known. When I finally left the club, I found myself weeping. The loneliness was suffocating. At the hat check, I realized I had misplaced my ticket, but the attendant was kind enough to return my coat and the little Shirley Beans record I had been carrying. I tried to tip her, and even offered to take her out, but she gently rebuffed me, noting the age difference. She was a decent person. She even insisted I wear my red hunting hat to protect my wet hair from the biting cold outside. Outside, the air was frigid, and my teeth chattered violently. I wandered towards Madison Avenue, intending to catch a bus, but I lacked the energy and the clear destination to commit to it. Instead, I drifted towards Central Park. I wanted to check on the ducks in the lagoon, a persistent, irrational curiosity that had plagued me for days. Disaster struck as I entered the park. I dropped the record, and it shattered into dozens of pieces. The sound was devastating. I gathered the shards and placed them in my pocket, unable to discard them, though I knew they were ruined. Navigating the dark, familiar terrain of the park proved unexpectedly difficult in my intoxicated state. When I finally reached the lagoon, it was a desolate, half-frozen expanse. There were no ducks to be found. I sat on a bench, shivering, with ice crystals forming in my hair. The fear of pneumonia began to set in, and with it a dark, ruminative spiral about my own death. I imagined the funeral, the arrival of my extended family, a group I found largely insufferable, and the inevitable grief of my parents. I felt a sharp, protective pang for my sister, Phoebe, hoping she would be spared the sight of my burial. The thought of being interred in a cemetery, surrounded by the dead and exposed to the elements, revolted me. I thought of my brother, Ali, and the indignity of his grave being rained upon, while everyone else retreated to their warm cars and comfortable lives. It was an unfair, cruel image that I couldn't shake.
This is the most crucial point of the text. Phoebe is the only one who loves Holden without judgment, but even she throws the rules of the real world in his face by saying, "My father will be very angry." Phoebe's hiding under the pillow, her rejection of the world, is actually a childish reflection of what Holden tries to do throughout the book. Holden's recounting of the bullying in Pensy, Ackley's exclusion, secret groups, to defend himself, is not just an excuse, it's a cry of, "I'm not a failure, I just can't fit into this cruel world, please understand me." His brother's act of hiding the broken record pieces in his drawer instead of throwing them away shows that Holden accepts his broken soul as it is.
To distract myself, I counted my remaining money, a few singles and some change. I stood near the lagoon and skipped the coins across the water, a futile gesture that did little to ease my anxiety. My thoughts returned to Phoebe. I felt a desperate, childish need to see her, to speak with her one last time in case my premonition of death proved true. I decided I would sneak into our apartment. I knew the front door creaked, and the risk of waking my parents was high, but the urge to see her outweighed my caution. I left the park and began the walk home. The cold was biting, but the fog of intoxication had begun to lift, replaced by a singular, quiet determination. The streets were empty, the city silent, and I moved through the darkness toward the only place that felt like it might offer a moment of genuine connection before the night ended. The night presented an unexpected opportunity. Upon arriving home, I discovered that Pete, our usual elevator operator, was absent. In his place stood a stranger, a man who seemed somewhat dim-witted. This was a stroke of fortune. I realized that if I could navigate the building carefully, I might reach my younger sister Phoebe without alerting my parents to my presence. I quickly removed my hunting hat, hoping to appear less conspicuous, and stepped into the lift, feigning a sense of urgent business. I instructed the operator to take me to the Dicksteins' apartment on our floor. As he moved to close the gates, he informed me that our neighbors were currently attending a party on the 14th floor. I improvised, claiming to be their nephew tasked with waiting for their return. The operator looked at me with a mixture of confusion and suspicion, suggesting I wait in the lobby instead. I countered with a fabrication about a leg injury that required me to sit in a specific chair outside their door. It was a strange, nonsensical excuse, yet it worked perfectly. He simply muttered an acknowledgement and carried me to the floor. It is a peculiar truth that if you speak with enough confidence and provide a detail no one quite understands, people will often comply with your requests. I exited the elevator, exaggerating a limp to maintain the ruse, and moved towards the Dickstein side of the hall. Once the elevator doors had shut behind me, I pivoted and quietly approached our own front door. I unlocked it with practiced stealth, slipping inside like a professional burglar. The foyer was cloaked in darkness, and I dared not switch on any lights. I was enveloped by the familiar, indefinable scent of our home, a smell that is neither food nor perfume, but uniquely evocative of my childhood. I considered hanging up my coat, but the closet hangers rattled with enough noise to wake the dead, so I kept it on. Navigating the apartment required extreme caution. I knew the maid would not hear me, as she suffered from a hearing impairment, but my mother possessed an uncanny, almost supernatural sensitivity to sound. She was perpetually restless, often spending her nights awake with a cigarette. I crept past their bedroom, holding my breath, careful not to make a sound that might trigger her alarm. Eventually I reached Phoebe's room, only to find it empty. I had forgotten that she often slept in our brother DB's room while he was away in Hollywood. She preferred it because of the expansive bed and the massive desk DB had acquired from an eccentric acquaintance. I made my way to DB's room, opened the door, and switched on the desk lamp. Phoebe lay fast asleep, her mouth slightly agape. It is a strange phenomenon. While adults often look unappealing when they sleep with their mouths open, children retain a certain grace. Even the presence of a little saliva on the pillow did not diminish her appearance. I stood there for a long time, feeling a rare sense of peace. The heavy weight of my recent anxieties seemed to lift, and for the first time in a long while, I felt genuinely well. I observed her belongings neatly arranged on a nearby chair. Phoebe was not a messy child. Her clothes were folded with care, and her new dark brown loafers were placed precisely side by side on the floor. I admired the quality of her wardrobe, noting that my mother, despite her other shortcomings, possessed an impeccable eye for fashion. Phoebe always looked remarkably polished compared to other children. I sat on the edge of DB's desk, surrounded by Phoebe's schoolbooks. The top volume was a text titled, "Arithmetic is Fun." I opened the cover, intrigued by the notes she had scribbled inside. It was a quiet moment of connection, a brief respite from the complexities of the world outside, anchored by the simple, earnest presence of my sister in the soft glow of the lamp. It was a small detail, yet it struck Holden with a mixture of amusement and sorrow to see the name written out so clearly on the cover of the schoolbook, Phoebe Weatherfield Caulfield, 4B1. Her middle name was Josephine, of course, not Weatherfield. Yet every time Holden encountered his sister, she seemed to have adopted a new, grander middle name, casting off the old one like outgrown clothing. Beneath her arithmetic book lay a geography text, and under that, a spelling book. Phoebe possessed a remarkable aptitude for orthography. Indeed, she excelled in all her academic subjects, but spelling was her particular triumph. Beneath the speller was a veritable tower of notebooks. It seemed she possessed thousands of them. No child had ever accumulated such a vast library of personal journals. Holden opened the one resting on top and turned to the first page. Written there in her neat, childish hand was a single, urgent message. "Bernice, meet me at recess. I have something very, very important to tell you." That was the entirety of the first page. Holden turned to the next, finding a series of schoolroom questions and answers interspersed with personal doodles. Why has southeastern Alaska so many canning factories? Because there is so much salmon. Why has it valuable forests? Because it has the right climate. What has our government done to make life easier for the Alaskan Eskimos? Look it up for tomorrow. Below these academic exercises, she had practiced her signature repeatedly, experimenting with different personas. Phoebe Weatherfield Caulfield. Phoebe Weatherfield Caulfield. Phoebe Weatherfield Caulfield. Phoebe W. Caulfield. Phoebe Weatherfield Caulfield, Esquire. At the bottom of the page, the notes turned back to the social intrigues of the 4th grade. Please pass to Shirley. Shirley, you said you were Sagittarius, but you are only Taurus. Bring your skates when you come over to my house. Sitting at his brother D.B.'s desk, Holden read through the entire notebook. It was a brief task, but it was the sort of reading he could have sustained indefinitely. The unvarnished thoughts of children, captured in their schoolbooks, held a profound fascination for him. They were devoid of the posturing that characterized the adult world. After finishing the notebook, Holden lit another cigarette, his last. He estimated he had consumed nearly 3 cartons that day, a testament to his frayed nerves. He knew he could not sit at the desk forever, and the constant anxiety that his parents might return unexpectedly weighed heavily upon him. He wanted, at the very least, to speak with his sister before any confrontation occurred. With a quiet sigh, he resolved to wake her. Phoebe was a light sleeper. One did not need to shake her or raise one's voice. A gentle sit on the edge of the mattress and a soft whisper of her name were sufficient to bring her back to consciousness. "Wake up, Phoebe," Holden said quietly. Instantly her eyes fluttered open. "Holden," she exclaimed, her voice filled with immediate recognition and warmth. She threw her arms around his neck with the unreserved affection characteristic of her age. At times, her demonstrative nature could be almost overwhelming, but tonight Holden welcomed it. He kissed her forehead gently as she asked, "When did you get home?" Her joy at his presence was unmistakable. "Keep your voice down," Holden cautioned softly. "Just now." "How have you been?" "I'm wonderful. Did you receive my letter? I wrote you a 5-page—" "I did, and thank you, but we must speak quietly," he interrupted gently. She had written to him at length about a school play in which she had been cast, pleading with him to keep his Friday free so that he might attend. "Tell me about the play," Holden said. "What was the title again?" "A Christmas Pageant for Americans," Phoebe answered, sitting upright in bed, her face illuminated with excitement. "It is rather dreadful, to be honest, but I have been cast as Benedict Arnold. It is practically the most significant role in the production. The play opens with my character on his deathbed. A spectre visits me on Christmas Eve to ask if I feel remorse for betraying my country. It is quite dramatic. Will you be there to see it?" She leaned forward, holding his hand tightly. "That was the main reason I wrote to you. Are you coming?" "Of course I am," Holden assured her. "I wouldn't miss it." "Father cannot attend," she noted, her enthusiasm dimming slightly. "He has to fly to California on business. But Mother said you weren't expected until Wednesday. Why are you here so early?" "They let us out ahead of schedule," Holden lied, glancing toward the door. "But please, keep your voice down. We don't want to disturb anyone." "What time is it?" Phoebe asked. "Mother and Father won't be back until very late. They went to a dinner party in Norwalk, Connecticut. And you must guess what I did this afternoon. Guess which motion picture I saw." "I have no idea, Phoebe. But tell me, did they say precisely when—" It was called The Doctor, she interrupted, eager to share her experience. It was a special screening at the Lister Foundation, only shown for a single day. It concerned a physician in Kentucky who suffocates a young girl with a blanket because she is crippled and cannot walk. He is sent to prison for life, but the spirit of the girl visits him constantly to thank him for his mercy. He was a mercy killer, you see, yet he accepted his punishment because he knew a physician should not play God. My friend Alice Hornbald's mother took us. Alice is my dearest friend in the entire— Phoebe, please, Holden said, trying to steer her back to his immediate concern. Did they indicate what time they would return? No, only that it would be quite late. Father took the motorcar, so they wouldn't have to rely on the train schedule. We have a new radio installed in the dashboard now, though. Mother forbids anyone from playing it while driving through heavy traffic. Hearing this, Holden felt a wave of relief wash over him. The immediate terror of being caught in the apartment began to dissipate. He resolved to stop worrying. If they discovered him, then so be it. He looked at Phoebe, who was clad in blue pajamas adorned with red elephants on the collar. She had always possessed a great fondness for elephants. So the film was enjoyable, he asked. It was excellent, though Alice had a cold, and her mother kept leaning over me to ask Alice if she felt feverish. It was incredibly distracting, right during the most crucial scenes. It quite ruined my concentration. Holden reached into his coat pocket. "I bought a gramophone record for you," he said, "but unfortunately I dropped it and broke it on my way home. I was rather intoxicated." He withdrew the shattered pieces of the shellac disc and presented them to her. "Give them to me," Phoebe said, without a hint of disappointment. "I wish to keep them." She took the fragments from his hand and carefully placed them in the drawer of her nightstand. Her lack of resentment and her desire to preserve even the broken remnants of his gift touched him deeply. "Is D.B. coming home for the holidays?" Holden asked. "Mother says it is uncertain," she replied. "He may have to remain in Hollywood to write a screenplay about Annapolis." "Annapolis," Holden scoffed. "What does D.B. know about the Naval Academy? What does that have to do with the serious stories he used to write?" The commercialism of his brother's new career was a source of constant frustration for Holden. "And what happened to your elbow?" he asked, noticing a large piece of adhesive tape on her arm. "A boy in my class, Curtis Weintraub, pushed me down the steps in the park," she explained, beginning to peel back the tape. "Leave it be," Holden advised. "Why did he push you?" "I don't know. I suspect he dislikes me," she said. "In retaliation, Selma Atterbury and I defaced his windbreaker with ink." "That was unkind, Phoebe. You shouldn't behave like a common ruffian." "Perhaps, but he follows me everywhere in the park. It is incredibly irritating." "He likely harbors an affection for you," Holden suggested, "but that is no reason to ruin his clothing." Phoebe stopped peeling the tape and looked at him with sudden intensity. "Holden," she said, her tone shifting, "why are you home before Wednesday?" "What do you mean?" Holden asked, trying to sound casual, though he knew she was far too perceptive to be easily deceived. "Why are you here?" she repeated. "You didn't get expelled again, did you?" "I told you they dismissed the entire school early." "You did," she cried, striking his leg with his fist. She was a highly emotional child, and her anger was swift. "You were expelled again. Oh, Holden." She covered her mouth with her hand in dismay. "No one said I was expelled," Holden protested weakly. "You were. I know you were," she insisted, striking him once more. "Father will be furious." With that, she turned over onto her stomach and pulled the pillow over her head, refusing to look at him. It was a familiar gesture of retreat when she found the world too difficult to face. "Stop that," Holden urged. "No one is going to do anything terrible to me. Come out from under there, Phoebe, please." Her voice was muffled by the fabric, but her message was clear. "Father will be absolutely furious." "Listen to me," Holden said, trying to reason with her. "I'm not going to remain here. I plan to travel out west. I might secure work on a ranch in Colorado. I know a fellow whose grandfather owns a property there. I'll write to you, I promise. Just take the pillow off your head." She remained motionless. Holden attempted to pull the pillow away, but she held it down with surprising strength. Realizing the futility of the struggle, he stood up, walked into the living room, retrieved a few cigarettes from the box on the table, and returned to her bedside. When he returned, Phoebe had removed the pillow, but she lay on her back, staring resolutely at the wall, refusing to meet his gaze. She was ostracizing him, much like his fencing teammates had done when he left their equipment on the subway. "How is your fictional character Hazel Weatherfield?" Holden asked, attempting to break the ice. "Have you written any new stories about her? I have the one you sent me in my suitcase down at the station. It's excellent." "Father will be furious," she repeated, her mind locked onto the single, terrifying consequence of his return. "He won't do anything worse than send me to a military academy," Holden said, "and as I told you, I won't be here for that. I'll be in Colorado." "Do not make me laugh," she said coldly. "You don't even know how to ride an equestrian." "Of course I do. It is easily learned," Holden replied. "And stop picking at your bandage." He looked at her hair. "Who gave you that haircut? It is far too short." "That is none of your concern," she snapped, her tone mimicking that of an annoyed schoolmistress. "I assume you failed every single subject once more." "I did not," Holden said. "I passed English." To tease her, he gave her a playful pinch, but she quickly brushed his hand away. "Why do you do these things?" she asked, her voice suddenly softening into genuine sorrow. "Why must you always get expelled?" The question made Holden profoundly sad. "Oh, Phoebe, don't ask me that. I am so tired of everyone asking me that. There were a million reasons. Pensy was a dreadful place, filled with insincere people and cruel boys. For instance, if a group of boys were gathered in a room and a socially awkward, unpopular boy tried to join them, they would lock the door to keep him out. There was a secret fraternity that I was too cowardly to refuse to join, and they excluded a boring, pimply fellow named Robert Ackley simply because of his appearance and demeanor. It was a miserable environment." Phoebe remained quiet, but Holden could tell by her posture that she was listening intently. She possessed a rare capacity for empathy. She understood far more than most adults gave her credit for. "Even the instructors who seemed pleasant were insincere," Holden continued, feeling a sudden urge to explain himself. "There was an elderly history teacher, Mr. Spencer. His wife was very kind and would serve us hot chocolate. But when the headmaster, Mr. Thurmer, would enter the classroom to observe, Mr. Spencer would behave like a sycophant. The headmaster would sit in the back and interrupt the lesson with terrible, corny jokes, and Mr. Spencer would laugh hysterically, as though the man were royalty. It was nauseating." "Please do not use such vulgar language," Phoebe murmured. "It was truly disheartening," Holden said. "And on Veterans Day, all these elderly alumni would return to the campus with their families. One man, who must have been 50, came into our dormitory room and asked if he could use our bathroom. He explained that he wanted to see if his initials, which he had carved into one of the wooden doors decades ago, were still there. My roommate and I walked him down the hall, and we had to stand there while he searched. He kept telling us that his years at Pensy were the happiest of his life, and he offered us all this unsolicited advice for our future. It was incredibly depressing. He wasn't a bad man, but his nostalgia and his heavy breathing, he was completely out of breath from climbing the stairs, made me feel so terribly sad. I simply could not find anything to like about the place." Phoebe turned her head slightly, her mouth pressed against the pillow. "You don't like anything that is happening," she said softly. The accusation stung him. "That isn't true," he protested. "Why would you say that?" "Because it is the truth," she insisted. "You dislike every school you attend. You dislike a million different things. Name one thing you truly like." "One thing?" Holden struggled to focus his thoughts. His mind felt scattered, drifting from one image to another. "You mean something I like a great deal?" "Yes," she said from the far side of the bed. "Something you like a lot." Try as he might, Holden found it difficult to concentrate. The images that came to his mind were disparate and melancholy. He thought of the two charitable nuns he had met at breakfast, particularly the one who wore inexpensive steel-rimmed spectacles. Then his thoughts turned to a boy he had known at his previous school, Elkton Hills, a quiet boy named James Castle. James had been a small, frail boy, with wrists no larger than pencils. He had made a derogatory remark about a particularly arrogant student named Phil Stable. One of Stable's friends had carried the insult back to him, and Stable, accompanied by several other cruel boys, had cornered James in his dormitory room. They locked the door and attempted to force him to retract his statement. James refused, displaying an unexpected, stubborn courage. Rather than submit to their torment, he had thrown himself out the window. Holden had been in the shower at the time. He remembered hearing the sound of something heavy striking the stone steps below, though he had assumed it was merely a piece of furniture. When he ran downstairs in his bathrobe, he found James lying dead on the pavement, surrounded by a small crowd of onlookers who were too shocked to move. The boy was wearing a turtleneck sweater that Holden had lent him. In the end, the perpetrators were merely expelled. They faced no criminal charges. Holden had hardly known James Castle. They had shared a mathematics class, but James sat on the opposite side of the room and rarely spoke. Their only significant interaction had occurred when James asked to borrow the sweater. Holden had been surprised by the request, as they were not close friends, but he had agreed. He remembered that their names were adjacent in the roll call: Cable, Castle, Caulfield. "What?" Holden asked, realizing Phoebe had spoken to him. "You can't even think of one thing," she said. "Yes, I can," Holden insisted. "I like Ali, and I like what I am doing right now, sitting here with you, talking and thinking. Ali is deceased," Phoebe pointed out quietly. "You always say that. If someone is no longer living, it doesn't really count." "I know he is deceased," Holden said, his voice rising slightly with emotion. "But I can still feel affection for him, can't I? One does not simply stop loving someone because they are no longer here, especially when they were far kinder and more genuine than anyone who is still alive." Phoebe did not reply. When she lacked an argument, she remained silent. "In any case, I like being here with you," Holden added. "Just talking and spending time together." "That is not a real occupation or a grand ambition," she said. "Name something you would like to be. A scientist, perhaps, or a lawyer like father." "I could never be a scientist. I have no aptitude for the discipline," Holden said. "And the legal profession does not appeal to me. It would be noble if one's days were spent defending the innocent, but that is rarely the reality. Mostly, lawyers simply accumulate wealth, play golf, drink cocktails, and cultivate an air of self-importance. And even if one did save lives, how could one ever be certain of one's motives? How would you know if you did it out of genuine compassion, or simply to receive the adulation of the courtroom and the press, like a character in a film? The danger of insincerity is always present." Phoebe listened, though Holden doubted she fully grasped the complexity of his moral dilemma. Still, her willingness to listen was a comfort. "Father will be furious," she murmured again. Holden was no longer listening to her warnings. His mind had turned to a whimsical, impossible fantasy. "Do you know what I would choose to be if I had the choice?" he asked. "What? And please, watch your language." "Do you know the song that goes, 'If a body catch a body coming through the rye'?" "It is 'If a body meet a body coming through the rye,'" Phoebe corrected him. "It is a poem by Robert Burns." "I know it is a poem," Holden admitted, though he had indeed misremembered the lyric. "But in my mind, I always picture a vast field of rye where thousands of young children are playing some game. There are no adults present, save for myself. And I am standing on the edge of a steep, dangerous cliff. My sole responsibility is to catch any child who runs too close to the edge, to emerge from the rye and save them before they fall. That is all I would do all day long. I would be the catcher in the rye. I know it is an absurd notion, but it is the only thing I have ever truly wished to be. Phoebe remained silent for a long moment, contemplating his words. Finally she spoke, her voice returning to her familiar refrain. "Father will be furious." "I don't care," Holden said, standing up from the bed. He felt a sudden urgent need to contact Mr. Antolini, his former English instructor from Elkton Hills, who now resided in New York and taught at the university. "I must make a telephone call. I shall return shortly. Do not fall asleep." "Holden," Phoebe called out as he reached the door. He turned to look at her. She was sitting upright in bed, looking remarkably bright and beautiful. "I am learning to produce a belch at will from a classmate named Phyllis Margulies," she announced proudly. "Listen." She attempted the feat, though the result was barely audible. "Very impressive," Holden said with a smile. With that, he stepped out into the quiet living room, picked up the receiver, and dialed the number of his old teacher. The telephone call was brief and hurried, driven by the constant pressing fear that my parents might walk into the room at any moment and catch me in the act. Fortunately, they did not. Mr. Antolini, when he finally answered, was remarkably kind. He told me I was welcome to come over immediately if I wished. I suspect I woke both him and his wife, given how long the phone rang before anyone picked up. His first reaction was to ask if something was terribly wrong, to which I replied that everything was fine, though I did admit I had been dismissed from Pensy Prep. It seemed best to be honest about it. He expressed his dismay with a startled exclamation, but he possessed a genuine sense of humor and did not press me too harshly. Instead, he simply repeated his invitation for me to come over if he felt up to it. Mr. Antolini was easily the finest teacher I ever had. He was relatively young, not much older than my brother D.B., and he possessed a rare quality. You could joke around with him without ever losing your respect for him. He was also the person who had finally stepped forward to help when that poor boy, James Castle, jumped from the window at Elkton Hills. While others stood by in shock, Mr. Antolini went to him, felt his pulse, and without a second thought, removed his own coat, wrapped the boy in it, and carried him all the way to the infirmary. He did not care in the least that his coat was ruined by the blood. That was simply the kind of person he was. When I returned to D.B.'s bedroom, my sister Phoebe had turned on the radio. A soft stream of dance music was filtering into the room. She had kept the volume low so the maid would not hear, and she was sitting directly in the middle of the bed, outside the covers, with her legs crossed like a practitioner of yoga. She was completely absorbed in the music. Watching her like that always filled me with a quiet sort of affection. "Come on," I said, stepping into the room. "Do you feel like dancing?" I had taught her the basic steps when she was much younger, and she had proven to be an exceptionally talented dancer. Of course, I only showed her a few fundamental movements. She had figured out the rest on her own. Real talent in dancing is not something you can truly teach someone. They either have it, or they don't. "You still have your shoes on," she pointed out. "I'll take them off," I whispered. "Come on." She practically leaped off the bed and waited patiently while I untied my shoes. Once they were off, we began to dance. She was remarkably good. I generally dislike seeing adults dance with young children in public places, like restaurants, because it almost always looks awkward and forced. Usually the adult ends up clumsily pulling at the child's clothing, and the child cannot keep the rhythm anyway, making the entire display rather painful to watch. But dancing with Phoebe in the privacy of our home was entirely different. She was incredibly light on her feet and could follow any movement effortlessly. Even if I held her close to compensate for the difference in our heights, she stayed perfectly in step. We could cross over, attempt slightly old-fashioned dips, or even try a bit of jitterbug, and she never missed a beat. We could even manage a tango. We danced through about 4 songs. In the brief pauses between the numbers, she was incredibly amusing. She would remain frozen in the proper ballroom frame, refusing to break character or speak a single word. We both had to stand there, perfectly composed, waiting for the music to resume. It was difficult not to laugh, but I knew I had to maintain my gravity to keep the game going. After the fourth song, I turned off the radio, and Phoebe scrambled back under the covers of the bed. "I'm improving, aren't I?" she asked, looking up at me. "Without a doubt," I replied, sitting down on the edge of the mattress beside her. I was quite out of breath. My heavy smoking had left me with very little endurance, whereas she was completely unaffected. "Feel my forehead," she said suddenly. "Why?" "Just feel it once. You'll see." I placed my hand against her forehead, but felt nothing unusual. "Does it feel feverish to you?" she asked. "No, not particularly." "Is it supposed to?" "Yes, I'm making it warm. Feel it again." I complied, and though it felt exactly the same, I did not want to discourage her or give her any sort of complex. "I think it is starting to warm up now," I lied. She nodded with satisfaction. "I can make the temperature rise right past the thermometer." "The thermometer? Who told you that?" "Alice Holmberg showed me how to do it. You have to cross your legs, hold your breath, and concentrate on something incredibly hot, like a radiator. If you do it right, your forehead gets so warm it can actually burn someone's hand." Amused by her imagination, I quickly pulled my hand away as if I were in grave danger. "Thank you for the warning," I said. "Oh, I wouldn't have actually burned you," she assured me. "I would have stopped before it got too Suddenly, she sat bolt upright in bed, her expression turning incredibly tense. The sudden movement startled me completely. "What is it?" I whispered. "The front door," she whispered back urgently. "They're home." Instantly, I leaped up and turned off the desk lamp. I extinguished my cigarette against the sole of my shoe, slipped the butt into my pocket, and frantically waved my arms to disperse the lingering smoke. I knew I should not have been smoking in the house in the first place. Grabbing my shoes, I hurried into the closet and pulled the door shut behind me, my heart hammering violently against my ribs. From my hiding place in the dark closet, I heard my mother enter the bedroom. "Phoebe," she said, her voice carrying a note of gentle admonition. "Now, stop that. I saw the light under the door, young lady." "Hello," Phoebe replied, her voice remarkably calm. "I simply couldn't sleep. Did you have a pleasant evening?" "It was marvelous," my mother answered, though her tone suggested otherwise. She rarely seemed to truly enjoy herself when she went out. "But why are you awake, if I may ask? Were you warm enough?" "Yes, I was warm enough. I just couldn't fall asleep." There was a brief pause, and then my mother's voice grew more serious. "Phoebe, have you been smoking a cigarette in here? Tell me the truth, please." "What?" Phoebe asked, feigning ignorance. "You heard me." "I only lit it for a brief second," Phoebe admitted, thinking quickly on her feet. "I took just one puff and then threw it out the window." "Why on earth would you do that?" "I told you I couldn't sleep." "I do not like that, Phoebe. I do not like that at all," my mother said, sighing. "Do you require another blanket?" "No, thank you. Good night," Phoebe said, clearly trying to bring the conversation to a close. "How was the movie?" my mother inquired, lingering. "It was excellent," Phoebe replied, "except for Alice's mother. She kept leaning over during the entire film to ask Alice if she felt ill. We ended up taking a taxi home." "Let me feel your forehead." "I didn't catch anything from her," Phoebe insisted. "She wasn't actually sick. It was just her mother being overprotective." "Well, try to go to sleep now. How was your dinner?" "It was terrible," Phoebe said frankly. "You know what your father said about using that word," my mother corrected her. "What was so terrible about it? You had a lovely lamb chop. I walked all over Lexington Avenue just to find—" "The lamb chop itself was fine," Phoebe explained. "But Charlene always breathes on me when she serves the food. She breathes over everything. Well, try to put it out of your mind and go to sleep. Give me a kiss. Did you say your prayers?" "I said them in the bathroom. Good night." "Good night. Go straight to sleep. I have a dreadful headache," my mother said. She suffered from frequent headaches, a physical manifestation of her constant anxiety. "You should take some aspirin," Phoebe suggested gently. "Holden will be home on Wednesday, won't he?" "As far as I know. Now get under the covers, all the way down." I heard my mother's footsteps fade as she left the room and closed the door. I waited in the absolute darkness of the closet for a few minutes to be certain the hallway was clear, and then I stepped out. In the pitch blackness, I immediately bumped into Phoebe, who had slipped out of bed to warn me. "Did I hurt you?" I whispered, conscious of the fact that both of my parents were now in the apartment. "I have to get moving." I felt my way to the edge of the bed, sat down, and began the difficult task of putting on my shoes in the dark. My hands were shaking from nervousness. It was not that my parents would have done anything terrible to me if they caught me, but the resulting confrontation would have been incredibly unpleasant, and I simply did not have the energy for it. "Don't leave yet," Phoebe whispered, standing close to me. "Wait until they are completely asleep." "No, now is the best time," I insisted, struggling with my shoelaces. "My mother will be in the bathroom, and my father will likely turn on the news. This is my best window." I was so tense I could barely tie the knots. "Where are you?" I asked, unable to see her in the gloom. "Right here," she said, her voice coming from right beside me. "My bags are still at the station," I whispered. "Listen, Phoebe, do you happen to have any money? I'm almost entirely broke." "Only my Christmas money," she replied. "The money for buying presents. I haven't done any of my shopping yet." "Oh," I said, feeling a pang of guilt. "I don't want to take your Christmas money." "I can lend it to you," she offered. I heard her walk over to DB's desk, opening drawers and rustling through papers in the dark. "If you go away now, you won't be there to see me in the school play," she said, her voice suddenly sounding small and vulnerable. "Of course I will," I assured her. "I won't leave the city before then. You don't think I would miss your play, do you? My plan is to stay at Mr. Antolini's house until Tuesday night, and then I'll come home. If I get the opportunity, I'll call you." "Here," Phoebe said, reaching out to hand me the money, though she struggled to find my hand in the dark. "Where is it?" She pressed the bills into my palm. "Phoebe, this is too much," I said, realizing how much she was giving me. "Just let me take $2. Seriously, take the rest back." I tried to return it, but she refused to take it. "You can take all of it," she insisted. "You can pay me back when you come to the play." "How much is it?" $8.65. I spent some of it already." Suddenly, an overwhelming wave of emotion washed over me, and I began to cry. I tried my best to do it silently so my parents wouldn't hear, but once the tears started, I couldn't stop them. I sat there on the edge of the bed, sobbing, and Phoebe put her arm around my neck to comfort me. I held her too, but it took a long time for me to regain my composure. I felt as though I was suffocating. The window was open, and I could feel her shivering in her pajamas, but she refused to get back into bed until I had calmed down. Eventually, the crying spell passed. I finished buttoning my coat and told her I would keep in touch. She offered to let me sleep there, but I explained that it was best for me to leave, as Mr. Antolini was expecting me. Before I departed, I took my red hunting hat out of my pocket and gave it to her. She had always liked that unusual hat. She hesitated to accept it, but I insisted, knowing how much she appreciated it. I promised once more to try and call her, and then I slipped out of the room. Leaving the apartment proved to be far easier than entering had been. Perhaps it was because I no longer cared very much if I was caught. In a way, a part of me almost wished they would catch me and end the suspense. I walked down the back service stairs instead of taking the elevator, navigating past countless garbage cans in the dim light, and made it out to the street, unnoticed. The elevator operator likely still believed I was visiting the neighbors. Mr. and Mrs. Antolini lived in an exceptionally elegant apartment on Sutton Place. The living room featured a sunken design, requiring you to step down into it, and they had a built-in bar and other sophisticated amenities. I had visited them several times before. After I left Elkton Hills, Mr. Antolini had come to our apartment for dinner quite often to check on my progress. He was unmarried at the time, but after his wedding I frequently played tennis with him and his wife at the West Side Tennis Club in Forest Hills, where Mrs. Antolini held a membership. Mrs. Antolini was extremely wealthy. She was also considerably older than her husband, but they seemed to have a very compatible marriage. Both were highly intellectual, though Mr. Antolini tended to express his intellect through wit and humour, much like my brother D.B., whereas Mrs. Antolini was generally more serious and suffered from severe asthma. They were both great admirers of D.B.'s writing. In fact, when D.B. decided to move to Hollywood, Mr. Antolini had called him personally to urge him against it, arguing that someone with D.B.'s literary talent had no business writing for the film industry, an opinion I shared completely. I had intended to walk to their apartment to avoid spending Phoebe's Christmas money, but once I got outside, I began to feel quite ill and dizzy. Realizing I couldn't manage the walk, I reluctantly hailed a cab, which took some time to find. When I finally arrived and rang the bell, Mr. Antolini opened the door himself. He was wearing his bathrobe and slippers and held a highball glass in his hand. He was a sophisticated man and a fairly heavy drinker. "Holden, my boy," he greeted me warmly. "My goodness, you seem to have grown another 20 inches. It is wonderful to see you. How are you, Mr. Antolini, and how is Mrs. Antolini?" "We are both doing splendidly. Let me take your coat." He hung it in the closet. "I half expected to find a shivering infant in your arms, with nowhere else to turn and snow on your eyelashes." He had a very colourful way of speaking. Turning toward the kitchen, he called out, "Lillian, how is the coffee coming along?" "It's ready," Mrs. Antolini called back. "Is that Holden? Hello, Holden." "Hello, Mrs. Antolini," I called out. Conversations in their apartment often involved a lot of shouting from room to room, primarily because the two of them were rarely in the same space at the same time. It was a rather amusing domestic dynamic. "Sit down, Holden," Mr. Antolini said, and I could tell he was already slightly under the influence of alcohol. The living room was in a state of disarray, filled with empty glasses and dishes of peanuts. "Please excuse the mess," he added. "We've been entertaining some friends of Mrs. Antolini's from Buffalo. A rather wild crowd, in fact." I smiled, and Mrs. Antolini called out something else from the kitchen, though I couldn't quite make out the words. "What did she say?" I asked. "She said not to look at her when she comes in, because she has just gotten out of bed and hasn't prepared herself. Have a cigarette. Are you smoking these days?" "Thank you," I said, taking one from the box on the table. "Just occasionally. I consider myself a moderate smoker." "I'm sure you do," he said, with a wry smile, offering me a light from a large table lighter. "So I understand you and Pensy Prep have parted ways." He had a habit of phrasing things in that stylized manner. Sometimes I found it amusing, but at other times it could be slightly irritating, much like DB's occasional lapses into affectation. "What went wrong?" Mr. Antolini asked. "How did you fare in English? I shall have to ask you to leave immediately if you failed English, given your talent for composition." "Oh, I passed English without any trouble," I explained. "The course focused mostly on literature, and we only wrote a couple of compositions the entire term. It was oral expression that I failed." "And why was that?" I did not feel much like discussing it. My dizziness had returned, accompanied by a sudden sharp headache. However, since he seemed genuinely interested, I tried to explain. "It's a course where every boy has to stand up and deliver a spontaneous speech. If the speaker digresses from his main point even slightly, the rest of the class is supposed to immediately shout 'digression' at him. It was incredibly stressful, and I ended up with a failing grade." "Why did it bother you so much?" "I don't know. The constant shouting of 'digression' really got on my nerves. Personally, I prefer it when someone digresses. I find it much more interesting." "You don't believe a speaker should stick to the point?" "Of course I do, to some extent, but I don't think they should be forced to stick to it too rigidly. The boys who received the highest marks were the ones who never strayed from their topic, but they were often the most boring. There was one boy, Richard Kinsella, who struggled to stay on point, and the class was constantly shouting at him. It was awful, because he was an extremely nervous boy. His lips would tremble when he spoke, and you could barely hear him from the back of the room. But when he got past his nervousness, his speeches were my favorite. He nearly failed the course because of the interruptions. For example, he gave a speech about a farm his father bought in Vermont. The class shouted 'digression' throughout the entire presentation, and the teacher, Mr. Vinson, gave him a failing grade because Richard didn't detail the specific crops and livestock on the farm. Instead, Richard started telling us about a letter his mother had received from his uncle, who had contracted polio at 42 and refused to let anyone visit him because he didn't want them to see him in a brace. We didn't have much to do with the farm, certainly, but it was a deeply moving story. It's nice when someone shares something personal like that, especially when they get excited about it. It seems cruel to shout 'digression' at someone when they are speaking from the heart. It's difficult to explain properly." I was too exhausted to try and explain it further. My headache was growing worse, and I wished Mrs. Antolini would bring the coffee. Few things irritate me more than being told coffee is ready when it is still being prepared. "Holden," Mr. Antolini said, adopting a slightly academic tone, "let me ask you a straightforward question. Don't you agree there is a proper time and place for everything? If a speaker intends to discuss a farm, shouldn't he complete that topic before moving on to his uncle's illness? Or, if the uncle's story is more compelling, shouldn't he have chosen that as his primary subject from the beginning?" I lacked the energy to formulate a complex response. "I suppose so," I muttered. Perhaps he should have chosen the uncle as his topic if that was what interested him most. But sometimes you don't realize what truly interests you until you begin speaking about something else. I believe people should be left alone when they are sharing something they care about. Mr. Vinson and the rest of the class were constantly demanding that we simplify and unify our thoughts, but some subjects simply cannot be simplified that easily. Mr. Vinson was intelligent, certainly, but he seemed to lack a deeper kind of understanding. At that moment, Mrs. Antonini entered the room, carrying a tray with coffee and cake. "Here is the coffee at last," she said. "Holden, please don't look at me. I am a complete mess." "Hello, Mrs. Antolini," I said, starting to rise from my chair, but Mr. Antolini gently pulled me back down. Mrs. Antolini's hair was set in metal curlers, and she wore no makeup. She looked quite tired and aged. "I'll leave this here for you two," she said, clearing space on the table. "How is your mother, Holden?" She is doing well, thank you. I haven't seen her very recently, but— Darling, if Holden requires anything, there are clean linens on the top shelf of the closet, Mrs. Antolini interrupted, turning to her husband. I am going to bed. I am absolutely exhausted. Can you boys manage the couch on your own? We can handle it. Go get some rest, Mr. Antolini replied, kissing her. They were always very affectionate with one another. She said good night to me and retired to the bedroom. I drank a little coffee and took a bite of the cake, which was quite stale and hard. Mr. Antolini, however, poured himself another strong highball. It occurred to me that he might be developing a serious drinking problem if he wasn't careful. I had lunch with your father a couple of weeks ago, Mr. Antolini remarked unexpectedly. I wasn't aware of that, I replied. You must realize, of course, that he is deeply concerned about you. Yes, I know he is. Before he called me, he had received a rather troubling letter from your headmaster at Pensy, indicating that you were making absolutely no effort academically, missing classes, and showing up unprepared. I didn't actually cut any classes, I clarified. We weren't allowed to. There were a few sessions I missed occasionally, like the oral expression class, but I didn't cut them systematically. I had no desire to debate the matter. The coffee had settled my stomach slightly, but my headache remained intense. Mr. Antolini lit another cigarette. He was a heavy smoker. Frankly, Holden, I am at a loss for what to say to you. I understand. I know I am difficult to talk to. I have a strong premonition that you are heading towards some kind of terrible downfall, he said, looking at me intently. But I cannot quite determine what form it will take. Are you listening to me? Yes, I am. He was clearly trying to articulate something of great importance to him. It might be the sort of future where at 30 you find yourself sitting in a bar, harboring a deep resentment toward everyone who looks like they played college athletics. Or perhaps you will acquire just enough education to look down on those who make grammatical errors. You might end up in a mundane office job, expressing your frustration in petty ways. I simply don't know. Do you understand what I am trying to convey? Yes, I think I do, I said. But I think you are mistaken about the resentment. I don't actually hate people for very long. I might feel angry with someone like Stradlater or Ackley from Pensy for a short while, but if I don't see them for a few days, I find that I actually begin to miss them. It's strange, but I do. Mr. Antolini remained silent for a moment. He rose to add more ice to his glass, then sat back down, lost in thought. I wished we could postpone this conversation until the morning, but he was determined to speak now. People often want to have serious discussions when you are at your most exhausted. Listen to me, he said, concentrating deeply. I may not phrase this as eloquently as I would like, but I will write you a letter in a few days to make it clearer. For now, try to understand. The downfall I foresee for you is a particularly painful one. It is the kind of fall where the person falling is never permitted to feel themselves hit bottom. They simply continue to fall indefinitely. This fate often befalls individuals who, at some point in their lives, searched for something their environment could not provide, or at least they believed it could not. So they simply stopped looking before they had even truly begun. Do you follow me? Yes, sir. Are you certain? Yes. He poured more alcohol into his glass and sat in silence for a long interval. I do not wish to frighten you, he continued, but I can envision you sacrificing yourself in some noble but ultimately futile manner for an unworthy cause. He looked at me searchingly. If I write something down for you, will you promise to read it carefully and keep it? Yes, of course. I still have the piece of paper he gave me that night. He walked over to his desk and wrote a brief note on a slip of paper without sitting down. He returned and handed it to me. "This was not written by a poet," he explained, "but by a psychoanalyst named Wilhelm Steckel. Here is what he wrote. The mark of the immature man is that he wants to die nobly for a cause, while the mark of the mature man is that he wants to live humbly for one." I read the words, thanked him sincerely, and slipped the paper into my pocket. It was incredibly kind of him to take such an interest in my well-being, but I was simply too exhausted to fully process the depth of his advice at that moment. "I believe that one of these days," Mr. Antolini said, "you will have to decide where you want to go in life, and you must begin moving in that direction immediately. You cannot afford to waste any more time." I nodded, though I was only half comprehending his words through my fatigue. "And I suspect," he added, "that once you have a clearer sense of your destination, your first step will be to apply yourself to your education. You are a student, whether you care to admit it or not, and you possess a genuine love for learning. Once you look past the rigid instruction of teachers like Mr. Vinson, you will find yourself drawn to knowledge that is deeply meaningful to you. You will discover that you are far from the first person to be confused, frightened, and even disgusted by human behavior. Many individuals have experienced the very same moral and spiritual struggles you are facing now. Fortunately, some of them have left written records of their journeys, and you can learn a great deal from them, just as someone may someday learn from you. It is a beautiful, shared human experience. It is more than just formal education. It is history, and it is poetry." He paused to take a drink from his glass. He was speaking with great passion, and I was content to simply listen. I am not suggesting that only highly educated individuals can contribute meaningfully to the world, he clarified. That is certainly not the case. But educated and thoughtful people, if they possess creative talent to begin with, tend to leave behind far more coherent and valuable records of their thoughts. They are able to express themselves with greater clarity and possess the discipline to follow their ideas to their logical conclusions. Most importantly, they often possess a greater degree of humility than those who rely solely on raw intellect. Do you understand? Yes, sir. He fell silent again. Sitting in silence while someone is deep in thought can be rather uncomfortable. I struggled to suppress a yawn, not out of boredom, but because I was desperately sleepy. An academic education will also help you understand the nature and limits of your own mind, Mr. Antolini said. It will show you what kind of ideas suit your intellect, and which ones do not. In time, you will learn to align your thoughts with your true capabilities, saving yourself from wasting energy on concepts that do not genuinely fit you. At that moment, despite my best efforts, I let out a large yawn. I felt terribly rude, but I simply could not prevent it. Mr. Antolini nearly laughed. "Come," he said, rising from his chair. "Let's prepare the couch for you." I followed him to the closet, where he attempted to retrieve sheets and blankets from the top shelf. Since he was still holding his highball glass, he quickly finished his drink, set the empty glass on the floor, and gathered the bedding. Together we made up the sofa. He was not particularly skilled at bed-making, leaving the sheets rather loose, but I was far too tired to care. I felt as though I could have fallen asleep standing up. "How are things with the young ladies in your life?" he asked as we finished. "They are fine," I replied, keeping my answer brief. "How is Sally Hayes?" he asked, recalling that I had introduced them once. "She is fine. We had a date earlier today, actually," I said, though it felt like it had occurred years ago. "We don't seem to have very much in common anymore." "She is a lovely girl. And what of the other young lady you spoke of, the one in Maine?" "Oh, Jane Gallagher. She is doing well. I plan to call her tomorrow." The couch was finally ready. "It's all yours," Mr. Antolini said, looking at the sofa. "I'm not entirely sure how you will fit your height onto that frame." "I'll be fine. I'm accustomed to short beds," I assured him. "Thank you very much, sir. You and Mrs. Antolini have been incredibly helpful tonight. You know where the bathroom is. If you need anything else, just let me know. I'll be in the kitchen for a short while. Will the light disturb you?" "No, not at all. Thank you." "Good night, then." "Good night, sir." He walked into the kitchen, and I went to the bathroom to prepare for bed. I was unable to brush my teeth as I had no toothbrush, and since I lacked pajamas, I returned to the living room, turned off the lamp, and lay down on the couch in my undergarments. It was indeed too short for me, but my exhaustion was so profound that I fell asleep almost instantly, with only a passing thought about Mr. Antolini's advice regarding the nature of one's mind. Then, in the middle of the night, something occurred that I find incredibly difficult and uncomfortable to speak about. I woke up suddenly, completely disoriented in the darkness. I immediately felt a hand resting on my head. It startled me terribly. In the gloom, I realized Mr. Antolini was sitting on the floor directly beside the couch, gently stroking my hair. I leaped up in a state of absolute panic. "What are you doing?" I demanded, my voice trembling. "Nothing at all," he replied, his tone hushed. "I am simply sitting here, admiring." "What is going on?" I asked again, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and confusion. "Please keep your voice down," he whispered. "There is no cause for alarm." "I have to leave," I said, my heart racing as I frantically began searching for my trousers in the dark. I was so shaken I could barely coordinate my movements. Throughout my time at various schools, I had encountered several instances of highly inappropriate and unsettling behavior from adults, and I was instantly filled with a deep sense of discomfort. "Where do you think you need to go?" Mr. Antolini asked, attempting to maintain a calm and casual demeanor, though he seemed visibly tense. "I left my bags at the train station," I lied, desperate for an excuse to escape. "I think it's best if I go and retrieve them now. All of my belongings are in them." "They will be perfectly safe there until morning," he urged. "Please go back to sleep. I am heading to bed myself. What is troubling you?" "Nothing is wrong, but my money is in one of those bags," I insisted, stumbling around the dark room as I pulled on my clothes. "It isn't actually my money. It belongs to my mother, and I must ensure it is secure." "Don't be ridiculous, Holden. Return to bed. The station is secure, and your things will be there in the morning." "No, really, I must go." I had managed to put on most of my clothes, though I could not locate my necktie in the darkness. I decided to abandon it, quickly slipping on my jacket instead. Mr. Antolini had seated himself in a nearby armchair, watching me closely. Though the room was dark, I could see the silhouette of his figure and the highball glass still in his hand. "You are a very unusual boy, Holden," he said quietly. "I know," I replied, heading toward the door without looking back. "Goodbye, sir. Thank you for everything. Truly." He followed me closely as I walked to the entrance of the apartment. Even after I pressed the button for the elevator, he remained standing in the doorway, repeating his comment about my being an unusual young man. The wait for the elevator felt longer than any I had ever experienced. To break the agonizing silence, I muttered, "I plan to do a lot of reading in the near future. I really do." I felt compelled to say something to ease the immense tension. "Retrieve your bags and return here," Mr. Antolini said, as the elevator finally arrived. "I will leave the door unlocked for you." "Thank you. Goodbye," I said, stepping into the carriage. As the elevator descended, I found myself shaking uncontrollably, drenched in a cold sweat. Such unsettling encounters always left me feeling deeply shaken and physically ill. It was a distressing end to an already exhausting night. leaving me alone once more in the quiet hours before dawn. When I finally stepped outside, the first pale light of dawn was just beginning to touch the edges of the city. The air was bitterly cold, but the chill felt remarkably good against my skin, because I was sweating so heavily. My mind was in a state of complete chaos. I had absolutely no idea where to go or what to do next. The thought of checking into another hotel was out of the question, as I was determined not to spend any more of my sister Phoebe's hard-earned Christmas money. After wandering aimlessly for a short while, I decided to walk over to Lexington Avenue and catch the subway down to Grand Central Station. My bags were already checked there in the luggage lockers, and I figured I could find a quiet corner to sleep in that vast, cavernous waiting room with all those long wooden benches. For a little while, the arrangement worked well enough. The station was relatively quiet in the early hours, and there were so few people around that I could stretch out and rest my feet on the bench. But looking back, I do not care to dwell on that experience. It was far from pleasant, and I would strongly advise anyone against trying it. It is the sort of place that can plunge you into a profound, inescapable depression. I managed to sleep only until about 9 o'clock in the morning. By then, a relentless tide of commuters began pouring into the waiting room, and the sheer volume of people forced me to sit up and put my feet back on the floor. I have never been able to sleep properly with my feet flat on the ground. As I sat there, the headache that had been plaguing me grew significantly worse, throbbing with a dull, persistent ache. I felt a wave of sadness wash over me, deeper and more overwhelming than anything I had ever experienced in my entire life. Against my own will, my thoughts kept drifting back to Mr. Antolini. I found myself wondering what he would say to his wife when she realized I had slipped away in the middle of the night without a word. That particular worry did not trouble me for very long, however. I knew Mr. Antolini was an exceptionally clever man, who would easily construct a plausible explanation to spare her any concern. He would probably tell her that I had suddenly decided to return home early. What truly tormented me, though, was the memory of waking up to find him sitting beside me, gently patting my head. I began to second-guess my immediate panicked reaction. I wondered if I had completely misconstrued his intentions, mistaking a simple paternal gesture of affection for something inappropriate. Perhaps he was merely the sort of person who naturally expressed comfort in that quiet, physical way when someone was asleep. How can anyone ever be entirely certain about such things? The truth is, you cannot. I even began to wonder if I should have retrieved my luggage and returned to his apartment, just as I had promised I would. The more I reflected on it, the more I realized how incredibly kind he had always been to me. He had not shown the slightest hint of annoyance when I called him so late at night, and he had welcomed me into his home without hesitation. He had gone to immense trouble to offer me sincere, thoughtful advice about understanding the boundaries of my own mind, and he was the solitary person who had shown any real dignity and compassion toward poor James Castle after that terrible tragedy at school. The weight of these thoughts only deepened my melancholy. I became utterly tangled in my own doubts, wondering if he had simply been patting my head out of a genuine sense of warmth and concern. My physical condition only amplified my mental distress. My eyes felt incredibly sore and irritated from the severe lack of sleep, burning whenever I blinked. On top of that, I could feel the unmistakable onset of a head cold, and I did not even possess a handkerchief. Though I had several packed away in my suitcase, the thought of retrieving my luggage from the locker and opening it up in the middle of a crowded public station felt entirely beyond my strength. Desperate for any kind of distraction that might quiet my racing mind, I reached for a discarded magazine that someone had left on the bench beside me. I hoped that reading might grant me a brief reprieve from my thoughts of Mr. Antolini and the myriad of other anxieties pressing down on me. Unfortunately, the very first article I opened only served to make me feel infinitely worse. It was a detailed piece about hormones, explaining how a person's physical appearance, particularly their facial structure and the clarity of their eyes, reflected their internal health. As I read through the descriptions of a healthy individual, I realized with a sinking heart that I possessed none of those traits. Instead, I bore a striking resemblance to the case studies of individuals with severe hormonal imbalances. I immediately began to worry that my physical chemistry was completely ruined. Turning the page, I encountered another article detailing the early warning signs of cancer. It asserted that any persistent sore inside the mouth that failed to heal quickly was a strong indicator of the disease. I had been harboring a small, painful sore on the inside of my lip for nearly 2 weeks, and I instantly convinced myself that I was terminally ill. The magazine was an absolute monument of despair. I finally tossed it aside and walked out of the station into the cool air, genuinely convinced that I had only a few months left to live. The thought did not make me feel particularly wonderful. The sky looked heavy, as though it might rain at any moment, but I began to walk anyway. I reasoned that I ought to find some breakfast, not because I possessed any semblance of an appetite, but because I knew I needed to put some vitamins into my system. I directed my steps toward the eastern side of the city, where the cheaper, more modest restaurants were located, as I was highly conscious of my dwindling funds. As I walked along the grey streets, I passed 2 workmen unloading a massive, beautiful Christmas tree from the back of a truck. One of them was shouting at his companion in incredibly rough, aggressive language, demanding that he hold the heavy branches upright. It felt like a terribly crude way to speak in the presence of something so festive and lovely, yet there was a bizarre, dark humour to the scene that caused a sudden laugh to rise in my throat. That laughter proved to be a terrible mistake. The moment the sound escaped me, a sudden, violent wave of nausea hit me so intensely that I thought I would surely be physically ill right there on the sidewalk. I managed to compose myself, and the feeling gradually subsided, though it left me shaken. I had not eaten anything unusual, and I generally possessed a very resilient stomach, so the sudden sickness caught me off guard. Hoping that some warm food might settle my system, I stepped into a very cheap, unassuming diner and ordered coffee and donuts. When the food arrived, however, I found myself entirely unable to swallow the donuts. I have always found that when a deep sadness takes hold of you, the simple act of swallowing food becomes nearly impossible. The waiter was remarkably kind and understanding. He quietly took the untouched plate away without charging me for it. I drank the hot coffee in silence, paid my small bill, and began walking back toward the bustling atmosphere of Fifth Avenue. Since it was Monday, and the Christmas holiday was rapidly approaching, all the major department stores were open, and the avenue was alive with activity. The street possessed a genuinely festive holiday charm that made the walk feel slightly more bearable. The sidewalk corners were populated by weary-looking Santa Clauses ringing their familiar brass bells, and the quiet girls from the Salvation Army, wearing their plain faces and dark bonnets, stood beside their collection kettles, adding their own gentle chiming to the winter air. As I walked, I found myself scanning the passing crowds, in the faint hope of spotting the 2 gentle nuns I had met at breakfast the previous morning. I knew deep down that it was an idle hope, as they had told me they were schoolteachers who had only recently arrived in the city, but I kept searching for their faces anyway. The avenue was filled with a vibrant energy. Countless young children, bundled up in colourful winter coats, were navigating the busy streets with their mothers, boarding buses and spilling in and out of the grand store entrances. I found myself wishing intensely that my little sister Phoebe were there with me. She was perhaps a bit too old now to lose her mind with pure excitement in the toy department, but she still took an immense delight in wandering through the crowds and observing the peculiar behavior of the people around her. I remembered the Christmas before last, when I had taken her downtown for a shopping excursion. We had an absolutely marvelous time together. We had gone into the shoe department at Bloomingdale's and initiated a grand, elaborate pretense that Phoebe was desperately in search of a pair of high, heavy stone boots, the kind that required an endless amount of lacing through dozens of metal eyelets. We drove the poor, patient salesman nearly out of his mind. Phoebe tried on at least 20 different pairs, and each time the gentleman had to painstakingly lace the boots all the way to her calf. It was a terribly mischievous trick to play, but it had Phoebe absolutely delighted, her face bright with suppressed laughter. In the end, we purchased a simple pair of moccasins, charged them to our family account, and left. The salesman had been incredibly good-natured about the entire affair. I suspect he knew all along that we were merely indulging in a bit of harmless play, especially since Phoebe could never quite keep herself from giggling. As I continued my long walk up Fifth Avenue, entirely dishevelled and without even a tie to my name, a deeply unsettling sensation began to take hold of me. It was a bizarre, terrifying experience. Every single time I reached the edge of a sidewalk and prepared to step off the curb to cross the street, I was seized by an overwhelming conviction that I would never reach the opposite side. I felt as though I would simply sink down into the asphalt, disappearing forever into some dark abyss where no one would ever find me. The fear was absolute and paralyzing. It caused me to break out in a cold, heavy sweat that soaked through my shirt and clothing. In my desperation, I began to practice a strange, comforting ritual. With every step off the curb, I would speak silently to my late brother, Ali, pleading with him in my mind. "Ali, please do not let me disappear," I would whisper. "Please, Ali, keep me safe." And when my feet finally touched the safety of the opposite sidewalk, I would offer him a quiet, profound word of thanks. But the moment I approached the next intersection, the terror would return with the exact same intensity, and the ritual would begin anew. I kept moving forward, driven by a quiet panic that told me if I stopped walking, I might never find the strength to start again. I lost all track of time and distance, not stopping until I had travelled far up into the 60s, well past the boundaries of the Central Park Zoo. Exhausted and trembling, I finally collapsed onto a park bench. I could barely catch my breath, and the cold sweat continued to pour from me. I sat there in silence for nearly an hour, watching the grey winter light filter through the bare trees. It was during that long, quiet hour of reflection that I reached a monumental decision. I resolved that I would never go home again, and I would never enroll in another boarding school. I decided that I would make arrangements to see Phoebe one last time, to say a proper goodbye, return the Christmas money she had so generously lent me, and then immediately begin hitchhiking my way out west. My plan was to walk down to the entrance of the Holland Tunnel and secure a ride from a passing driver, and then continue catching rides town by town until I reached a place where the landscape was vast, beautiful, and bathed in warm sunlight. I wanted to go somewhere where absolutely no one knew my name or my history. I figured I could easily find employment at a quiet filling station, spending my days pumping gasoline and checking the oil in people's cars. It did not matter to me how simple or menial the labor was, so long as I was entirely disconnected from the life I had known. To ensure my absolute isolation, I decided I would pretend to be a deaf mute. If I maintained that pretense, I would never again have to engage in those pointless, superficial conversations that seemed to dominate the lives of everyone around me. If anyone wished to communicate with me, they would be forced to write their message on a scrap of paper and hand it over. I knew people would find this process incredibly tedious and would quickly grow bored of trying to converse with me. In time, I would be entirely free from the burden of idle chatter. Society would view me as a quiet, unfortunate soul, and they would leave me to my work in peace. I would earn a modest salary, perform my duties diligently, and eventually save enough money to construct a small wooden cabin of my own. I envisioned building this sanctuary near the edge of a dense forest, but situated in a wide, open clearing so that the sun would shine down on it throughout the day. I would cook my own simple meals over an open fire. If, in the course of time, I felt the desire for companionship, I imagined meeting a beautiful, gentle girl who was also a deaf-mute. We would marry and live together in the quiet cabin, communicating only through written notes on small slips of paper. If we were blessed with children, we would keep them safe and hidden away from the corrupting influences of the world, teaching them to read and write ourselves, surrounded by books and the quiet beauty of nature. The mere thought of this quiet, isolated existence filled me with an intense, burning excitement. I knew deep down that the notion of pretending to be a deaf-mute was a wild, impractical fantasy, but the dream of escaping to the West was entirely real. My only remaining duty was to bid a proper farewell to Phoebe. Seized by a sudden, frantic energy, I bolted across the busy street, narrowly escaping the path of an oncoming vehicle, and ducked into a small stationery shop. I purchased a writing pad and a pencil, intending to draft a quick note to coordinate a meeting place. I wanted to deliver the message directly to her school, so she would receive it before she departed for her midday lunch. However, my hands were trembling so much with excitement that I could not bring myself to write the note within the shop, so I slipped the materials into my pocket and began walking toward her school at a frantic pace. The route to her school was deeply familiar to me, as I had attended the very same institution during my own childhood. Stepping onto the property after so many years was a surreal, disorienting experience. I had wondered if the passage of time would have altered my memory of the place, but inside it remained completely unchanged. The interior courtyard was just as I remembered, a vast, somewhat dim space enclosed by protective wire cages around the light bulbs to prevent them from shattering during rowdy ball games. The concrete floor still bore the faded white circles painted for various children's games, and the old basketball hoops hung from the wooden backboards, completely devoid of nets. The hallways were entirely deserted, as the students were still confined to their classrooms and the lunch hour had not yet arrived. The only sign of life was a single young boy walking quietly down the corridor toward the restroom, a familiar wooden hall pass protruding from his back pocket to signify his permission to be out of class. Though I was still sweating from my hurried walk, my breathing had begun to steady. I made my way to the central staircase, sat down on the bottom step, and retrieved the pad and pencil from my pocket. The stairwell carried that distinct, unmistakable institutional odor that seems to characterize every school building in the world, a sharp, damp smell of cleaning chemicals and old water pipes. Sitting there in the quiet, I carefully composed my message. Dear Phoebe, I cannot wait until Wednesday to see you. I have decided to travel out west this afternoon. Please meet me at the Museum of Art, near the main entrance, at 12:15 if you can. I want to return the Christmas money you lent me, as I have barely spent any of it. With all my love, Holden. Her school was located only a short distance from the museum, and since she walked past the building on her journey home for lunch every day, I was confident she would be able to make the meeting. I folded the paper carefully, folding it over and over until it was a small, tight square, determined to protect its contents from any prying eyes. I then climbed the stairs to the administrative offices, intending to leave the note with someone who could deliver it directly to her classroom. As I ascended the steps, a sudden, familiar wave of physical illness washed over me. I was forced to sit down on the stairs for a moment, closing my eyes until the nausea passed. As I sat there, waiting for my strength to return, my eyes fell upon something that filled me with an intense, burning anger. Someone had scrawled a highly offensive, vulgar phrase on the stone wall. The sight of it drove me nearly mad with frustration. I immediately thought of Phoebe and all the other innocent children who would walk past that spot, reading those cruel words and wondering what they meant. Eventually, some older, unkind child would offer them a distorted, ugly explanation, and the children would carry that vulgarity in their minds, worrying over it for days. I felt a sudden violent urge to find the person responsible, some transient who had slipped into the building under the cover of night, and punish them severely for defacing a place meant for children. Yet, even in my anger, I knew I lacked the confrontational nature to carry out such a threat. That realization only deepened my sense of helplessness. I was even hesitant to erase the writing with my own hand, fearing that a passing teacher might discover me in the act and assume I was the culprit. Ultimately, however, I could not bear to leave it there. I used my hand to rub the chalk from the stone until the wall was clean, and then I continued up to the principal's office. The principal was not in his office, but an elderly woman, who looked as though she had worked at the school for a century, sat typing diligently at her desk. I introduced myself as Phoebe Caulfield's older brother, and politely requested that she ensure the note reached her in classroom 4B1. I explained that it was a matter of some urgency, fabricating a story about our mother being unwell and unable to prepare lunch, which required me to meet Phoebe at a nearby drugstore instead. The woman was incredibly gracious. She took the note and immediately summoned a colleague from the adjacent office to deliver it to Phoebe's classroom. Afterward, the elderly typist and I engaged in a pleasant, quiet conversation. I shared that I, along with my brothers, had once been students at the school. When she inquired about my current studies, I told her I was attending Pensy Prep. She smiled warmly and remarked that Pensy was an excellent institution. I did not have the heart or the energy to correct her perception. When someone of her advanced years holds a pleasant belief, it feels entirely wrong to disillusion them. As I prepared to depart, she called out, "Good luck," with the exact same earnest tone that old Mr. Spencer had used when I left Pensy. It is a phrase that has always filled me with a strange, lingering sadness whenever I hear it upon leaving a place. I exited the building using a different stairwell, only to discover another instance of the same offensive phrase carved into the wall. I attempted to scratch it away with my fingernails, but this one had been deeply etched into the plaster with a pocket knife or a sharp stone, making it impossible to remove. A profound sense of hopelessness settled over me. I realized then that even if a person had 1,000,000 years to dedicate to the task, they could never hope to erase even a fraction of the ugliness and vulgarity that exists in the world. It is an impossible, never-ending battle. Checking the courtyard clock, I saw that it was only 20 minutes before 12, leaving me with a significant amount of time to kill before my meeting with Phoebe. Having nowhere else to go, I began walking slowly toward the museum. I briefly considered stepping into a public telephone booth to call Jane Gallagher before my departure, but I simply did not possess the emotional fortitude for such a conversation, and I could not be certain she had even returned home for the holiday break. While I waited in the grand, quiet lobby of the museum, 2 young boys approached me and shyly inquired if I could direct them to the mummy exhibition. I noticed that the younger of the two had his trousers unbuttoned, and I gently pointed this out to him. Without a hint of embarrassment, he buttoned them right there in the middle of the grand hall, an act of pure, unself-conscious childhood innocence that brought a brief smile to my face. "Where are the mummies, mister?" the older boy asked again, his eyes wide with curiosity. "Do you know where they keep them?" I decided to play along with them for a moment. "The mummies?" I asked, feigning ignorance. "What exactly are those?" "You know," the boy replied earnestly, "the ancient kings that got buried in those stone tombs." I asked them why they were not in school on a Monday morning, and the talkative one quickly fabricated a story about a school holiday. Though I knew he was lying, I had nothing but time to spare, so I offered to guide them to the exhibition. It had been several years since my last visit, but the layout of the museum was deeply etched in my memory. As we walked through the grand corridors, I asked if they were truly interested in ancient history. The talkative brother assured me they were, while the younger, quieter brother remained silent, clutching his sibling's sleeve. "Can your friend not speak?" I asked, looking down at the quiet one. "He's not my friend, he's my brother," the talkative boy corrected, "and he can talk fine when he wants to." When I addressed the younger boy directly, asking if he had anything to say, he simply looked up at me and muttered, "I just don't feel like talking right now." Eventually, we reached the entrance to the Egyptian wing. "Do you know how the ancient Egyptians preserved their dead?" I asked them as we prepared to enter the exhibition space. They shook their heads in silence. "It is actually quite fascinating," I explained. "They wrapped the bodies in fine linen cloths that had been treated with a secret blend of chemicals and resins. This process allowed them to remain preserved in their stone tombs for thousands of years without decaying. It is an art that even modern science has never fully managed to replicate." To reach the mummies, we had to walk through a narrow, dimly lit corridor lined with massive stone blocks transported directly from an ancient pharaoh's tomb. The atmosphere was incredibly solemn and spooky, and it was clear that my two young companions were beginning to lose their courage. They pressed close to my side, and the quiet brother was practically holding onto the sleeve of my coat. "Let's go," the younger one whispered suddenly, turning his brother toward the exit. "I've seen enough. Come on." Without waiting for a response, he turned and ran back toward the bright light of the main lobby. "He's terrified of everything," the older brother remarked with a shrug, before calling out a quick goodbye and running after him. I was left entirely alone in the quiet sanctuary of the ancient tomb. For a brief moment, I found a sense of peace in the stillness and the cool ancient stone. But as I turned to look at the display, my eyes caught a familiar sight that shattered the tranquility of the space. There, written in bright red crayon directly beneath the glass casing of the ancient stones, was that same offensive, vulgar phrase. It felt like a cruel confirmation of my worst fears. You can never truly find a place that is entirely peaceful and pure, because such a place simply does not exist. No matter how sacred or quiet a sanctuary you find, someone will eventually sneak in when you are not looking and deface it with the ugliness of the world. I became convinced that when my own life eventually came to an end and they placed a headstone over my grave in some quiet cemetery, someone would eventually wander by and scroll those same crude words directly onto the stone beneath my name. Shortly after leaving the Egyptian wing, I began to feel physically ill again, suffering from a sudden bout of indigestion. As I emerged from the restroom, a sudden wave of dizziness overcame me, and my vision went entirely dark. I collapsed to the floor, landing heavily on my side. Fortunately, the fall did not cause any serious injury, and when I regained my senses, I found that the brief period of unconsciousness had actually cleared my head. The persistent dizziness had subsided, leaving only a dull ache in my arm where I had struck the floor. It was now nearly 10 minutes past 12, so I returned to the main entrance to await Phoebe's arrival. I was struck by the sudden, painful realization that this might be the very last time I would ever see her, or any member of my family. I imagined that I might eventually return to the city when I was much older, perhaps around the age of 35, but only if someone were gravely ill and wished to see me before they passed. I pictured how that future reunion would unfold. My mother would undoubtedly become incredibly emotional, weeping and imploring me to abandon my solitary life in the West and remain at home. I would remain entirely composed and calm, lighting a cigarette with cool detachment and gently reassuring her. I would invite them all to visit my cabin in the mountains during their summer vacations, but I would never pressure them to do so. Phoebe, of course, would be welcome to spend her entire summer and school holidays with me, and my older brother, D.B., could use the cabin as a quiet retreat for his writing, provided he wrote only serious literature and refrained from working on any commercial screenplays. I would establish a strict rule for my sanctuary. Absolutely no superficiality or pretension would be tolerated. Anyone who attempted to bring the phoniness of the city into my cabin would be asked to leave immediately. By 25 minutes to 1, P.B. had still not appeared, and a cold dread began to settle in my chest. I worried that the school administrator had failed to deliver my note, or perhaps had decided to discard it entirely. The thought of departing without seeing her, without returning her money, was more than I could bear. Then, through the heavy glass doors of the museum entrance, I finally saw her. I recognized her instantly because she was wearing my bright red hunting hat, a beacon that could be spotted from a mile away. I hurried down the stone steps to meet her, but as she drew closer, I was astonished to see that she was dragging a massive, heavy suitcase behind her. She was visibly straining under the weight of the bag. As she reached the sidewalk, I realized it was my own old suitcase, the one I had used during my time at the Wooten School. I could not begin to comprehend what she was doing with it. "Hello, Holden," she gasped, completely out of breath from her exertions. "I was beginning to worry you weren't coming," I said, looking down at the massive bag. "But what on earth is in that suitcase? I don't need any luggage. I'm traveling just as I am, and I'm not even retrieving my bags from the station. Why did you bring all this?" She set the heavy suitcase down on the concrete and looked up at me with absolute earnestness. "These are my clothes," she said quietly. "I am coming with you. Please, Holden, let me come." Her words struck me with the force of a physical blow. I felt a sudden rush of dizziness and had to steady myself to keep from collapsing again. "What are you talking about?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "I sneaked the bag down the service elevator so Charlene wouldn't see me," she explained quickly, her words tumbling out in a desperate rush. "It really isn't as heavy as it looks. I only packed 2 of my favorite dresses, my moccasins, some warm underwear, and a few other things. Just lift it once, Holden, and you'll see. Please let me go with you. I promise I won't be any trouble." "No," I said sharply, the panic rising in my throat. "Absolutely not. Be quiet." I felt as though I might faint. I had not intended to speak to her so harshly, but the sheer terror of her proposal had completely overwhelmed me. "Why can't I come?" she pleaded, her eyes filling with tears. "I won't do anything to bother you, I swear. I'll just travel beside you. I don't even have to bring the clothes if you don't want me to. I'll just bring myself." "You are not bringing anything, because you are not coming with me," I said, my voice rising as I took the heavy suitcase from her hand. For a fleeting, terrible second, I felt such a surge of frustration that I thought I might actually strike her. "I am going alone, Phoebe. Now please, stop this." At my harsh words, she began to weep openly. "What about your school play?" I asked, trying to sound stern and unsympathetic. "I thought you were supposed to play the role of Benedict Arnold this week. Are you really going to abandon your classmates and miss the performance?" Seeing her tears only seemed to harden my resolve in that moment. A strange, bitter anger took hold of me. I wanted her to cry, to let out all of her frustration, because I hated the thought of her sacrificing her own life and her own innocent joys to follow me into my self-imposed exile. "Come along," I said, gesturing toward the museum steps. I decided that I would check her heavy suitcase in the museum's cloakroom so she could retrieve it after her school day ended, as she clearly could not carry it back to her classroom. "Let's go inside." Phoebe, however, refused to budge. She stood frozen on the sidewalk, her small face set in defiance. I carried the heavy suitcase up the grand steps alone, checked it with the attendant, and returned to the street. She was still standing in the exact same spot, but as I approached, she deliberately turned her back to me. It was a gesture of absolute stubborn silence that she was incredibly skilled at performing. "I've changed my mind," I said quietly, standing behind her. "I'm not going away after all. I'm going to return home. So please, stop crying and let's go." The irony was that she had already stopped weeping by the time I spoke. She remained entirely silent, refusing to acknowledge my presence. I reached out to take her hand, but she quickly pulled away, keeping her back firmly turned toward me. "Have you had your lunch yet?" I asked, trying to soften my tone. Still, she refused to answer. Instead, she reached up, pulled my red hunting hat from her head, and threw it directly at my chest. She then turned away once more. The gesture hurt me deeply, but I did not say a word. I simply retrieved the hat from the ground and slipped it into my coat pocket. "Come now, Phoebe," I pleaded. "Let me walk you back to school before you're late." "I am not going back to school," she said flatly. I stood there in the cold, completely at a loss for words. "You have to go back," I insisted. "Don't you want to be in the play? Don't you want to perform as Benedict Arnold?" "No," she replied. "Of course you do," I said. "And besides, I told you that I am not running away. I am going straight down to the station to retrieve my luggage, and then I am going home. I promise you." "You can do whatever you like," she said, her voice dripping with a cold, adult sarcasm that sounded terrible coming from her. "But I am not going back to school, so please, just leave me alone." It was the very first time she had ever spoken to me with such harshness, and the sound of it was deeply painful. It felt far worse than any profanity. She still refused to look at me, and whenever I attempted to place a comforting hand on her shoulder, she would quickly dodge out of reach. "Listen to me," I said, trying a different approach. "Would you like to go for a walk instead? We could walk down to the zoo. If we spend the afternoon wandering through the park together, will you promise to put an end to this stubbornness and return to school tomorrow like a good girl?" When she did not respond, I repeated the offer, pleading with her to agree to the compromise. "I might, and then again I might not," she said evasively. Without another word, she turned and ran directly across the busy avenue, completely ignoring the traffic. She could be incredibly reckless when her emotions got the better of her. I did not run after her. I knew her well enough to know that she would keep me in her sight, so I began walking south towards the zoo along the park side of the street, while she walked parallel to me on the opposite sidewalk. She kept her gaze fixed straight ahead, refusing to look across the street, but I knew she was watching me closely out of the corner of her eye to ensure I did not slip away. We continued our quiet, divided march for several blocks. The only moments of anxiety occurred when a large double-decker bus would pass between us, temporarily blocking my view of her. But as we finally reached the entrance of the zoo, I called out across the street, "Phoebe, I am going inside now. Come along." Though she did not look at me, she clearly heard my voice. As I began to descend the steps into the zoo, I glanced back and saw her carefully crossing the street to follow me. The zoo was relatively quiet due to the cold, overcast weather, but a small crowd had gathered around the sea lion pool to watch them being fed. I paused by the railing, and Phoebe came to a stop nearby, pretending to be entirely absorbed in the movements of the sea lions as the keeper threw them fish. Recognizing an opportunity to bridge the distance between us, I stepped up behind her and gently placed my hands on her shoulders. Instantly she sank her knees and slipped out of my grasp with practiced agility. She could be incredibly stubborn when she wanted to be. I remained standing quietly behind her as the feeding continued, careful not to attempt any further physical contact, knowing that if I pushed her too far, she might run away entirely. Children possess a delicate sensitivity, and you must always be incredibly mindful of their boundaries. When we finally left the sea lion exhibit, she did not walk directly beside me, but she remained close. We walked on opposite sides of the wide concrete path, a significant improvement from the distance she had maintained earlier. We climbed the small hill to observe the bears, but there was very little to see. The brown bear remained deep within his dark stone cave, completely hidden from view, leaving only the polar bear pacing lazily in the cold air. A young boy wearing a large cowboy hat was standing nearby, pleading with his father to make the hidden bear emerge. I looked over at Phoebe, hoping the child's earnestness might bring a smile to her face, but her expression remained resolutely stern. When a child is truly upset with you, they will not allow themselves to find amusement in anything. Leaving the bear exhibit, we crossed a small service road and walked through a concrete pedestrian tunnel that carried that same familiar, damp, institutional odor. The tunnel led directly towards the carousel, and as we drew closer, the faint, cheerful strains of its organ music began to drift through the air. It was playing "Oh Marie," the exact same melody I had listened to during my own childhood visits to the park decades earlier. There is a beautiful, comforting constancy about carousels. They never seem to change their music, no matter how much time passes. "I thought the carousel was always closed during the winter months," Phoebe remarked quietly. It was the first time she had spoken to me without anger, her natural curiosity momentarily overcoming her determination to remain upset. "Perhaps they keep it open because of the Christmas holiday," I suggested. She did not reply, seemingly remembering that she was supposed to be maintaining her silent protest. "Would you like to go for a ride?" I asked, knowing how much she had adored the carousel when she was younger. In those days, whenever Allie, DB, and I brought her to the park, we could never seem to coax her off the wooden horses. "I am far too old for that now," she said, her voice small. "You are never too old," I insisted. "Go ahead. I will wait for you here." We had reached the pavilion, where a few very young children were riding the wooden horses while their parents watched from the surrounding benches. I walked over to the small ticket booth, purchased a single ride ticket, and handed it to her. As she took it, I reached into my pocket to return the remainder of her Christmas money. "Here," I said gently, "please take the rest of your money back." "No," she said softly, looking at me with a sudden, quiet vulnerability. "Please, Holden, you keep it for me." There is something incredibly heartbreaking about hearing someone you love say please with such earnestness. It filled me with a profound, aching sadness, but I quietly slipped the bills back into my pocket to spare her any further distress. "Aren't you going to ride with me?" she asked, her gaze searching my face. It was clear that the last remnants of her anger had finally faded. "Perhaps during the next turn," I replied with a reassuring smile. "I will watch you from the bench right over here. Do you have your ticket?" "Yes," she said. "Go on then," I urged. "I'll be right here watching." She walked slowly onto the platform, completing a full circle around the rotating deck before finally selecting a mount, a large, beautifully carved brown horse that looked a bit weathered from years of service. The machinery groaned to life, and the carousel began to spin, the music shifting to a lively, jazzy rendition of "Smoke Gets in Your Eyes." I watched her go round and round, one of only a handful of children on the ride. As the horses rose and fell, the children began reaching out their small hands to grasp at the brass ring suspended near the platform. Phoebe was no exception, stretching her arm out with determined focus. I felt a sudden protective wave of anxiety, fearing she might lose her balance and fall from the wooden horse, but I forced myself to remain silent and still. The truth about children is that if they wish to reach for the brass ring, you must simply stand back and let them try. If they fall, but you cannot protect them from every danger. To interfere is to deny them their own growth. When the ride finally came to a stop, she climbed down from her horse and walked over to where I sat. "You must ride with me this time," she insisted. "No, I prefer to watch you," I said gently, reaching into my pocket and handing her another bill. "Go on and purchase a few more tickets." She accepted the money with a soft smile. "I am not angry with you any more, Holden," she said quietly. "I know," I replied, feeling a great weight lift from my chest. "Now hurry before the ride begins again." Before she turned to leave, she leaned in and gave me a sudden warm kiss on the cheek. Then, holding her small hand out to the grey sky, she remarked, "It is starting to rain." "I know," I said. Then, in a gesture that nearly broke my heart with its pure, unselfish affection, she reached into my coat pocket, retrieved my red hunting hat, and carefully placed it on my head. "Don't you want to wear it?" I asked. "You can wear it for a while," she said softly. "All right," I said, my throat tightening. "But hurry now, or you will lose your favorite horse." She hesitated for a brief second, looking up at me with absolute sincerity. "Did you truly mean what you said? You aren't going to run away? You are really going to return home with me?" "Yes," I said, and for the first time in a very long time, I meant those words with every fibre of my being. I was not lying to her. I had finally resolved to face whatever lay ahead. "I am going home. Now, go on, the ride is starting." She ran back to the ticket booth, secured her passage, and climbed back onto the carousel just as the music began to play. She found her brown horse once more, climbed into the saddle, and waved to me as she spun past. I waved back, my heart full. Almost immediately the heavens opened, and it began to pour. The rain fell in heavy, relentless sheets, soaking the park in minutes. The other parents and onlookers quickly retreated beneath the safety of the carousel's wooden roof to escape the deluge, but I remained seated on my bench, completely exposed to the elements. Within moments I was utterly drenched, the cold water soaking through my collar and my trousers. My red hunting hat provided a small measure of protection, but I was soon wet to the skin. I don't even care. Sitting in the pouring rain, watching Phoebe return in her bright blue coat, I was suddenly overwhelmed with an all-encompassing joy. It was such a powerful, such a pure joy that tears almost streamed down my face. I can't even explain why this simple sight affected me so deeply. It was just her image, incredibly beautiful and serene, returning in the grey winter rain. I wish you had been there to see it. That's all I wanted to say. I could tell you what I did after I got home, how I got sick, which university I'll go to in the fall, and what I'll do after graduation, but I don't want to. I really don't want to. I'm not interested in that right now. Many people, especially that psychoanalyst, ask if I'll go to rehabilitation when I return to university next September. I think that's a very stupid question. I mean, how can you know what you're going to do until you do it? The answer is simple. You don't know. I think I know, but how would I know? I swear, it's a stupid question. DB, he's not that bad compared to the others, but he asks me a lot of questions too. Last Saturday he came with the British beauty from his new film he's writing about. The girl was a bit snobbish, but very pretty. Anyway, one day when DB went to the girls' room in the other wing, he asked me what I thought about all this stuff I just told you. I didn't know what to say. Honestly, I don't know what I think. I'm sorry I told so many people. All I know is I miss everyone I told. like even the old Stradlater and Ackley. I think I even miss that damn Maurice. The funny thing is, you shouldn't tell anyone anything. If you do, you start missing everyone.
From the beginning of the book, Holden obsessively wanted to be the catcher in the rye, that is, to save innocent children from the abyss, from growing up and suffering. However, here he realizes a very painful but liberating truth. You have to let children grow, take risks, and even fall and get hurt. Holden's acceptance of this truth is the greatest proof that he is beginning to come to terms with his own trauma, his inability to save his sister Allie from death. Throughout the novel, the red hunting hat was a shield for Holden, a symbol of alienation, worn to protect him from the phony world. However, in the finale, Phoebe puts the hat on him. With this action, Phoebe sends her brother the message, "I accept and protect you as you are." The torrential rain, a classic literary motif, symbolizes catharsis, spiritual cleansing. Holden cleanses himself of his grief, anger, and alienation stemming from the end of his childhood by crying under that rain. Throughout his story, Holden realizes he even misses the people he constantly hates and finds fake: Stradlater, Ackley, even Maurice, who beat him. Because when you tell your story, an invisible, indelible bond forms between you and the people in that story. Holden, trying to escape the world he hates, ultimately confesses to himself and to us how deeply connected and compassionate he is to people and the human condition. Salinger doesn't give the reader, listener, an easy and happy Hollywood ending. Holden hasn't magically recovered completely. He's still afraid of the uncertainty of the future. How can you know what you're going to do until you do it? This reinforces Holden's honesty. Life isn't simple enough to make definite plans. Dear listeners, if you've made it this far, you surely have a few words to say. Please contribute by writing your thoughts in the comment section. Keep listening.